Chapter 76. Aunt Hui, Aunt Hui, walk slower and watch the road carefully. Yushu was pulled by Zhao Hui and pushed out of the crowd. She could only firmly hold on to Yu Xiaoxiu, who was panicking, so that they wouldn't get separated. There seemed to be a few people pointing at them and talking about dog shit life behind them, which made Zhao Hui hold on to her wrist even more tightly. She quickened her pace and almost rushed out of the crowd. Yushu was actually a little depressed. If it was anyone else, they probably wouldn't be happy if they were given a dog shit life. Although, strictly speaking, that date of birth belonged to the short-lived ghost of her predecessor and not her, who knew if she would also be affected by this dog shit life after changing her body. The pedestrians on the roadside gradually decreased. Zhao Hui pulled her all the way out of the territory of Sanqing Association, then stopped by the roadside, turned her head, and revealed a forced smile. She held Yushu's hand and comforted her incoherently. It's okay. That person's fortune is not accurate. How can you be a short-lived person? You have already passed through such a big disaster. Aunt Hui sees that you're a lucky child, not like what he said. It's simply nonsense. Seeing her panicked face a little pale, Yushu didn't have the mood to think blindly. She nodded and held her hand firmly and said with certainty, "Yes, you see how old that person is. His hair and beard are all white, so his eyesight must be bad. It's hard to say whether he could read the words on the paper clearly or not. I must have seen it wrong." Seeing that there was no sadness on her face, Zhao Hui felt a little better. She said regretfully, "Really, if I knew this earlier, I would have gone to the Liu family's queue. Would I want to be fast? No, let's go again. This time, we will go to the Liu family's queue. Maybe the Kong family will also come later." Yushu hurriedly pulled her and begged for mercy. "Don't go, Aunt Hui. It's not easy to squeeze out. If I go there again, I will lose my life." After Yushu repeatedly persuaded Zhao Hui to give up the idea of plunging into the crowd again, Yu Xiaoxiu was sullen at the side. The three of them were all worried about dog shit life and didn't have the mood to play anymore. "Then you two wait here. I will go back to find your brother Chao. Let's not shop today. Let's see if you'll go back with us. Aunt Hui, you stay here. I will go and find him." Yushu didn't want Zhao Hui to make another trip. She was afraid that she would make another mistake because she was absent-minded, so she gave Yu Xiaoxiu a look. Without waiting for her to agree, she turned around and ran in the direction of the Taoist temple. Xiaoyu, sighed this child ran so fast. I didn't even have time to say anything." Zhao Hui stomped her feet and turned to Yu Xiaoxiu. "Xiaoxiu, the words that Sir gave your sister's fortune just now can't be said to outsiders. Do you understand?" Yu Xiaoxiu nodded. He understood that it wasn't a good thing if other people found out that his sister had a dog-shit life. Zhao Hui thought for a moment and said, "Don't tell your brother Chao either. Do you understand?" Yu Xiaoxiu also nodded and didn't ask anything. In his eyes, except for his sister, everyone else was an outsider. Brother Chao was the same. In the end, Chao Zixin escorted Zhao Hui and the others home. They had lunch at Zhao Hui's house. Zhao Hui cooked in the kitchen, and Yushu helped her. Yu Xiaoxiu and Chao Zixin sat at the table and stared at each other. "Xiaoxiu, did something happen when we were separated?" Chao Zixin found it strange. When they came out of Qiyun Temple, before they were separated by the crowd, they were both smiling. When they met again, the atmosphere was strange. On the way back, Yushu kept talking and making Zhao Hui laugh. Usually, those jokes would make Zhao Hui laugh. But today, she didn't even laugh. She just hurried home to cook. Yu Xiaoxiu slowly shook his head. "No." Aunt Hui said that he couldn't tell Brother Chao. Chao Zixin, "Really?" Yu Xiaoxiu looked to the side. "Really?" Zixin knew at a glance that the child was lying. He didn't dare to look at him. He was more and more worried that something had happened. When they were eating, he pretended that nothing had happened. After the meal, when the host cleaned up the dishes, he got up and said goodbye. He took the opportunity to call Yushu. "Shu, didn't you say you wanted 2 fine brushes last time? I found 2 yesterday. Come with me to get them." "Okay." Yushu nodded and said to Zhao Hui, "Aunt Hui, I'll be back soon." "Okay." From beginning to end, Zhao Hui didn't give Yushu any extra instructions. In her opinion, Yushu definitely wouldn't tell anyone about her dog-shit life. Yushu followed Chao Zixin to the opposite door and entered the courtyard. Chao Zixin didn't rush into the house. Instead, he stood at the door and turned to look at her. He asked what happened. I saw that Aunt Hui doesn't look good. She seems angry with someone. Did you make her unhappy? Yushu said innocently. I can't wait to make her happy. Why would I make her unhappy? Then what happened? It's a gentleman from the Three Pure meeting. Yushu touched her nose and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She said, he said that my life is not good. Aunt Hui is not happy. Chao Zixi knew that most of the gentlemen from the Three Pure meeting were really capable. It was even more impossible for Zhao Hui to find someone to ask questions. So he asked, what's the name of that gentleman? The banner said, Hong Chuani Store. The gentleman's surname is Hong. He's old and has a white beard. Chao Zixin's eyelids twitched. He had an idea in his mind. He asked, what did he say? Yushu looked at his concerned face. She rolled her eyes and thought for a while. Then, she casually shook her head and said, a short life is not a bad thing. My life is full of difficulties and disasters. I'm in a difficult situation. I'm always in a difficult situation. I can't do anything for the rest of my life. The gentleman said that I have a dog-shit life. At the end of her words, Yushu even pointed at her own nose. She observed Chao Zixin without batting an eyelid. She blinked her eyes and waited for him to change his expression. Chao Zixin was only stunned for a moment. He quickly hid his astonishment. He frowned and thought for a moment. Then he said to Yushu in a serious voice, you can only believe in half of it. In this world, there are only a handful of masters who can determine life and death and determine fortune and disaster. I'll say something unpleasant. In this Yang city, there isn't one. If you really believe in it and give up on yourself, then you're a fool. Shu, Brother Chao has known you for so many days. I think you're a smart, ambitious, and opinionated girl. You won't belittle yourself just because of a few words, right? Chao Zixin had the standard appearance of an elegant person. He had thick eyebrows, long eyes, and a straight nose. If he wasn't a businessman, anyone would think that he was a scholar, and a very talented one at that. With this kind of appearance, he was very convincing when he spoke. If he kept a straight face, didn't smile, and was a little more serious, then he could give people an extra sense of security. The little bit of depression in Yushu's heart inexplicably disappeared. She looked at Chao Zixin with curved eyebrows. She jokingly said, if I believed in it, I would have hidden away and sulked. How could I still stand here and talk about that matter? Chao Zixin carefully looked at her. He was sure that she was fine. He then felt relieved and warmly said, I'll go in and get the brush for you. You wait here. Okay. Chao Zixin went to the small study room in the courtyard and looked around. After a while, he came out with 2 brushes and gave them to Yushu. Yushu thanked him. Chao Zixin saw her out the door. After seeing her enter the opposite door, he gently closed the door. He put his hand into his sleeve and took out a small paper bag. He opened it and saw a green Polonia comb. It was small enough to fit on her hair. If Zhao Hui saw it, she would definitely recognize it. It was the most suitable comb that Yushu tried to wear in the morning when they were shopping in the Three Pure Ones group. His finger plucked at the teeth of the comb, which made a series of crisp sounds. Chao Zixin bitterly smiled. He held the bronze comb and walked to the study room. He found a wooden box under the bookcase and gently put it inside and closed it. What? You want to go back to your hometown to sweep the tombs? When Yushu went out in the morning, she saw Chao Zixin waiting outside. She heard that he wanted to go back to his hometown to sweep the tombs. Yes. Chao Zixin stood at the bottom of the stairs and looked at the little girl who was a head shorter than him. Yushu asked, when are you coming back? Why didn't you mention it yesterday? Chao Zixin said, it will take 2 days to half a month. I haven't gone back since Qingming. Last night, an elder came to me in my dream. I feel uneasy, so I will go and see. Can you help me tell Aunt Hui that I couldn't say goodbye to her? It's okay. I will help you tell her. You have to be careful on the road. Chao Zixin nodded. Seeing the concern in her eyes, he couldn't help but say, you should check the doors and windows several times before going to bed. Lock the door when you go out. Don't stay outside when it's dark. Hurry home, okay? When Yushu heard him telling her like a child, she smiled and said, I know. Are you going now? Do you want me to send you? Chao Zixin shook his head bitterly. I have to go back to pack my things and rent a carriage. Aren't you going to the Chamber of Commerce? Hurry up and don't be late. Okay. Yushu turned around and closed the door. When she turned her head, she saw him staring at her. She touched her face, thinking that it was salt from brushing her teeth. What's wrong? Chao Zixin looked away. It's nothing. Hurry up and go. Oh. Yushu jumped down the stairs and walked a few steps forward. Then she turned back and waved at him. She grinned and said, Goodbye, Brother Chao. Chao Zixin chuckled and nodded. When she ran away and disappeared at the end of the alley, his smile disappeared. He turned around and entered the courtyard. At noon, Yushu stayed in the Chamber of Commerce to have lunch with Pei Jing. It wasn't dry cakes or tea, but 3 dishes and a soup. After half a month, Pei Jing liked Yushu more and more. If it wasn't for Yushu claiming that she had a master before, he really wanted to recognize her as his disciple and teach her everything he knew. He wanted to see how much she could learn. Today, Pei Jing asked Yushu to look through some old accounts of the Tai, Ranheng Chamber of Commerce, and let her find the fake money. Yushu finished it in the middle of the afternoon. She picked out the money and showed it to Pei Jing. After getting his approval, she went home early. Yushu still had a handful of silver coins in her hand. She wanted to buy a pair of shoes for Zhao Hui as a return gift for her clothes and school bag that day, so she asked Pei Jing about it. She found a tailor shop in a small alley near Wanxiang Street. After picking and choosing, she bought a pair of embroidered shoes with orchid soles. She put them in her bag and excitedly went to Changmenpu Street to find Zhao Hui. She planned to give her a surprise when she returned home that night, just like that day. Chapter 77. Go and have a look. I heard that someone was beaten to death at the intersection ahead. Someone died. Someone died? Yushu looked at the direction of the crowd. It was not far from Zhao Hui's wonton stall. Worriedly, she quickened her pace and pushed through the crowd, provoking a few curses. When she squeezed to the front and emerged from the crowd, she saw that Zhao Hui's wonton stall had been smashed to smithereens. The stove had been pushed over, and there was a pool of blood on the ground. She was stunned and quickly looked for Zhao Hui's figure. She saw 2 men and a woman standing at the place where the accident happened and cursed. Bah! This jinx still has the face to stay in a Yang city. No wonder our family's feng shui is not good. We lost a few big business this year. It's all because of her. Big brother was killed by this bitch. Just now she dared to stab me with a knife. She really doesn't want to live long. She deserves to die. Bad luck, bad luck. Let's go back. The 3 people cursed to their heart's content. They looked around at the onlookers. The 2 men waved their hands and said, What are you doing? Get out of the way. Get out of the way. Zhao Hui often set up a stall on this street. She was a kind person. People often came to her stall on credit to eat wonton. Seeing this scene, someone stopped them. You can't go. She was beaten up by you. She's still in the clinic. We don't know if she's alive or dead. You have to wait for the government to come. As soon as these words came out, several people responded. The 2 men and the woman looked at each other and flashed away in panic. They turned back and said fiercely, What are you waiting for? You're blind. You didn't see that she stabbed us with a knife first. She accidentally hit the stove. What does it have to do with us? If she doesn't die, we have to go back and report it to the government. Humph, get out of the way. The 3 people pushed and shoved away. Yushu just recovered from the pool of blood on the ground. She looked at the 3 people's backs with a gloomy face. She didn't chase after them. Instead, she grabbed the passerby who had just spoken for Zhao Hui and asked anxiously, Uncle, where did you say she was sent to? Which clinic? Hey, isn't this the child who was helping Sister Zhao's stall? Where'd he go just now? Hurry up, your Aunt Zhao has been carried to the clinic behind the street. Hurry up and go have a look. Yushu didn't even have time to say thank you. She pushed the people away and ran to the back street. Her mind flashed with the pool of blood on the ground, and her heart was pounding. She ran forward as if she was flying, and when she saw the signboard of a clinic by the roadside, she rushed in. She tripped over the steps and fell forward 2 steps, knocking into a shop assistant. Hey, Where did this reckless guy come from? Yushu panted and said, My aunt was just sent here. Where's she? The waiter's face went blank. The auntie that was sent here just now was your aunt. Quick, come with me. I was just looking for someone to make a decision. The waiter backhandedly grabbed Yushu's arm and dragged her to the back hall. He pulled down the curtain and shouted into the room, Uncle He, the auntie's family has come. There were 3 or 4 people standing in the back hall, and they all turned their heads to look. Yushu's eyes only fell on the bamboo couch. Her head and face were covered with blood, and she couldn't even see her face clearly. Yushu's heart trembled, and she hurried forward. Coincidentally, the doctor who was wrapping Zhao Hui's head with a white gauze was the one who was kicked out by the Ji family and asked by Chao Zixin to see a doctor. His name was He Fangji. Aunt Hui. Yushu saw that Zhao Hui's eyes were closed, and she was barely breathing. She didn't even dare to raise her voice and called her softly. Don't shout. She's fainted. Dr. He's hands didn't stop moving. He deftly performed a simple first aid. He first covered the blood on Zhao Hui's head before he diverted his attention to talk to Yushu. You're a relative of her family? Yushu nodded. Her gaze moved, and she saw that the back of Zhao Hui's hand was also covered in blood. Her sleeve was red. It was obvious that it was scraped by a piece of debris. Besides you, is there anyone else in her family? No. Yushu hadn't heard Zhao Hui talk about it. If she hadn't seen it on the street earlier, she would have thought that Zhao Hui was an outsider who came to Yiyang City to do some small business. He Fangji sighed and said, She hit the back of her head. There's a hematoma in her skull, and she's lost a lot of blood. Her heart and lungs are injured. She looks like she's suffering from tuberculosis. If we just stop the bleeding, I'm afraid she won't be able to make it for a few days when she wakes up. Yushu's heart went cold. Her mind was a mess. She said in a panic, Dr. He, are you saying that my Aunt Hui can't be cured? How can that be? Do a good deed and save her. You must have an idea. Yushu's heart was a bit unreal. When Zhao Hui went out in the morning, she was still fine. She even said that she would make a few vegetarian dumplings for her to eat. In just half a day, she became like this. She couldn't live? He Fangji pondered for a moment and looked at her with pity. He took the needle from medicine boy and held Zhao Hui's hand to pick the debris on the back of her hand. He said with difficulty, If you want to treat it, you have to use the needle. I've been a doctor for 26 years, and I've treated this case twice. I can't guarantee a full recovery, but there's at least a 70% chance of success. I know you aren't a rich family, and doctors have the heart of a parent. I don't need to charge you for the consultation fee, but the cost of the medicine is a big number. Deer antler goblins need to be fed continuously. I'm afraid you can't afford it. Yushu's mind was buzzing. It was as if she had returned to many years ago. Outside, the hospital ward filled with the smell of disinfectant. Her parents hugged each other and cried bitterly. This was what the doctor told her. Your brother's legs can't be treated with the current medical technology. If you don't want to amputate them and keep his legs, you will need a lot of treatment fees. According to your family's situation, you can't afford it. Yushu's throat tightened. She said in a low voice, How? How much will it cost? Ifangji saw that the child's face was pale. He just thought that she was too young to bear this heavy burden. Although he sympathized with her, he couldn't help her anymore. In spring, the price of tonics is always 10% or 20% higher than before. I don't have all the medicinal materials in my clinic. I have to go elsewhere to buy them for you. In general, it's about 500 taels. 500 taels. The people who kindly sent Zhao Hui to the clinic all gasped. Seeing that Yushu was so young, they felt pity for her and couldn't help but persuade her. Child, you should take her back and take good care of her. Maybe she can live a few more days. Fangji looked at those people and shook his head. He said to Yushu, Do you want to treat her or take her back now and take good care of her for the last few days? Of course, I want to treat her. Yushu's eyes were red, and she almost shouted. She was thinking quickly about where to get the money. Ifangji had seen a patient's family like this before. He knew that she was just reluctant, but in the end, she couldn't do it. Although he had the heart of a doctor, he didn't have the ability. There were a few medicinal materials in the clinic that could help this woman live for 2 days. However, he also had a boss, so how could he let his white hair be so kind? Yushu saw that Fangji didn't say a word. She could roughly guess his mood at the moment. She didn't want to make things difficult for him, but at this moment, she had no other choice. She made up her mind and knelt down with a thud. She begged, "Dr. He, please save my Aunt Hui. I can pay for the money. Give me 3 days, no, 2 days. Do a good deed and save my Aunt Hui first. I'll definitely get the money. Dr. He, I know you're a good person, so please do a good deed." After saying that, she kowtowed to Fangji. The people around looked pitiful and turned their heads away. They couldn't bear to watch. "Please don't be like this. Please don't be like this." Fangji hurriedly pulled Yushu and bitterly said, "Child, aren't you deliberately making things difficult for me? Do you think 500 taels of silver is a piece of paper? Where can you get it?" Yushu didn't know what to do earlier, but when she saw him soften his tone, she calmed down a little. She knelt down and said, "Yes, I can get it. I won't hide it from you. I work at the Tai Hung Chamber of Commerce as an accountant. I get 5 taels of silver a month. I know head steward pay from the Tai Hung Chamber of Commerce. I'll borrow it from him. I'll definitely get the money." Once she became an official employee, she would get 5 taels of silver a month. That would be 60 taels a year. Forget 8 or 9 years. As long as Pei Jing was willing to give her money for emergencies, she would be willing to work for him for 20 years. Fangji looked at Yushu in surprise. He had heard of the Tai Hung Chamber of Commerce before. Just when he was trying to discern whether her words were true or false, he saw Yushu hurriedly taking out a book from her bag and handing it to him. Look. This is the old account book of the Tai Hung Chamber of Commerce. Head steward Pei asked me to bring it home. I didn't lie to you." Fangji took the book and looked at it suspiciously. It was indeed an official account book. There were stamps and numbers, as well as annotations. Fangji was even more convinced. He looked at Zhao Hui, who was lying on the bed, and then looked at Yushu, who was kneeling in front of him with red eyes. He sighed heavily in his heart and gave her the account book. He stood up and walked out. "I'll give her acupuncture treatment first. I have the herbs in my shop, so I'll give you some for now. I'll give you 3 days to gather as much money as you can. If you can't, don't force it." Delighted, Yushu knelt down and kowtowed again. Thank you, Dr. He. **** in the end, Fangji still forced himself to perform acupuncture on Zhao Hui. He took out an old ginseng from the medical shop, wrote a prescription, and asked the medicine boy to boil the medicine. Zhao Hui didn't have any other relatives, so Yushu couldn't leave. She followed her everywhere until Fangji asked her to. She then spent money to hire a horse carriage and 2 people to help carry Zhao Hui back home. They cleaned up the bloodstains and waited for Fangji's visit the next day. When they returned to Zhao Hui's home, Yu Xiaoxiu was squatting at the door. When he saw Zhao Hui being carried back covered in blood, he was stunned. Yushu didn't have time to pay attention to him. She asked someone to gently move Zhao Hui onto the bed. She turned around and slapped him on the head. "What are you waiting for? Go to the kitchen and start a fire to boil water." Oh. Yu Xiaoxiu stumbled away. Yushu went to the opposite door and knocked on it. She called out Brother Chow a few times, but there was no response. She knew that he had already left the city to return home. Her face darkened. In fact, among the medical officers, the first person she thought of asking for help was not Pei Jing, but Chao Zixin. She went next door and asked Ani who lived next door, to come and take care of Zhao Hui. Because Zhao Hui was a good person, Ani Hu put down the cooking utensils without hesitation and came to help. Yushu sternly warned Yu Xiaoxiu again and gave him 2 taels of silver for emergency. After that, she went back to her room and changed her dirty clothes. She washed her face with cold water in the courtyard and rushed to Vientiane Street to ask for help before the sky turned dark. Unexpectedly, she ran to the main branch of the Tai Hung Chamber of Commerce while panting. When she opened the door, she was told that Pei Jing had left in a carriage 2 hours ago to check the accounts in the neighboring city. Because he left in a hurry, he didn't leave a word or say when he would be back. Without Pei Jing, no one in the Tai Hung Chamber of Commerce would give her 500 taels of silver. Chapter 78. The sky was dark, and the people walking on the street at this time were either running errands or going out to drink. The night breeze was blowing, and there was no one on the riverbank. Yushu stood by the river, looking at the black flowing river. Her mouth moved, and she bit off the dry skin on her lower lip. She tasted a little blood. She breathed in and out to calm her restless heart. But in front of her eyes, Zhao Hui's face was covered with blood, and Yu Lei was crying bitterly in the wheelchair. Her stomach turned, and she bent down to vomit on the grass by the river. There was a rhythmic beating on her back. She didn't turn around and simply squatted down. She vomited everything in her stomach in one go before wiping her mouth with the back of her hand. She took 2 steps back and sat down on the grass. She said softly, "Thank you." Jing Chun lowered his hand and looked down at Yushu, who was in a sorry state. He frowned and asked, "Did something happen?" Yushu patted the grass beside her, and Jing Chun obediently sat down beside her, cross-legged. The Taoist robe he was wearing was clean and spotless, and there were still some water droplets on the back of his neck. He had just come back from bathing in the river outside the city. Yushu sniffed, and the smell was suppressed by the person next to her. Something happened in the family, and he injured his head. The treatment will cost a lot of money, and I can't find a place to prepare. Jing Chen said, "Is it your brother?" Yushu shook her head. "She's an elder. She usually takes good care of me. I've told you before that I was beaten up by my family. It was Annie Hui who took me in and let me stay at her house. When I was recuperating, she was the one who took care of me. Think about it. When I went out in the morning, she was still fine. Yesterday, we went to the gathering together. But in just one day, the doctor said that she won't live long. Ah, it's a blessing in disguise." Yushu wiped her face and turned to look at Jing Chun. She pursed her lips and said, "Hero, do you still have money?" Jing Chun reached into his pocket and took out the money bag for her. Yushu held it in her hand and smiled bitterly. Last time, Jing Chen's jade pendant had been pawned for 50 taels. She had exchanged it for 4 banknotes and a small bag of silver. Now, there was only a thin piece of banknote left in the bag, along with a few crumbs. "I really don't know where you spend all your money. Are all Taoist priests as good at spending as you?" Yushu opened the money pouch and took out the 10 taels banknote from it. She handed the remaining bits and pieces back to him. "Lend me these 10 taels." Jing Chun raised his hand and gently blocked the money pouch she handed over. "Take it all." Yushu didn't refuse. She put away the money bag and asked, "Do you still have jade?" When she spoke, she stared at the 2 swords on his back. When she thought of the 500 taels, her eyes were red. She wanted to sell herself. "No, that's the last one." Jing Chun followed her gaze and looked at the hilt of the sword on his shoulder. As if he could see through Yushu's thoughts, he said bluntly, "My sword can't be used as a pawn." Yushu was seen through by him. She awkwardly turned her head and reached out to grab a handful of grass. Suddenly, she thought of something and touched her body. Her face changed. She stood up from the grass and turned around. She almost took off her shoes to check. "What are you looking for?" Yushu said gloomily, "The stone you gave me is missing." Jing Chen's eyes darkened and his eyebrows knitted. No wonder. Yushu heard him whisper, but she didn't hear it clearly. "What did you say?" Jing Chun stood up from the grass and looked at her with a complicated expression. He looked away and had a premonition. The next moment, he turned around and walked into the forest. "Eh, where are you going?" "You go back." Yushu saw that he was leaving just like that and was stunned for a moment. Then, she quickly chased after him and muttered, "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to lose that stone. I don't know when I lost it. I was carrying it with me a few days ago. It just disappeared." While she was muttering incoherently, Jing Chun turned around. Yushu quickly stopped and looked up. She saw Jing Chun saying coldly, "You go back. Don't come looking for me again." After saying that, he turned around and was about to leave. When he lifted his leg, someone grabbed his sleeve from behind. He pulled it twice, but he couldn't pull it back. Yushu lowered her head and held onto his sleeve tightly, refusing to let go. She had come to the riverside, not to wander around aimlessly. She knew that at this time, she needed help. She needed to raise money to save Zhao Hui, and it was not something that she could achieve by herself. In fact, She had a way to get the money, but she couldn't do it alone. She needed Jing Chen's help, and he was the only one she could ask for help now. Jing Chen helplessly turned around and looked at Yu Shu's black head. He seemed to be able to sense her thoughts and said in a low voice, "Xiao Yu, I can't help you." "You can," Yu Shu said in a muffled voice. If she knew that Jing Chen would be angry if she lost the stone, she would definitely hide the small stone in the box and never take it out. Jing Chen shook his head. He couldn't help her. The opportunity that they met on the other side of the river had already been formed. If he got involved again, he would hurt her and hurt his Taoist heart. "You can. You can." Yu Shu tugged at the soft sleeves in her hands, forcing Jing Chen to lower his head. She raised her head and stared at him. There was no weakness in her eyes as she begged for help. Instead, it was filled with a heart-shaking ruthlessness. However, Jing Chen's eyes were as clear as ever. He was unmoved, and what he was thinking in his heart was insignificant. Looking at such clear eyes, Yu Shu felt as if a basin of cold water had been poured on her head, and she gradually calmed down. "I'm sorry." Yu Shu's fingers loosened, and the soft material slipped out of her hand. She scratched her head in frustration and apologized for losing her composure just now. Then, she gave Jing Chen a smile that was uglier than crying. "I'm leaving now. I'll come see you in 2 days." It was still the same words she said every time she said goodbye to him, but she didn't get the same response. Jing Chen quietly watched her back as she walked away. He turned around and walked into the forest. When he got to the bridgehead, he inadvertently glanced at his sleeve and saw a line on it. He touched it with his fingers and found that it was a sewing mark. It was rough and abrasive. His Taoist heart moved, and he silently recited a few calming mantras, but he couldn't calm down. His eyes flashed with annoyance. He pulled up his sleeve, turned his toes, stepped over the bridgehead, and rushed to the other side of the river. In a few blinks of an eye, he caught up with the figure in front of him. "Xiao Yu, wait." The biggest gambling place in the east of the city was the Baron Gambling House on Wanxiang Street. In a day, they gambled with Pai Gao, and their accounts were thousands of taels. It was said that the host of this gambling house was one of the 3 families in the city, Kong, Liu, and Ji. However, no one was clear about which family it was. One morning in the middle of April, nothing different than usual, the gambling house that had been gambling for a night had changed a group of workers to serve the guests. A rough servant cleaned the front door and rolled up the curtain. While there weren't many guests, he took advantage of the fact that there weren't many guests. Suddenly, a pair of feet entered his eyes. It was a pair of black shoes, and the tips of the shoes were torn. At first glance, he knew that it was a poor customer who came to try his luck. Just as he was cursing in his heart, he saw another pair of boots. The boots were made of green silk with silver thread at the sides. The heel was completely covered, and not a single thread could be found. Half of it was hidden in the soft white robe. The 2 pairs of shoes, one in front and one at the back, made the rough servant raise his head. He saw a white robe with black and white patterns on it. When he looked up, he saw 2 swords on the back of the robe. His eyes widened. It wasn't that there weren't any Jianghu people who passed by the gambling house every day, but this person was clearly dressed like a Taoist master. By the time the rough servant remembered to greet him, the person had already walked far away. He stretched his neck to look inside and saw that the Taoist master, who was wearing a bamboo hat, had indeed gone to the Yi district at the top of the eastern wall. When he looked, he saw that the Taoist master was led by a young boy. He was short, dressed in a blue shirt, and his hair was tied up. When he turned his head, he saw that his face was covered in dirt, with a streak of yellow across and a streak of black across. He was clearly a little beggar. As soon as the 2 of them stood in the Yi district, they attracted a lot of attention. But because of the Taoist master, no one dared to say anything. They only whispered to each other. The originally quiet gambling house in the early morning suddenly became lively. The Taoist master and the beggar were Jing Chen and Yu Shu. Yu Shu turned her head and whispered to Jing Chen, asking him to wait in front of the counter. She went to the west side of the gambling house and bought a 10-tael banknote. She said, "Bring me 50 pairs of gambling house." This gambling house was bigger than the one opposite the Kong family's gambling house. A pair of gambling house sold for 2 taels of silver. The gambling house was open for business, and there was no restriction on meat or vegetables. Even if Yushu came in with a Taoist master, even if no one followed her, they wouldn't refuse her if she took the money. On the spot, they counted 50 pairs of gambling house and gave them to Yushu with a string of ropes. Jing Chun was looking at the questions on the wall when he heard a clatter sound. He turned his head and saw Yushu carrying a large string of wooden gambling house. She probably felt tired, so she lowered her head and hung the large string of gambling house on her neck. She tilted her head and struggled to pick out the tangled hair. She looked so silly. Jing Chen's mouth twitched, and he almost laughed. Yushu adjusted the sign properly before raising her head to look at the questions on the wall. Then, she turned her head and looked around. She counted about 20 to 30 customers. After making a rough estimate, she leaned on the counter and turned her head to Jing Chun. She whispered, "There's no hurry. Let's wait for more people. I'll read the questions first." As she spoke, she took off the abacus hanging on her waist, moved her fingers, and made a few gestures. Her fingers were like clockwork, fast and accurate. Jing Chun watched from the side, and his eyes were a little surprised. A few guests also heard the sound and turned their heads, but they only had time to see Yushu's last few moves and did not feel that she was powerful. Ding, ding, dang, dang. The staff on the high counter rang the bell. Jing Chun turned his head and asked Yushu, "You're not buying?" Yushu stared at the scattered gambling house on the wall. She squinted her eyes and softly said, "There's no hurry. Let's wait. 500 taels is not an easy job." Chapter 79. After lunch in the Ji family, Ji Hyotani sat alone in the courtyard. He didn't let his concubine accompany him. He drank his tea alone and flipped through a nameless account book. A steward wearing a headscarf rushed in and whispered in his ear, "Master, something has happened in Baorin Casino. Someone came to cause trouble. From the first 6 rounds, he won 31 rounds. In total, he didn't miss a single round." Many traders heard the news and rushed over to gamble. "This morning, we earned 300 taels of silver from the trading area alone. It was all taken by a few customers. We didn't earn a single cent." Ji Hyotani knocked the teacup lid in his hand, and a corner fell off. He was shocked. The Baorin Casino wasn't like other places. Every day, the questions were set by dozens of traders from his clan. To avoid repeating questions, they would change the format every 3 days. How could someone win 25 rounds in a row? Where did this person come from? Since you noticed the signs, why didn't you invite him away? Instead, you allowed him to make trouble? The steward complained, "Master, you don't know this. The person who came to cause trouble is a Taoist master. He even has a sword with him. I don't dare to invite him away." It's a Taoist master? Ji Hyotani was in a difficult position. If a Taoist master came to cause trouble in his territory, he wouldn't be polite. However, a Taoist master who could win 25 rounds in a row must have an extraordinary master. If he really did win 25 rounds in a row, he wouldn't be able to afford to offend him. "That's right, master. Now, all the families have sent people to our gambling house to watch the show. The first and second floors are packed. If he continues to win, our Bao Rin's reputation will be ruined. Now that there are more and more customers, the bets for each round are getting bigger. If he really gambles for another 20 or 30 rounds, we will lose 400 or 500 taels of silver." Hearing this figure, Ji Hyotani also felt his heart ache. Although he had a large business, his third branch had so many people, and their annual expenses were only slightly more than 1,000 taels of silver. Now, someone had borrowed his territory and was sitting on it to earn money. Not only was this destroying his reputation, but it was also plucking his hair. Ji Hyotani couldn't sit still any longer. He stood up and walked out without even changing his clothes. At the same time, he instructed his attendants, "Go to Jingshang Hall and look for Mr. Zhou. Mr. Zheng is here. Prepare the carriage." When he reached the door, he ran into a young man who was walking in. The master and the servant bumped into each other. The door covered their figures, and only a corner of the silk skirt with the ruffles could be seen. A string of crystal clear, milky white jade rings pressed against the hem of the skirt. Third uncle. Jihai Otani raised his head and smiled. How did Xing Xuan find the time to visit third uncle today? I'm here to thank third uncle for sending a pair of white-headed birds to my yard yesterday. I like them very much. Are you going out? Yes, I'm going out. Third uncle, I see that your eyelids are slightly protruding and the back of your ears are pale. You look like you're going to lose money. It's best if you don't go out today. Hearing this, Jihai Otani looked at the person outside the door and had an idea. He said, Xing Xuan, didn't you say last time that you wanted to know how to gamble? Third uncle is going to the gambling house on Wanxiang Street. Do you want to go out with me to see what's going on and help third uncle come up with some ideas? Yeah, but if father knows, he won't be happy. If you don't say it, and I don't say it, how will your father know? Didn't you say that third uncle will lose money today? You can come and help third uncle to get rid of the bad luck. Then, I'll go with third uncle to have a look. The worry on Jihai Otani's face disappeared. He smiled and led the way. Let's go. His precious fourth niece was good at mathematics. Everyone in Yang City knew that the fourth daughter of the Ji family had passed the Dian examination and entered the Imperial Historian's library to learn E. But they didn't know that she had passed two subjects at once. One was physiognomy, and the other was arithmetic. She was in the top 100 in arithmetic. The Ji family had a 16-year-old great arithmetic master. Even the Kong and Liu families didn't know about this. The 36th round, one hit, card number 79. On the high counter, the waiter rang the bell. Hearing that someone was in the crowd, almost at the same time, everyone shifted their gazes to the front of the counter and the beggar. Seeing the little beggar's action of flipping over the sign, another round of whispers rang out. Their gazes towards Jing Chun became more and more curious and respectful. Yu Shu turned over the black card in her hand and handed it to the stiff-faced waiter. She grabbed a handful of silver in his hand, counted it, and stuffed it into the cloth bag hanging in front of her. The bag was half full. There was silver and banknotes, about 200 taels. Jing Chun was beside Yu Shu. When he looked down, he could see the red marks on Yu Shu's neck under the brim of her hat. Her collar was soaked with sweat. She leaned on the counter with one hand and changed her foot to support her upper body. They had stood here for a whole morning, a full 6 hours. Even he felt slightly uncomfortable, let alone her. Compared to the dozens of games she had won, what surprised him more was her physical strength or endurance. Because no matter how he looked at her, she didn't look like a patient person. Yu Shu's throat was itchy and uncomfortable. Taking advantage of the time when the waiter took off the cards and changed the questions, she took a breath and took the bamboo tube hanging on her belt. She opened the stopper and took a small sip. Looking at the small half of the water left in it, she regretted not bringing an extra tube. She turned her head and saw Jing Chun looking at her, so she handed the bamboo tube to him. Drink some water. Jing Chun could not eat or drink for 3 days. Of course, he wouldn't care about this 1 or 2 mouthfuls of water. He shook his head, reached out, and held her left wrist, which was a little hot, and put his palm on her pulse. Yu Shu was shocked by Jing Chun's sudden action, and then the cool feeling from her wrist made her shiver comfortably. She was sweating all over, as if she had swallowed a mouthful of ice into her stomach. It was cold to the heart. For a moment, she didn't think that men and women shouldn't kiss when holding hands. She stared at Jing Chun with amazement and asked in a low voice, "Why is your hand so cold?" Jing Chun shook his head and signaled her to look at the wall with his eyes. "The question is out." Yu Shu turned her head and saw that the new question on the wall had been changed. The bell rang and the start was announced. It was an arithmetic problem to solve the multiplication of multi-digit numbers. The paper was full of numbers, and it was obviously more complicated than the previous questions. The casino couldn't bear it. One of her hands was held by Jing Chun, and the other hand was moving the abacus. She silently counted the numbers in her heart. When she was calculating attentively, the coldness on her left wrist disappeared. She didn't think and turned her hand to catch up with the retreating coolness. She closed her 5 fingers and held it firmly. "Don't move." Jing Chun looked down at his hand that was held by Yu Shu and then looked at her dirty side profile. His eyes swept over her sweaty and shining eyebrows, but he didn't move. Somewhere on the second floor, Jihai Otani stood by the window and looked at the crowded E-district. He pointed at the conspicuous white figure. "Is it them?" Someone beside him answered respectfully. "It's the Taoist priest in the white robe and bamboo hat." Jihai Otani held the purple clay teapot and took a sip. He squinted his eyes and said, "What does the little beggar beside him do? Holding an abacus?" "He's an assistant." One couldn't blame the person upstairs for being blind. Although Yushu was the one who did the calculations, Jingchun was the one who wrote down the answer and placed the bet. Think about it. When a Taoist master and a beggar stood together, how many people would think that the beggar was the one in charge? Jihai Otani's eyes were sharp. He stared at the bottom of the stairs for 2 rounds and noticed the subtle difference. He snorted. How is he an assistant? He's obviously a troublemaker. Sitting beside Jihai Otani, there was a young lady with a veil over her face. She looked at the scene below curiously. She was quiet and did not interrupt. Jihai Otani turned to the round table behind him. He said to the 2 teachers that he brought with him, "Please come up with the questions. We must make it difficult for them and stop them from showing off." The 2 teachers looked at each other and nodded. Soon, someone handed them a piece of paper and a pen that was specially used to come up with the questions. The 2 teachers held their hands together and discussed while writing down the difficult questions. They also attached a piece of paper with the solution to the question at the back. Every time they finished writing a paper, someone would send it downstairs. Half an hour later, there was a commotion downstairs. Nobody knew how many times the number was announced. The 46th round. 1 hit. Number 89. Jihai Otani stared at the 2 figures downstairs with an ugly expression. Behind him, the 2 teachers were sweating profusely. They looked ashamed, and their hands were trembling. The 8 questions that had just been given were all solved by someone else without a single mistake. Third uncle, those 2 people are not simple. Just now, Mr. Zhou and Mr. Zhang's questions were already difficult, but they still managed to get a good one. Moreover, they solved each question in half a cup of tea's time. I can only say that they are really capable. We can't blame the 2 teachers. The 2 teachers who came up with the questions looked at their 4th miss gratefully. Only then did they regain some face. Jihai Otani smiled bitterly. "Xingxuan, do you know that these 2 people are earning money from me? If I allow them to continue winning, I'm afraid that my gambling house will have to close down tomorrow." "Is it that serious?" "You might not know this, but the reason why our gambling house can become the biggest gambling house on Vientiane Street is all because of the questions. Other people sell their cards for 10 taels of silver, but we sell our cards for 20 taels of silver. Traders don't lack taels of silver. What do they want? They want to show off their skills, win money, and gain face. But today, they messed up the whole situation. Who cares if our questions are high or not? People will only think that our Bauran Casino signboard has been smashed and our reputation is ruined. Who will come and play again?" After Ji Xiaogu explained, he sighed and said, "Although there are profits and losses in business, if the Taoist priest downstairs had been more courteous and knew when to stop, third uncle would have accepted it and given them a free gift of 100 or 200 taels to spend. But from the looks of it, they won't let this matter rest so easily. If we can't destroy their prestige, tomorrow we'll have to withdraw from the trading area of this building." Earning less money is a small matter, but those who know the inside story will know that this is our Ji family's territory. Hearing Jihai Otani's sigh, the young miss who was sitting by the window looked downstairs at the 2 figures in the gambling house. Her eyes lit up with interest. After thinking for a while, she turned her head and said, "Third uncle, let me help you with a few questions." Ji Xiaogu was waiting for her to take the initiative to speak. If it was any other ordinary member of the younger generation in the family, he would have just given the order. But this was his 4th niece. Even he had to be careful around her. If he forced her to help him in this murky place today, and his second brother and mother found out, they would definitely give him a hard time. That would be great. Third uncle wants to see what new skills you have learned in Taisha Library. Servants, prepare new paper and ink. Jihai Otani's cloudy face turned sunny. He was calculating in his heart as he called the servants in. The two traders at the table sensibly stood up and moved away. Jihai Otani stood up and followed them. He waved his hand to call the supervisor who was waiting at the side. He whispered a few words in his ear and his eyes shone. Chapter 80. Today, the Bar and Casino on Vientiane Street was very crowded. People outside couldn't get in, so they gathered at the door to watch the fun and heard some words from inside. It's the 48th round. He won again. The people inside and outside the door burst into an uproar. Some busybodies craned their necks and wanted to see what kind of masters were talking about on the street, who won 40 rounds in a row in the Bar and Casino. Yushu raises her head and takes a sip of water. She wipes the corner of her mouth and looks at the new questions on the wall. She is not in a hurry to solve them. She is suspicious. An hour ago, the questions were obviously more difficult. There were about 8 questions. She just got a little bit of energy to solve them, and now they are easy again. Could it be that the biggest gambling place on Vientiane Street is so powerful? Jing Chun saw Yu Shu frowning for the first time since the morning. He thought it was because the new questions were difficult to solve, so he asked softly, "Is this one difficult?" Yu Shu shook her head slowly and smiled at him with a hint of mockery. "I'm a little disappointed." "Disappointed?" Yu Shu nodded with her hand on the abacus. "No problem. Whether it was in her previous life or this life, mathematics wasn't just a survival skill for her. She loved mathematics. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that every time she solved a difficult problem, it was more exciting than eating a big meal." Jing Chun looked at the unfamiliar and obscure math questions on the wall. Hearing Yu Shu's shameless boasting, he couldn't help but feel a little strange. Even a person like him, who had not dabbled in mathematical knowledge, could see her amazing points. With such ability, if she didn't die young, she would definitely become something in the future. Logically speaking, such a person, even if her face was not smooth, she should have great ups and downs. However, she was born with an extremely mediocre face, which made him unable to see any signs of it. So he mistakenly classified her as a mediocre person from the beginning and gave her the yellow frost stone without worry. With her help, he saved a lot of trouble, but he didn't expect that she would ding, 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 ding. The sudden ringing of the bell interrupted Jing Chen's train of thought. It was quiet all around. The waiter who was supposed to set the question climbed down the high counter and was replaced by a plump middle-aged man. He smiled and cupped his hands towards the people in the E district. He raised his voice and said, "Ladies and gentlemen, it's rare to have such a good time today. In order to let our guests enjoy themselves to the fullest, our boss has announced that from this round onwards, for the next 5 rounds, our bar and casino will be changing the betting house. With our signage as the base, the payout is 1, 3. How much you win, how much you lose." As soon as these words were said, the audience was silent for a moment before clamoring broke out. Even if you bet 100 taels of silver, as long as you could win, no matter how many people bet, the banker would have to pay 300 taels of silver to the winner. Many people have been gambling for more than 10 years, and this was the first time they saw a situation where the payout was 1, 3. A few old gamblers were so excited that their faces turned red. They didn't even care how difficult the question was for the banker to be confident that the payout was 1, 3. The middle-aged shopkeeper saw that the atmosphere was just right, so he raised his voice again and said, "However, as everyone can see, there are too many guests in the casino today. If this goes on, the door of our bar and casino will be broken by the crowd. After these 5 rounds, please go back and play again tomorrow morning. On behalf of our boss, I beg for your forgiveness." Before the others could figure out what was going on, a few people in the crowd shouted, "Shopkeeper Chi, you're too polite. Boss Bao Run is a straightforward person. Why would we make it difficult for you? 5 rounds it is then." After these words were said, the traders were all people of status, so no one dared to argue with them. It was decided that the payout would be 1, 3 for the last 5 rounds. Shopkeeper Chi smiled and clapped his hands. "That's good. The game will start in 10 minutes. If you want to bet, please go ahead and buy your cards." If you don't want to play big games, you can take your cards and return them. The crowd moved, and a few more people were added to the long tables by the wall, but no one went to return their cards. Yushu watched the shopkeeper warming up the scene with a smile. She touched the remaining 8 pairs of cards on her neck, raised her eyebrows, and said to Jing Chun, "This is for us." With such a scene, would the next 5 rounds be difficult? Jing Chun looked back at her. He was sure that her eyes were shining, not out of worry, but out of excitement and expectation. He couldn't help but wonder how he had misjudged her. How could he have mistaken such a lively and bright person for a mediocre person? 1, 3. The payout depends on who wins. I'll bet on the first round. Several identical questions were posted on the wall. Yushu took a closer look. When she saw the questions clearly, she couldn't help but look a little strange. What? The paper closest to her wrote, "The lake is calm in June, and the lotus is half a foot out of the water." Suddenly, a gust of wind came, and the lake was no longer visible. In autumn, the fishermen found that the withered flowers were 2 feet away from the root. And how deep was the water? The layman just watched the fun, while the expert knew the artistry. Yushu could tell at a glance that behind this elegant poem, there was a graph question that used the Pythagorean law. Not to mention whether it was difficult or not, this was the first technical question that Yushu had encountered so far. How could she not be surprised? With one look, she knew that the person who came up with the question had changed. Yushu looked up at the shopkeeper who was standing on a high counter. The shopkeeper was also observing her and Jing Chun. When their eyes met, the shopkeeper smiled at her. No matter how you looked at it, he looked a little proud. Yushu looked at the people at the tables around her. Most of them had taken out silver and banknotes to place big bets. She made a rough calculation and estimated that the bet for this round would be more than 100 taels. If no one won, it would all go into the banker's pocket. If she placed a big bet and won a few hundred taels, the banker would have to pay her back. If she was ruthless enough, she could use the 200 taels she had now to place 5 rounds in a row. Then, this casino wouldn't be able to pay her back. But if she did that, her conscience wouldn't be at ease. In fact, if it wasn't a last resort, she wouldn't want to mess with this casino and block their path to wealth. In her past life, she was too greedy and earned too much money, which was why she was at the end of her rope. In this life, she wouldn't force herself to that point. She wasn't a good person and would do bad things, but there was a bottom line when doing bad things. She wouldn't do anything that crossed the bottom line of her conscience. 500 taels, including the consultation fee for Dr. He and the expenses for Zhao Hui's recuperation. She had 600 taels. This was her bottom line. She wouldn't take any more than that. After shaking off that tempting greed and making up her mind, Yushu relaxed. The corners of her mouth curved up as she lowered her head. She grabbed the charcoal pen and leisurely wrote on the paper. However, she wasn't as nervous as before. Jing Chun seemed to have sensed something and turned his head to look at her. It was unknown whether he knew or did not know that the person beside him had just given up the chance to become rich overnight, something that many people dreamed of with a single thought. When the banker announced that the bets were ready, Yushu was still fiddling with her abacus. She still had 8 tokens around her neck. This round, she didn't let Jing Chun place a bet. The first round was, of course, a buy. The banker and the customers in the all-eating casino heard that there was a buy for the first time since morning. They were stunned, but they secretly sighed in relief. They felt that it was natural. If they kept winning like this, they would really be lawless. Everyone thought that the calculation was inaccurate, so they didn't dare to take the risk and place a big bet. On the second floor, when Jihai Otani heard that there was a buy, he laughed on the spot. He didn't hesitate to praise. Our family Xingxuan is really capable. The ones taught by the Taisher Library are really different. The girl by the window sill laughed, but didn't say anything else. She just looked downstairs and waited for the next round. The second and third rounds were all buys. No one had won. She withdrew her gaze in disappointment and raised her head to press her forehead. She couldn't even answer the first 3 questions, let alone the remaining 2. Jihai Otani noticed and hurriedly asked with concern, "What's wrong? Is the smell down there making you have a headache again?" "A little." "Third uncle, Please ask someone to send me back. The scene downstairs had been under control. Jihai Otani felt that there was no need to keep her, so he got up and said, "Let's go. Third uncle will send you back." As soon as the two of them got up, they heard a sudden uproar downstairs. After circling the last number on the paper with a charcoal pencil, Yushu breathed a sigh of relief and tiptoed to tell the number in Jing Chen's ear. Then, without hesitation, she poured the entire bag of silver onto the table in front of her, piling it up into a small hill. There were a few banknotes in the middle. This was all the money she had earned from winning 43 matches in the past 8 hours. This scene caused an uproar among the onlookers around, and their eyes were red. The pile of money was more than 200 taels. Jing Chun put the written answer on the table, turned over the card, and looked at the pile of silver next to him. Although Yushu didn't even use the card in the first 3 rounds, he had a hunch that she wouldn't lose this round. Yushu gathered the silver and turned to look at Jing Chun, who was even more calm and composed than she was. Thinking about how he had stood here with her for an entire day without showing the slightest bit of impatience, she felt that he really had a good temper. She felt an itch in her heart, and her old habit came back. She nudged him with her elbow, covered her mouth with one hand, and whispered to him, "If we lose this round, all our previous efforts will be in vain. I'm afraid we will have to change places. Will you still accompany me there?" Jing Chen nodded. "I promise to help you, and I will finish what I started." Yushu scratched her chin. Hearing Jing Chen's answer, she felt very happy in her heart. She secretly praised herself for having a good eye. When she was brought back to the city by him in the suburbs, she already knew that Jing Xiaobai was reliable. The bell in the E district rang again. This time, without the banker shouting, the crowd consciously quieted down. Many pairs of eyes moved back and forth between his double chin and the pile of silver in front of Yushu. The 4th round, the odds are 1-3. Number 94 wins by 1. Many people at the bottom of the building swallowed their saliva. Those who could see the begging were either envious or in awe. On the 2nd floor, Ji Xiaogu clenched his fists so hard that a cracking sound could be heard. His gaze darkened. The young lady beside him covered her mouth in surprise and said to herself, "I've only heard about this problem from my teacher. I didn't expect someone to be able to solve it." After talking to herself, she stretched out her hand and pulled his sleeve. "Third uncle, can you help me ask those 2 people to come up later? I have something to ask them." Even if she didn't say it, Jihai Otani also wanted to ask them to stay. No matter where the Taoist was, he couldn't let such capable people go since they showed up. No matter what, he had to build a relationship with them first. Jihai Otani could imagine that after this night, the Taoist and the begging Taoist who won more than 40 rounds in the E district would cause a huge stir in the Vientiane Street. If they could really stay, then someone go. Jihai Otani stopped halfway because he saw that the Taoist and the begging Taoist had won the 4th round. After taking the silver, they gave up the last round and pushed through the crowd, intending to leave. "Third uncle, they are leaving." Chapter 81. How is it? Is there anyone following us? Yushu hid behind an old locust tree. She held the silver pouch and peeked out. "No, come here." Jing Chun stood at the entrance of the opposite alley and waved at her. Yushu quickly jogged over. The alarm was lifted, and she finally dared to take a deep breath. She fanned her ears with her palms. An hour ago, she and Jing Chun made a lot of money at the Baron Casino. When they left, a large group of people followed them. At first, they followed them secretly. Later on, it became an open carriage. The 2 of them walked half a circle around the east side of the city. Just now, they got rid of all the people following them. "Look," Yushu held up the heavy silver pouch in her bosom for Jing Chun to see, and said with a proud smile, "I told you that you could help me. If it wasn't for you protecting me, where would we have gotten so much money?" Jing Chun smiled non-committally, thinking to himself, this person really recovered quickly. Last night by the river, she was still listless, but today she was full of energy. That time in the suburbs, she was also like this. She had escaped danger from the tiger's mouth, and the night passed. The next day, when he brought them back to the city, she was already talking and laughing on the way. He had seen many people in the secular world since he left the mountain. The one in front of him was the one who understood life the most. Take it. This is your 10 taels plus interest. Yushu took out a crumpled banknote and stuffed it into Jing Chen's hand. He didn't refuse. She tugged at her sweaty collar and leaned against the wall. When she touched her face, her hand was covered in black mud. When she smelled the stench of sweat on her body, she felt disgusted. On the other hand, Jing Chun still looked fresh and clean, which made her envious. Jing Chun unsheathed the 2 swords on his back and took off his Taoist robe. He flipped it over and put it back on. He covered the black and white stripes of Tao patterns, turning it into an ordinary white robe, concealing his identity as a Taoist priest. Yushu didn't know the function of this Taoist robe until this morning. She didn't notice it when she was washing his clothes. After catching her breath, Yushu straightened her back and patted the money pouch in her arms. She said, "Let's go. We'll see you to the end and send me home. Otherwise, I'll be robbed on the road like a beggar." Jing Chen nodded and turned to walk towards Lu Shi. Yushu followed behind him for a while before she felt that something was wrong. She asked curiously, how did you know that my house is going that way?" Last night, Jing Chen promised to help her by the river, so she went back to Zhao Hui's house alone. In the morning, they met by the river. Logically speaking, Jing Chen didn't know where Zhao Hui's house was, but he was walking in the direction of Zhao Hui's house. Hearing this, Jing Chen stopped. He turned around and said, "Isn't it this way? Which way should I go?" Yushu was speechless. She thought this person was leading the way blindly. She raised her hand and said, "Let's go. It's that way." Jing Chen stopped this time. He waited for her to walk in front of him. Then he followed her at a distance. Yushu tried to pick a small path. Although there were many people on the street at dusk, no one paid much attention to a little beggar like her. There were many people in Yang City. Jing Chen, who was wearing a bamboo hat and holding a sword, didn't care. The two pretended to be strangers. They returned to the alley of Zhao Hui's house one after another. When Yushu walked to the door, she saw Jing Chen standing a few steps away. She stopped knocking on the door and waved at him. "Come on in. Have some tea and something to eat. You've been hungry the whole day." Jing Chen shook his head. The gray cloth hanging from his bamboo hat covered his face. His expression couldn't be seen clearly. The setting sun behind him made his shadow elongate. Yushu vaguely felt that something was wrong. She turned around and took 2 steps towards him. "Master Jing Chen, Xiaoyu, you're home. Let's say goodbye." As soon as Yushu heard this, she felt that something was amiss. It seemed as if they were going to part ways. "Should I look for you tomorrow?" she asked tentatively. As it turned out, her hunch was right. Jing Chen's tone suddenly turned cold. "You don't have to look for me anymore. We're already fated. There's no need for us to be involved anymore." Yushu immediately understood that Jing Xiaobai was planning to cut ties with her. They would not even be friends in the future. Lin Yiqian wanted to be angry and laugh at the same time. When she heard that Jing Chen wanted to cut ties with her so easily, she could not help but feel helpless and wronged. Although in the beginning, she approached Jing Chen with selfish intentions. She did not purely want to use him to learn some Taoist techniques. However, after she found her master, she no longer had any ideas about him. She ran errands for him and helped him wash his clothes. Later, when she had nothing to do, she would go over to chat with him to relieve her boredom. She would also vent her frustrations at the same time. She had already regarded him as a worthy friend. Jing Chen never showed any impatience. Every time, he would quietly listen to her talk. Occasionally, he would even comfort her. Even after such a big incident, he was willing to help her. Lin Yiqian had thought that they were already friends. But after all this time, it turned out that she had been too eager to shave her head. This little bit of friendship, in Jing Daozhang's eyes, was nothing. With just one word, it could be done, and if he said no, it could be gone. It was too frustrating. Buffed. What fated fate? Did he really think that he was a deity just because he wore a white robe and could fly? She secretly gritted her teeth and thought for a long time. Finally, she thought of a reason that caused them to be destined to be together. She immediately said in a bad mood, "Hey, Are you still angry that I lost the small stone you gave me? Last night, she had mentioned the stone. That was why he had turned against her and told her not to look for him anymore. She would never believe that he had nothing to do with the stone. Jing Chen's silence further confirmed Yu Shu's suspicions. She pursed her lips and pulled a long face. After a long time, she said with a sullen face, I'm sorry. I really didn't know that the stone was so important. When you gave it to me, I thought it was just a small toy. If I had known earlier, I would have taken good care of it. How about this? Give me a few days. I'll look for that stone. Maybe I lost my hand and it's still a home. When I find it, you can take back what you said just now. Fate has come to an end. Let's part ways, okay? She looked at Jing Chun sincerely, even with a hint of pleading. Seeing that he was still silent, as if he had already made up his mind and there was no room for discussion, she felt a burst of irritation in her heart. The joy of earning enough medical fees disappeared without a trace. Raising her hand to scratch her hair, she said gloomily, Say something if it's okay or not. If it's really not okay, then just leave. In any case, you're not from Yang City and will leave sooner or later. Who knows if you'll remember me in the future? His eyelids moved. Jing Chun finally had a reaction. He suddenly asked, Yellow Frost Stone has another name. Do you know what it is? Yu Shu shook her head blankly. What's it called? The Adversity Blocking Stone. Jing Chun sighed. He couldn't help but tell her. Well, it was better to make it clear to her and let her complain. Adversity Blocking Stone? Yu Shu asked suspiciously. What do you mean? Can that stone block disasters? Yes. The Adversity Blocking Stone is a treasure of my sect. It was given to me by my master when I left the mountain. Yu Shu had heard a lot about treasures that could attract good fortune and avoid disasters from Qingzhong. But she had never heard of the Adversity Blocking Stone. She had never seen it sold in the market. Yu Shu was puzzled. Since it is a treasure, why were you willing to give it to me? We were not familiar at that time, right? Since Jing Chun had opened his mouth, he didn't intend to hide it from her. He prepared his words and asked first, Have you heard of the 9 luminaries? Yu Shu nodded hesitantly. Qingzhong had taught her that the 9 luminaries were the sun, moon, metal, wood, water, fire, earth, Ketu, and Rahu. They were the 9 stars that affected the fortune and misfortune of the human world. Once, when they were watching the stars at night, he specially reminded her that Ketu and Rahu were the 2 most ominous stars. Jing Chun lowered his head slightly and let the curtain cover his sight. He said softly, I was born to offend the Ketu star. It doesn't matter to me, but anyone who is involved with me will definitely get into trouble. The more complicated the fate of the person is, the more serious the disaster will be. If I'm not wrong, you were in danger in the suburbs before, and then you were kicked out of your home. You suffered physical pain and almost lived on the streets, including the disaster of losing money these 2 days. It's all because of me. That day, when I brought you back from the suburbs to the city, I didn't want to be involved with you anymore. But I felt that I was constantly involved. I was afraid that you would have nowhere to go in the future. So, I left a place for you to go and let you find me if you needed anything. Later, I saw that you looked ordinary and kind, so I gave you the Adversity Blocking Stone. I thought that with it, you wouldn't get into trouble. Wait. Yu Shu interrupted Jing Chun. She squinted her eyes and organized Jing Chen's words, trying to find the key point in the chaos. You mean, the reason why I've been so unlucky these days is all because I met you? She opened her eyes with a tangled face and pointed at Jing Chen's chest. Jing Chen nodded and quietly looked at her face. He couldn't tell if she was angry or angry now. Yu Shu licked her lips. She was unwilling to believe that she had been unlucky these days because of Jing Chun. After thinking about it, an idea flashed in her mind. She punched her palm. That's not right. What you said just now is wrong. According to what you said, I was taken to the suburbs by the group of human traffickers. It had nothing to do with you. I didn't know you at that time. You saw me before that. Jing Chen said. How? Yu Shu thought. Could it be that the previous her had seen him? Jing Chun said. It was the day you were taken away. On the bank of the river, I was in the plum forest on the opposite bank. You were flying paper kites. Yu Shu rolled her eyes. That's because you saw me, okay? According to what you said, you're too powerful. I'll be unlucky just by looking at me? Jing Chen shook his head and said lightly, You saw me too. Wait a minute. That afternoon, she and Yu Xiaoxiu went to fly a kite. On the river, she looked at the plum forest opposite for a long time. It seemed probably she did see a white shadow. At that time, she thought her eyes were playing tricks on her. When Jing Chun saw her widen eyes, he knew that she had remembered. That shouldn't be the case. We were so far away. I just took a look at you. I didn't see clearly at all. How did I get involved with you? Chapter 82. Jing Chun was used to it and said, I've been learning since I was young, and I can sense it. Once my Taoist heart is triggered, I'll be implicated and the other party will be in trouble. How did the sixth sense come into play? Did it have to be so accurate? Yushu glared at Jing Chun and did not know whether to laugh or cry. This is like cutting vegetables with your hand. You can't blame yourself for being careless, but blame the kitchen knife seller and the pig butcher next door. What's the relationship between the two? The gray gauze on the brim of the hat was blown by her breath. Jing Chun was silent. His mind was filled with thoughts of the butcher, and he was a little confused. After calming down for a while, he drove out these messy thoughts that were trying to subvert his many years of knowledge. He suppressed the desire that was about to burst out of his heart and said in a low voice, I'm telling the truth. The adversity blocking stone has been lost. If you get involved with me again, there will be endless disasters. If possible, he also wanted to be friends with her. He liked the way she spoke, her lively personality, and even her occasional complaints were interesting to him. There was no such person in Longhu. Most of them were dull and boring, just like him. However, he cannot. No one knew the dangers of fate better than him. He did not want the person who took the initiative to get close to him to hate him one day. At the end of the day, it was all because of that small stone. Yushu thought angrily. It wasn't that she didn't believe Jing Chen's words. It was just that she had to blame everything that had happened to her on an unrelated person. She really couldn't bring herself to do such a shameless and hurtful thing. Who did not have misfortune and good fortune? Who could avoid misfortune for the rest of their lives? In her opinion, it was her fault that she almost became a tribute and was beaten up and chased out by the Ji family. However, she was saved by Jing Chun, picked up by Chao Zixin, taken in by Zhao Hui, appreciated by Pei Jing, and accepted as a disciple by Qing Zhong. Wasn't it all her luck? Did this mean that everything that happened to her after she met Jing Chun was all bad luck? Moreover, the money for Zhao Hui's medical treatment was prepared with Jing Chen's help. Jing Chun had helped her time and time again and stood up for her, but now that something had happened to her, she still had to blame him. Was there such a damned logic? Thinking of this, she suddenly felt relieved. Jing Chun. Yushu called his name directly for the first time. 2 days ago, I was at the Three Pure Ones meeting and I was doing fortune-telling for someone. That mister said that I had a dog-shit life and gave me a sentence. He said something like, a short life isn't a great emptiness, but one's life is full of calamities and difficulties, frequent calamities and adversity, and one's life is full of hardships and difficulties. In other words, everyone in the city is a short-lived ghost. Their lives are cheap, and they don't have any consciousness. Then, someone told me that when it comes to fame and fortune, we can only believe it 5 or 6 times. Sometimes, it can't be done accurately. She talked about a lot of things and finally sighed. She raised her head and said seriously, I want to say that without you, my luck would not be much better. Maybe I would be even more unlucky. No matter what, I want to thank you for helping me when I was at my wit's end. Yushu was rather gloomy. As a mathematics student, she really couldn't say anything too emotional. In any case, what she meant was what she meant. You stayed in Yang City for so long. You should have finished what you needed to do. If you want to leave, then leave. It's just that I still owe you a favor. Remember this for me. If you pass by Yang City again, you must come and see me. Goodbye. Yushu took 2 steps back and smiled and waved at Jing Chun. Her dirty face squeezed out a smile. There was some sadness, some reluctance, and some sparkling enthusiasm. Every one of them was sincere. Looking at her smiling face, something moved in Jing Chen's heart. He opened his mouth, but in the end, he nodded his head towards her. He looked at her seriously. After looking at her lively face a few times, he turned around and walked towards the entrance of the alleyway. After a few steps, his eyes regained their clarity. Before he found the person who could break his fate, he had to guard his Dao heart and not move a single step. Yushu watched as Jing Chun disappeared from her sight. Only then did she retract her gaze in disappointment. In her heart, she thought that in the future, there would be no place for her to pour out her grievances. Just as her hand was placed on the door in front of her was pulled open. Yu Xiaoxiu stood at the door with a basin of water in his hand. When he saw Yushu, who was covered in mud, he almost thought that she was a beggar. Big sister, you're back. You're finally back. Quickly come in. Aunt Huai has woken up. Really? Yushu was pleasantly surprised. She first put aside the matter regarding Jing Chun. In the morning, when she left, Zhao Hui was still unconscious, and she was worried that Zhao Hui wouldn't be able to make it. Now it's great. Really. Yu Xiaoxiu casually splashed the water outside the door, then pulled Yushu's hand and walked inside. Zhao Hui was lying on the bed sickly. The white undershirt that she was wearing in the mountains was changed after Aunt who lived next door, helped her wipe her body after she had a fever in the morning. A thick white gauze was wrapped around her head, and the arm that was outside of the blanket was also carefully bandaged. She heard some of the movements outside, but since she couldn't move her head, she could only turn her head and look towards the door. Yushu knew that her body was dirty, so she squatted at the side of the bed and didn't dare to get too close. Seeing that Zhao Hui was looking at her with her swollen eyelids, Yushu asked nervously, Aunt Huai, are you awake? Can you still recognize me? Yesterday, Dr. He said that after Zhao Hui woke up, she might not be able to recognize anyone for a while. On one hand, Yushu felt that it was good for Zhao Hui to forget those sad things. But on the other hand, she was worried that Zhao Hui would also forget about it. Zhao Hui's voice was light, but Yushu still heard it. She was so happy that she almost shed tears. She nodded vigorously and said, Yes, it's Xiao Yu. It's me. She turned her head and asked Yu Xiaoxiu, Did Dr. He come today? What did he say? Yu Xiaoxiu said, Not long after he left, he gave Aunt Huai acupuncture treatment and changed the medicine for her wound. He also left 2 packets of medicine for Aunt Hu to boil. Sister, Dr. He also asked about you. Yu Shu's eyelids twitched. What did he ask me? Zhao Hui and Yu Xiaoxiu didn't know about the 500 taels. Yesterday, she was in a hurry and forgot to tell Dr. He not to let him slip again. He just asked when you're coming back and told you to go to his place. Oh, Yushu secretly sighed. Xiao Yu. Hearing Zhao Hui's soft call, Yushu turned her gaze back to her. She saw the worry in her eyes, under her swollen eyelids, and her pale face, which made her heart ache. She comforted her in a soft voice. Aunt Huai, rest well, and don't think about anything. Dr. He's medical skills are very high, and he will cure you. You should close your eyes and rest first. I'll go to Dr. He's place and see why he's looking for me. I'll talk to you when I come back. Zhao Hui had just woken up not long ago. She had lost a lot of blood from her head and couldn't hold on for a while. When she saw that Yushu was fine, she felt a bit more at ease and closed her eyes weakly. Yushu ordered Yu Xiaoxiu to fetch some water. She placed the money in her bag in an inconspicuous place and picked out 80 taels worth of banknotes. She patted the banknotes and thought to herself, it's better to be rich. She went out to wash her hands and face, drank half a pot of water, and returned to the room to change into a set of clean clothes. Then she hugged the heavy bag of gold and hurried out to give the money to He Fangji. The sky was about to turn dark, so she didn't dare to slow down. When she arrived at the clinic, He Fangji was rubbing the medicine. He wasn't surprised to see her, but he was invited to the back hall by Yushu. When he saw her open the cloth bag in her arms and reveal a bag of silver, he was dumbfounded. Yushu taught him the principle of not showing off one's wealth. But He Fangji was the one who handled the money. She didn't suspect him, so she simply revealed it openly. Dr. He, there's 500 taels here. It's a bit more than that. Please count it and see if it's enough. Fangji closed his mouth and turned around to call the medicine boy to stand guard at the door. There was a silver scale there, and he carefully counted the money. In the end, it was 500 taels and 17 taels. Yushu helped him pack up the silver and took out 2 ingots of silver. She gave them to him. "Dr. He, I'll have to trouble you to take care of my aunt's illness. These 500 taels are for the medicine. If it's not enough, I'll think of something else later. You must accept the consultation fee. Otherwise, I won't feel at ease seeing you running to our house every day." Yushu was able to raise 500 taels of gold in 2 days, so Fangji wouldn't treat her like an ordinary child. Seeing that she was able to speak openly at such a young age, he hesitated for a moment before weighing 1 ingot and returning the other to her. "This is my subordinate. Take this back and buy some oil for your younger brother to nourish his body. I'll take his pulse in the next few days. This child's body is a bit weak. If he doesn't eat well, it'll affect his growth. As for your aunt, she's in good condition and isn't in any danger for the time being. You don't have to worry. I'll go see her tomorrow morning." Yushu admired Fangji's medical ethics and bowed to thank him. After carefully listening to the will, Yushu walked out of the medical center. She took a deep breath of the cool night air and exhaled the foul air. She went straight to the stall selling mutton pancakes on the street and bought 3 in one go. She squatted at the intersection and stuffed them into her mouth. She ate them happily. She had been hungry since last night and felt like she was floating when she walked. She silently rubbed her stomach and wiped the oil from her mouth. Ignoring the disdainful looks from passers-by, she bought 5 more mutton pancakes and took them home. She wrapped them up separately and prepared to bring them back to Annie Hu, her family of 3, and Xiao Xiao. She didn't go to other places. Her legs were as if they were being moved. If she didn't go home and lie down, they would break tomorrow. Yu Xiaoxiao didn't go back to the Ji family since last night. At this critical moment, the siblings didn't have the mood to think about the Ji family. At night, Yu Shu and Yu Xiaoxiao huddled on a bamboo bed covered with quilts. Zhao Hui was lying on the bed opposite them, sleeping quietly. "Sister, are you asleep?" Yu Xiaoxiao turned over and looked at Yu Shu's blurry side profile in the darkness. No matter when it was, as long as his sister was there, he felt that there was nothing to be afraid of. "Well, you should go to sleep too." Yu Shu closed her eyes, but her mind was in a mess. First, it was about Zhao Hui, then it was about Jing Chun. Her master would be back in 2 days. At that time, she would ask him to check Aunt Huai's horoscope and Jing Chen's horoscope. She had to ask her master what was going on with Ji Du Xing. Chapter 83. The next night, Zhao Hui suddenly had a fever. She mumbled in her sleep and complained of a headache. Yu Shu was in a deep sleep and was woken up by Yu Xiaoxiao. She hastily put on her clothes, wiped her face, and then she put on her clothes, wiped her face, and ran out to find a doctor. Himanji lived in the clinic. In the middle of the night, there were only people on the street. Yu Shu knocked on the door for a long time before she called him out. As soon as Fangji heard about Zhao Hui's symptoms, he hurriedly carried the medical box and followed Yu Shu to the Zhao family's house. It was not until dawn that Zhao Hui's condition stabilized and she fell asleep again. Fangji washed his hands in the basin. Looking at Zhao Hui on the bed, he sighed and said to the siblings, "It's hard for her to endure this pain and beg for life. Otherwise, even the best medical skills can't save her." Yu Shu asked with lingering fear, "How's my aunt now?" Fangji said, "She's fine for the time being, but it seems like this will happen 2 or 3 more times. Once she has a situation, you should hurry to find me. From here to the clinic, it only takes a few minutes. It won't be a problem." Seeing that Fangji had finished washing his hands, Yu Xiaoxiao quickly handed him a towel. Fangji wiped his hands, squeezed his shoulder, and said with a smile, "If you get up early in the morning, you might as well stretch your legs in the yard and jump up hundreds of times." In his opinion, Fangji was a good doctor who treated his Aunt Huai with a kind heart. He was very worthy of his respect. Yu Shu walked Fangji to the entrance of the alley and suddenly remembered that she hadn't been to the Chamber of Commerce for the past 2 days. She didn't even greet the people there. She patted her head and went to buy half a caddy of glutinous rice sticks for Yu Xiaoxiu and Annie, who was breakfast. Then she went to the Chamber of Commerce to ask for leave. The memory of fighting her way out of the encirclement of hundreds of people at shopkeeper Bao Rin the day before yesterday was still fresh in Yushu's mind. As she walked on the street, she felt a little uncomfortable. When she passed by, she heard many people talking about Taoist priests and beggars. She quickened her steps and jogged across the street. Pei Jing was there when she came to the head hospital. He didn't scold Yushu when he saw her. Instead, he led her to a room alone and asked with concern, "I heard that you came to the restaurant to find me a few nights ago. Did something happen at home?" Yushu bitterly said, "Something happened to my aunt." She hit her head. "That night, I came to borrow money from you." Pei Jing was surprised. "How is she now? Is she safe and sound?" Yushu sighed. "Her injury is quite serious. She needs to be looked at again." Pei Jing sympathetically looked at the child in front of him. When she left a few days ago, she was still full of energy. But in just a few days, her eyes were sunken. "How much money do you need? I'll give it to you now." Although the person she asked for was not there at that time, and she didn't need money now, but Pei Jing's straightforwardness made Yushu's heart warm up. She thanked him. "I've gathered all the money." Pei Jing sighed in his heart. If he could take this opportunity to let Yushu owe him a big favor, she wouldn't be able to go out in the future. Yushu said a few polite words to him and asked for a leave. Pei Jing was very easy to talk to. He found a few account books for her, pushed the door, and walked out. "I'm going to the Chongmin shop. I'll give you a lift." Pei Jing intended to find out where Yushu lived. Yushu saw through his thoughts, but she didn't feel offended. She appreciated his kindness and followed behind him. Yu Xiaoxiu nodded obediently. In his opinion, He Fangji was a benevolent doctor who treated Aunt Huai. He deserved his respect. Yushu walked He Fangji to the entrance of the alley and suddenly remembered that she hadn't been to the Chamber of Commerce for the past 2 days. She didn't even greet the people there. She patted her head and went to buy half a caddy of glutinous rice sticks for Yu Xiaoxiu and Annie, who was breakfast. Then she went to the Chamber of Commerce to ask for leave. The memory of escaping from the hundreds of people at shopkeeper Bao Rin the day before yesterday was still fresh in Yushu's mind. As she walked on the street, she felt a little uncomfortable. When she passed by, she heard many people talking about Taoist priests and beggars. She quickened her steps and jogged across the street. When she came to the Chamber of Commerce, Pei Jing was actually there. When he saw Yushu, he didn't reprimand her. Instead, he brought her to a room alone and asked with concern, "I heard that you came to the restaurant to look for me a few nights ago. Did something happen at home?" Yushu bitterly said, "Something happened to my aunt." She hit her head. "That night, I came to borrow money from you." Pei Jing was shocked and asked, "How is she now? Is she safe and sound?" Yushu sighed. "Her injury is quite serious. I need to see her again." Pei Jing looked at the child in front of him with sympathy. When she left a few days ago, she was still full of energy. But in just a few days, her eyes were sunken. "How much money do you need? I can give it to you now." Although the person she asked for was not there at that time, and she didn't need money now, but Pei Jing's straightforwardness made Yushu's heart warm up. She thanked him and said, "I have the money." Pei Jing said, "If you don't have enough money, just tell me." Pei Jing sighed in his heart. It's a pity. If he could take this opportunity to make Yushu owe him a big favor, she won't be able to go out in the future. This is the second time that Yushu sat in a carriage. Last time, she sat in the Ji family's carriage to look for Shui Wenjia. At that time, she was sitting with Third Master Ji, so it was inconvenient for her to look around. But in Pei Jing's carriage, she is much more at ease. Although Pei Jing's carriage is not as spacious as the Ji family's, the interior of the carriage is obviously much more exquisite. The curtains are divided into 2 layers, one layer of gauze and the other layer of silk. There are 3 seats against the wall, and the base is wrapped in red leather. In the middle of the carriage, there is a 2-tiered triangular round tea table. There are a few dents on the table, which is just right for the teacup and teapot. There's also a snack box with a blue lid. There's an elegant fragrance in the carriage, which comes from the sachet hanging on the guojiao. Yushu knows that Pei Jing knows how to enjoy himself. People wear different clothes. Even the carriage is particular. I just came back last night, and I heard a big news in the morning. Pei Jing took the teapot and poured 2 cups of fragrant tea. He pushed 1 cup to Yushu. A few days ago, a Taoist priest and a beggar came to Vientiane Street. They gambled in the Baron Casino and won more than 40 rounds in a row. They almost broke the sign. Yushu almost drank a mouthful of tea. She turned her head and coughed, pretending to be surprised. Really? Pei Jing didn't notice Yushu's strange behavior. He looked very emotional and said, "This Vientiane Street has been built for more than 20 years, and gambling has been going on for a long time. There has never been such a thing. More than 40 rounds in a row, and they won consecutively. I'm afraid that the die and test prediction is only SOSO. If it wasn't for the banker's last resort and saving some face, the Baron Casino's gambling area would have been removed by now. There really is always someone better than you, and there's always a higher mountain. It's a pity that I'm away from home and didn't have the chance to see the elegant demeanor of a master." Yushu's expression turned strange. She glanced at Pei Jing and wondered how he would feel if he knew that the master he was talking about was working under him. Ahem, that rumor must have been exaggerated. Most likely, the gambling house's questions weren't difficult. Pei Jing chuckled. That means you don't know the inside story. Chapter 84. After the meal, Yushu went to clean the table. Yu Xiaoxiu stayed in the room to do his homework and accompany Zhao Hui. Yushu came in with her hair tied up. She looked at the table and asked, "You didn't go home or to class for the past 2 days. Didn't they say anything when you went today?" After Zhao Hui's accident, Yu Xiaoxiu skipped classes for 3 days and didn't even go home. He only went back to Sanja's study house for classes this morning. Yu Xiaoxiu didn't even raise his head as he replied, "The G family doesn't have the time to care about me right now. Fourth Miss is back, and the whole family revolve around her. No one would know even if I died. Miss C of the G family is back. Miss C, who killed her predecessor with a piece of jade, is back." Yushu was stunned. Then she reached out to twist Yu Xiaoxiu's ear. "What do you mean by dying? Are you looking for trouble?" Yu Xiaoxiu didn't struggle. He just whispered, "It hurts." Yushu quickly let go and rubbed his ear. Speaking of the private school, Yu Xiaoxiu remembered something that made his teeth itch. He sneered, "Shui Wenjia, that silly boy. He was half dead a few days ago, but now he's jumping around happily. He goes to the G family all day and doesn't even ask about you. He doesn't even think about who saved his life." Yushu thought that she couldn't wait for Miss Shui to completely forget about her. She patted Yu Xiaoxiu's head and jokingly said, "You're still calling him a silly boy. He's a few years older than you. So what? He's an ungrateful bastard." Yu Xiaoxiu was sometimes even more petty than Yushu. He still remembered the day when Shui Wenjia called them to the Drunken Immortal restaurant and humiliated them, making them go home hungry and then getting caught for stealing fish. Yushu laughed and patted him. "All right, hurry up and finish your homework. Keep an eye on Aunt Hui. I'm going out for a while. The lamp oil at home is running out. I'm going to buy some." Yushu took the money and went out. She closed the door behind her. When she turned her face, she saw a piece of dried tree bark. She almost screamed. Her heart skipped a beat and she moved to the side. She patted her chest and rebuked, "Master, don't you know that you'll scare people to death with your face?" Taoist Qing Zheng, who came back 3 days late, glared at his unruly disciple and walked towards the entrance of the alley with his hands clasped behind his back. Yushu hurriedly followed him, thinking over and over again how she had provoked this angry old man. The master and disciple returned to Qing Zheng's courtyard one after the other. As soon as the door closed, Qing Zheng turned his face and became angry. "You did a good job." "What?" Yushu looked confused. Qing Zheng said in a low voice, "Life, death, illness, and old age are all fated. You saved a person who should have died. Do you know you've caused trouble?" Hearing this, Yushu pursed her lips and thought. She asked, "Master, are you talking about Aunt Hui?" "It's the woman who sold wonton noodles." Qing shook his sleeves and walked to the rattan chair in the courtyard and lay down. He knew that the woman didn't have long to live, so he left the Yang on time. He was afraid that with him around, Yushu would stir up trouble. He didn't expect that he would deliberately come back a few days late, but this evil disciple still went against her life. Yushu also understood. She pulled a long face and said in a muffled voice, "Master, you already knew that something would happen to Aunt Hui, didn't you? In fact, in the past few days, Zhao Hui was sometimes good and sometimes bad." She calmed down and used the gate of life and death to make a divination. In the end, she predicted that she would die in the first round and suddenly had a way to live in the second round. She didn't have the ability to predict life and death. At that time, she vaguely felt that Zhao Hui's fate had changed, but she didn't want to think about it. Now that Qing mentioned it, she couldn't even pretend to be ignorant. It turned out that Zhao Hui was supposed to die in this disaster, but because of her, she survived. Qing said angrily, "So what if I knew it long ago? Do you still want to blame me?" "I don't dare." Yushu lowered her head. She was not an unreasonable child in her teens. Qing's attitude was very clear from the beginning. When she was beaten and driven out by the Ji family, she almost lost her life. Didn't he also predict it? He didn't even say hello to her and watched her fall into trouble. He treated her like this, let alone a stranger. She had nothing to complain about, but she didn't think that she was wrong to save people. What else do you not dare to do? You dare to change a person's life. Tell me, what else do you not dare to do? This time, Qing was surprisingly angry. He didn't care that Yushu didn't know in advance that Zhao Hui was supposed to die in this round. Yushu just lowered her head and didn't talk back. In Qing's eyes, this became a silent protest. He immediately sneered. Everyone has their own fate. You can avoid fortune and disaster, but you can't escape life and death. I've told you these words many times, but you've turned a deaf ear. Do you think you did a good deed by trying to save her? Yushu raised her head and said unwillingly, "At least it's better to be alive than dead." As Qing said, she didn't regret it. She only felt lucky. Lucky that Zhao Hui was still alive. For a person who died and was reborn, nothing was more important than being alive. Qing looked at her calm and carefree eyes. He took a deep breath, and his anger gradually subsided. He sighed and took out something from his bosom. He waved his hand and said, "I knew you weren't a peaceful person. Come here." Yushu walked over. Seeing that Qing handed her something, she stretched out her hand to take it. The next moment, there was a black ring in her palm. It wasn't jade, but some kind of metal. "I spent a lot of money to get this thing for you. Wear it. Don't take it off unless your hand is broken." Yushu measured it on her fingers. In the end, she could only put it on her left index finger. Because of Zhao Hui's matter, she didn't feel the joy of receiving a gift. She subconsciously asked, "What is this?" Qing said snappily, "I told you to wear it, so wear it. Why ask so much?" Yushu touched her finger and put it down. "Master, you just said that I got into trouble by saving Aunt Hui. What do you mean by that? Will I have some retribution?" Qing sneered. "Now you know that there will be retribution?" Yushu turned her face away. "If you don't want to say it, then forget it. Anyway, I saved her." Seeing that she didn't repent, Qing didn't have the strength to get angry. He wiped his face and said tiredly, Fine. I'm afraid I owed you in my previous life. This time, I'll help you resolve it. If you do such a thing again in the future, I'll let you suffer. Don't blame me for not warning you." Yushu knew when to stop. Seeing that he softened his tone, she didn't want to be in a deadlock with him. She turned her head and smiled at him. She squatted beside him and pulled his sleeve. "Master, you came back 3 days late. I miss you very much. I've been looking forward to your return every day. I'll come to see you at night. I'll bring you some good wine and food. How about it?" She still needed his help with something. She had to make the old man happy first. Qing still didn't know that it was a sugar-coated bullet. He snorted twice, and his face became better. He waved his hand and said, "I'll wait for a while. You can come back at night. Then, Master, go back to the house and sleep. It's windy outside. Don't catch a cold again." "I'm not that weak." Although he said that, Qing Zheng still sat up with Yushu's help. He went into the house, got on the bamboo bed, and covered himself with a clean quilt. He sniffed the house. There was no smell of dust at all. He turned over with satisfaction and went to meet his friends. At night, the master and disciple sat in the courtyard and drank wine. It was the master who drank wine, and the disciple who obediently poured wine and took food. After 2 cups of warm wine, Qing Zheng felt comfortable. He pointed to the sky and said to Yushu, "Do you see that? The small star in the upper left corner of the big star is called Wangzi. If you can see it, there are no clouds around it. In other words, there's a family nearby that is about to give birth." Yushu didn't bring her notebook today, so she listened to every word. She poured wine and asked casually, "Master, I still remember you told me about the 9 luminaries. Among them, Ketu and Rahu are the 2 most dangerous. If someone's destiny offends Ketu's star, wouldn't it be very dangerous?" Dangerous. Of course it's dangerous. Qing Zheng waved his hand without thinking. Destiny Ketu only appears in the last year of 60 years. There are not many people like this. There are 1 or 2, but they die early and don't live past 1 year. Yushu was secretly shocked. Jing Chun seemed to be 18 years old. If there is such a person who survives and grows up, what should we do? Qing Zheng thought about it, and his expression changed. He said, "If there is really a destiny, when one offends these 2 stars, when he grows up, he will definitely harm one side. Unless what?" Yushu suddenly sat up straight and went forward to grab Qing Zheng's hand. Qing Zheng changed the topic at this critical moment. He squinted at her and said, "Why do you ask?" Yushu hesitated for a moment, then said honestly, "I know such a person. He said that his destiny is to offend Ketu, and anyone who has anything to do with him." "What?" Qing Zheng's expression changed slightly. After listening to the first half of Yushu's sentence, he interrupted her. "Who is that person? Have I seen him before? Where did you know him?" It's a friend. He is also a Taoist. He came down from Mount Longhu." "Master, you haven't seen him before." "Oh, yes, he also gave me a stone called Huang Shuang. No, it's called Block Adversity Stone." If Qing Zheng still had some doubts about whether what that person said to Yushu was true or not, now after listening to her description, he believed it. He immediately pulled a long face and stared at her fiercely. "You stinky girl, why are there these troublesome things around me all day long? You can't let me have a good day." Yushu also knew that she was unlucky. She simply shut up and didn't argue with him. Qing Zheng stretched out his hand and said, "What about the Block Adversity Stone?" Yushu spread out her hand and said, "I lost it." "Qing Zheng." Yushu lowered her head and counted the ants. After calming down, Qing Zheng frowned and thought for a moment and said, "You listen to your master. Don't associate with that person in the future. He is a person from Mount Longhu and has the Block Adversity Stone. There should be someone who used a great ability to help him suppress his luck all these years. Now that he has entered the world, it's probably because his fate has come to an end. If he can't find the person who broke his fate, not only he won't live, but those who help him to change his fate will also die." Yushu's heart thumped. What does Master mean by this? What is the person who broke his fate? If he can't find that person, he will die? Qing Zheng said leisurely, "Do you think you don't need to pay a price to live these years? In the vast sea of people, to find the person who broke his fate is like looking for a needle in the sea. 9 out of 10 people will die, and 1 person will live. How many times have I told you that you can avoid fortune and disaster, but you can't escape life and death?" Fate turns, he nagged for a long time. Seeing that Yushu was in a daze, he knew that she didn't hear him. He stretched out his hand and patted her head hard. He said in a deep voice, "You have to remember what I said. Don't associate with this person again. You have a great..." Qing Zheng puckered his lips and quickly changed his words. "A person with a great future. Moreover, you can't help him. Don't think that he doesn't cause you much trouble now. That's because he has just entered the world, and his luck is still suppressed. After a long time, you'll be unlucky if you get close to him. Do you remember?" Yushu came back to her senses and nodded obediently. "I remember." Qin Zheng originally wanted to persuade her with a lot of words. Seeing that she was so obedient, he couldn't help but feel a little strange. He was worried and confirmed. "Do you really remember?" Yushu blinked her eyes and said, "I really remember." "Umph, it's good that you remember." Chapter 85. Daoist Qin Zheng's tolerance for alcohol wasn't very good. After drinking half a pot, he was already drunk. Yushu originally wanted to ask him about his dog shit life, but she could only give up after seeing his reaction. She helped him into the room and laid him down. She boiled water for him to clean his hands and face, then put the leftovers into the basket and took them back to wash. Yu Xiaoxiu has been sleeping at Zhao Hui's house recently. Yushu spends 2 taels of silver to buy a wooden bed in the East Square and puts it in the dining room. Yu Xiaoxiu originally wanted to live with Yushu. Now that he has a place to sleep, he is even more reluctant to go back to the Ji family. He keeps Aunt Lu a secret from the Ji family. As for Aunt Shui, she simply leaves them alone. She doesn't even think to visit them once every 10 days or half a month. She says that Yushu was kicked out 2 months ago. After hearing from Yu Xiaoxiu that Yushu has a place to live, she only gives her 50 taels of silver and doesn't care about her anymore. Yushu has no feelings for this mother, so she doesn't feel sad. Only Yu Xiaoxiu is angry. Because Aunt Shui left Yushu to die twice and let her be beaten and punished, he secretly feels a little dissatisfied with his mother's coldness. He hides it in his heart and doesn't tell Yushu. The next morning, as soon as Yushu lights the stove to boil the medicine, Fangji comes with bad news. Zhao Hui's prescription contains several rare medicinal materials, but several shops in the city have run out of stock. Fangji finds a friend and barely manages to get 3 days' supply, which is far from a month's supply. If it is not enough, Zhao Hui will have to stop taking the medicine. Yushu is worried. Fangji hesitantly gives her an idea. "In fact, you work under the manager of the Taiheng Chamber of Commerce. Can you talk to him and ask him to help you?" In a big chamber of commerce like Tian, the famous pharmacists usually have a private stock of medicinal materials every year. Fangji suggests this because he has some confidence. On that day, Yushu, who is still a child, can take out 500 taels of silver in one go, so she should have some connections in Tian. It should not be too difficult to ask for a favor. Yushu doesn't think so. In the Taiheng Chamber of Commerce, she only knows one manager, Pei Jing. She can be regarded as his apprentice. If she asks for a favor, it is hard to say whether he will do her a favor or not. However, she has to try. She can't let Zhao Hui stop taking the medicine. "Okay, I'll go and ask." Fangji then gave her the list of medicines that she had prepared. Times that morning, Yushu put down her work and ran to the main Tian Chamber of Commerce behind Wanxiang Street. At noon, she met Pei Jing and told him about the situation. Pei Jing did not immediately agree and asked her to take a look at the medicine list. As soon as he took a look, he was shocked. "These medicinal herbs are not cheap. Is your aunt really that sick?" He made a rough calculation and estimated that this list would cost at least 200 taels. "Yes." Yushu awkwardly clasped her hands and begged. "I only have one elder. In the future, I want to be filial to her. Mr. Pei, can you help me find these medicinal materials? I have borrowed money. Is this enough?" Seeing Yushu take out a few banknotes from her bosom, Pei Jing was surprised and asked, "Where did you borrow so much money? Did you borrow it from your brother with a different surname?" Pei Jing was talking about Chao Zixin. Yushu was afraid that she would not be able to explain clearly, so she simply nodded her head. Pei Jing thought for a moment and said, "You don't have to worry about the medicinal materials. Leave it to me." When he said this, he was not boasting. The position of the deputy manager of the Tai Chamber of Commerce was not for nothing. These medicinal materials were rare and precious, but once he asked, the merchants in the chamber would rush to send them over. However, he did not do this favor for free. A good merchant would always pay attention to long-term benefits. From this matter, Pei Jing could see that Yushu was a person who knew how to repay kindness. So, he was happy to do this favor for her. Moreover, the day before yesterday, when he was at the Kong family's hall, Mr. Kong reminded him to make more good karma in the near future. Yushu was overjoyed. She bowed to Pei Jing and said gratefully, "Thank you, Mr. Pei, for helping me." Pei Jing sighed and stretched out his hand to help her up. "It's really hard for a child like you to take care of all these. Get up quickly. Come back tomorrow afternoon." Times after leaving Pei Jing's place, Yushu first went to the hall and sat for half an hour. She copied a few pages. When she came back, she specially went to the medical hall to tell He Fangji the good news. This made He Fangji believe that Yushu had connections in the Tai Chamber of Commerce and was not a useless soldier in the Dragon Palace. After dinner, Yushu went to Lin Xiang. Qing Zheng was sitting in the courtyard meditating. He heard the door open, but there was no movement. Yushu went into the house and lit an oil lamp. When she came out, she squatted down in front of Qing Zheng. She shook a piece of paper with one hand and held the lamp with the other. "Master, this is my horoscope. Please take a look." It was strange that the best way to learn was to test one's horoscope. But since Yushu had been apprenticed to him for so long, Qing Zheng has never asked about her horoscope, let alone read her fortune. Because Yushu had transmigrated here, she had never regarded the birth date of the previous owner of this body as her own. But with so many things happening recently, she couldn't help but suspect that she was carrying bad luck, so she began to plan. She originally wanted to use Yu Jing's birthday as a test, but unfortunately, she only remembered her birthday according to the solar calendar and not the lunar calendar, not to mention the exact hour. Moreover, she did not know the difference between the Dun calendar and the lunar calendar. She could only be blinded and had no way of knowing. Qing Zheng closed his eyes and said, "Why do you need to look at the horoscope?" Yushu said, "A few days ago, there was a 3 purities meeting in the city. Aunt Hui took my horoscope to a teacher, and he said that I have a dog sh*t life." Speaking of this dog sh*t life, Yushu had a stomach full of complaints. She had also compared this horoscope and calculated it herself. It was indeed very cheap. She really did not want to accept her fate and hoped that Qing Zheng could clear her name. Qing Zheng then opened his eyes and took the horoscope. Without using anything, he pinched his fingers, and under Yushu's expectant gaze, he said, "I did not calculate wrongly. This is a dog sh*t life." It was rare to see Yushu being defeated. Qing Zheng held back his laughter and put on a straight face. He said in a bad mood, "If you really have a dog sh*t life, will your teacher accept you?" Yushu scratched her head. "Then why did you say that I have a dog sh*t life?" Qing Zheng said, "This horoscope is dog sh*t life." Yushu was confused. "Teacher, what do you mean?" Qing Zheng raised his hand and lit the piece of paper under the oil lamp. In the blink of an eye, it was burned to ashes. He said, "This is not your horoscope." Hearing Qing Zheng's words, Yushu's heart skipped a beat. She thought that he had seen through her reincarnation, but Qing Zheng's next words made her calm down. In this world, there are a few people who are not born with horoscope. You are one of them. Horoscope is useless to you and can't calculate anything. You don't need to look at it in the future. Yushu had a guilty conscience. Hearing Qing Zheng's perfunctory explanation, she didn't ask further. She directly changed the topic. "If my horoscope is useless, how can I predict good or bad luck for myself?" Yushu said she was worried, but she didn't care so much in her heart. Although her time of calamity rule was based on her birth date, she didn't know anything for more than 20 years in her previous life. She just went on with her life, just a little depressed. Qing Zheng said, "Who told you that to predict good or bad luck, there's only one horoscope?" Yushu's eyes lit up. "Is there anything else?" "Humph." Hearing Qing Zheng snort, Yushu knew that there was something. She immediately shook his arm and said, "Teacher, I know that you are capable and know a lot. What else do you have? Teach me." Qing Zheng was comforted by her begging, so he let out a sigh of relief. "Haven't I already given it to you?" Yushu stopped moving and asked suspiciously, "Did I? When did you teach me?" Qing Zheng squinted his eyes. Previously, he didn't explain some things to Yushu clearly because he wanted to test her character. Now that he was satisfied with this apprentice, he didn't want to hide it from her anymore. "Why do you think I ask you to guess chess pieces every day?" Yushu thought for a while and said the most reliable one. To train my patience? As soon as she said that, she was hit. I'm not a monk chanting scriptures. Why do I need to be patient? Qing Zheng retracted his hand and rummaged through his sleeves. He took out 3 copper coins, tossed them in his palm, and spread them out for her to see. Not everyone can calculate the 6 lines hexagram. Your body is stiff, and your 8 characters are not in harmony. Previously, I asked you to guess the chess pieces because I wanted to test your spirituality so that you could reach the threshold of learning the 6 lines hexagram. After a while, I will teach you how to break the 6 lines hexagram and solve your 8 characters problem. Yushu suddenly understood. She finally knew that she didn't work so hard for so long in vain. It turned out that Qing Zheng had already planned everything and arranged everything properly. He even calculated her horoscope. This made her sigh with emotion, but she couldn't help but worry. Since Qing Zheng taught her so carefully, the thing he asked her to find might not be as easy as she thought. Suppressing her thoughts, Yushu curiously pinched the copper coins in his palm and found that they were ordinary copper coins. She asked with a strange expression, "What can you calculate with this thing?" Qing Zheng said, "It can calculate recent events, major events, questions, and changes. If you can do it well, you can guess 5 or 6 things." Yushu was disappointed and put the money back in his hand. "Only then can you get a general idea. Do you want to know how accurate it is?" Qing Zheng stared at his apprentice who didn't know what was good for her. "This is already the best, Yushu. Horoscope has its advantages, and the 6 lines hexagram has its ability. Why? Don't you want to learn it?" Yushu hurriedly said, "Of course I want to learn it." She was not stupid. What Qing Zheng taught her was good stuff. Although this small copper coin was not as accurate as her calculation method, it was very convenient to carry it around. Moreover, her horoscope was not accurate. Learning this could make up for it. Otherwise, she would have to calculate the fortune of others all day long. She didn't know if she would step on dog shit when she went out. Let me make it clear to you first. Your physique is poor and your spirituality is not enough. Even if you learn the 6 lines hexagram in the future, you can only calculate it for yourself. It is not accurate to use it on others. Don't use it to show off in the future. Don't say that I didn't warn you when you come back and embarrass yourself. Chapter 86. The Matter of Medicinal Herbs. Because of Pei Jing's help, Zhao Hui's condition was still fluctuating. Yushu was afraid that it would affect her condition, so she did not mention the day she was injured. Unexpectedly, after breakfast that morning, Yu Xiaoxiu went to school. Zhao Hui was in better spirits and took the initiative to talk to her about it. "Xiaoyu, come and sit. I have something to say to you." Yushu was about to revise what Qing Zheng had taught her yesterday and study her law of time of calamity. When she heard Zhao Hui calling her lightly, she pressed the paper down and sat down by her bed. Zhao Hui moved her hand and wanted to move her body. Yushu quickly held her hand and leaned forward to protect her head with one hand. "Don't move. It's okay." Zhao Hui squeezed her hand and smiled weakly. Then, her face darkened. "Good child. It's Aunt Hui who dragged you down." Yushu smiled and said, "You said that yourself. I don't think Aunt Hui dragged me down." Zhao Hui held her hand tightly and said bitterly, "I'm a person with a bitter life. I should have let go and left early, but I've been unwilling all these years. I only want to live so that those who want me to die can't." Yushu's smile faded and she said softly, "Aunt Hui, what are you saying?" Yushu's eyelids twitched. She knew that Zhao Hui was going to make it clear to her. She was really curious, but she was afraid that her body would not be able to take it. She advised, "Aunt Hui, I'll go boil the medicine for you. Take the medicine and rest. If there's anything you want to say, tell me when you're better." Zhao Hui acted as if she did not hear what she said and continued, "I was originally the daughter of a merchant from Yenzhou. My family opened a few restaurants and tea houses. My family was well off. My parents passed away when I was young. Before they died, they arranged a marriage for me. It was a merchant in Yang City. As soon as my parents passed away, the housekeeper sold all our belongings and informed my husband's family to bring me to Yang. I was in mourning at that time, so I couldn't get married, so I stayed at his guest house. I sent the dowry to his house, but in less than 3 years, my fiancée died of a sudden illness. Zhao Hui's story was not long. Yushu saw that she was not emotional, so she listened quietly. Zhao Huang closed his eyes and tried to recall again, but there was no more anger, only coldness. My fiancé was an old man. He had an elder sister and a younger sister. Brother-in-law married into the family. Because his parents were old, the eldest sister took care of the household. I heard that when my fiancé passed away, he had already been buried for 7 days. Yushu frowned. She knew that there was something strange about this. An orphan girl was waiting to be married. This family had already received the dowry. The man died of sudden illness, and they only informed the family after he was buried. What kind of intention was this? Zhao Hui paused and adjusted her breathing. Her voice became slightly deeper. My mother taught me the 3 obediences and 4 virtues since I was young. A woman values chastity. Although I did not marry him, the engagement was still there. I would not regret it. I accepted my fate as a ghost marriage with him. But who knew that his eldest sister would hastily write a divorce letter to me? First, I was not married to him. Second, I did not violate morality. They could have annulled the engagement, but they sent the divorce letter and listed some groundless charges against me. Dun Dynasty. The engagement between a man and a woman can be annulled before they are married. If they are married, they can divorce or divorce. Annulling the engagement is the same as divorce. The woman can take away all the dowry. But if she violated morality and was divorced, she would not be able to get a single dowry. Zhao Hui was obviously unmarried. The man died of a sudden illness. But that family wanted to send the divorce letter. It was obvious that they were thinking of ways to covet her dowry. When Yushu heard this, she could already imagine what would happen next. Sure enough, Zhao Hui laughed bitterly and said, "They gave me the divorce letter and withheld my dowry. How could I agree? Those things were left behind by my parents when they died of old age. If it was really taken by these ambitious people, even if I died, I would not have the face to face my parents. So I went to ask for an explanation, but I was chased out by them. I had no way out. I went to the officials." Zhao Hui let out a sigh. In the court, they took the E-Hall's report and said that my appearance was harsh, that my parents died, and that my 8 characters were not in line. They wrongly accused me of sending a fake Bayou when I arranged the marriage. My fiancé was also concealed by my family and was killed by my fate. The county magistrate at that time accepted their bribe and convicted me of cheating the marriage. He beat me with a wooden plank and imprisoned me for half a year. Later, when I got out of prison, I found my former manager and begged for some spare change. I pawned everything that could be pawned. I hid in the east of the city and set up a stall to do small business. Yushu looked at the bitterness on Zhao Hui's face and did not want her to continue. But this time, Zhao Hui had made up her mind to spit it out. She changed her tone and said angrily, "After all these years, they probably thought that I was dead. That day that bumped into me on the street and recognized me. My unmarried sister-in-law is very powerful. Because her greedy older sister hid it from her, she always thought that I was the jinx who killed her older brother. So she insulted me on the street. She brought her husband and a servant to smash my stall and ruin my business. I fought with them for a bit, but they cruelly pushed me into the stove. I managed to avoid the fire, but I couldn't avoid the iron horn, so I fainted." Yushu's face sank. She finally knew what happened to Zhao Hui that day. It was not like what the 2 men and 1 woman said. It was not that Zhao Hui stabbed them with a knife and knocked herself down. Instead, she was pushed by them and was seriously injured and almost died. They really had the face to distort the truth in public and treat human life like grass. This matter cannot be let go like this. When Zhao Hui recovers, she will go and find out more about it. In the future, she must help her vent her anger. Seeing Yushu's expression, Zhao Hui sighed and begged. She patted her hand and called her attention. "Xiao Yu, I said this to you not to make you angry with me. I just want you to know that you can't take care of me so carelessly. I know that you are a good child who values friendship. I am grateful to you for taking you in at that time. However, I am not your parent. and I am not related to you by blood. You don't have to work hard for me, but you still did it for me." Zhao Hui blinked and couldn't hold back her tears, rolling down her sallow cheeks. "Aunt Huai is not married and has no children. That day, I let you live with me because I have a selfish intention. I secretly think that you are a daughter and secretly feel happy. I don't know how long I can live. If I die one day, Aunt Huai shamelessly asks you to be filial, bury me, and fulfill my wish of many years. This small courtyard will be left to you. The land deed is under this bed." When Yushu heard this, she suddenly realized that Zhao Hui was not telling her a story. She was clearly making arrangements for her funeral. "Aunt Huai." Yushu wanted to laugh and cry at the same time. She held Zhao Hui's hand and leaned down. She gently leaned on her and whispered, "You are a good person. Good people always have good karma. If you don't believe in Dr. He, then believe in me. Don't you know that I am learning? I have calculated for you. You will suffer in your early years and have good fortune in your middle years. You will be able to talk until you are 89 and enjoy your old age." This was the first time Yushu had a strong desire to learn Yi. She hoped that one day she could be like Taoist Qing Zheng, who could determine life and death, judge fortune and misfortune, and not let anyone around her suffer misfortune. Zhao Hui listened to Yushu's words. Although she knew that she was comforting her, she couldn't help but be moved. If this child's words were true, how great would that be? She also didn't want to die. In the past few years, she had lived with bitterness. This time, she was able to keep her life. She had let go of those things that she should let go of. There was no longing. She still wanted to live and talk well. Zhao Hui slowly placed her hand on Yushu's head and sniffed. "Aunt Huai believes you." She didn't know if Yushu's comfort worked that day. Zhao Hui's mood improved, and her condition improved day by day. Every day, Yushu would test her and use Xiaoxiu's horoscope. She spent 5 taels of silver to pick 3 jade beads in the jewelry alley of Changmenpu Street. When she came back, she asked Qing Zheng for a set of feng shui array to ensure their safety. She used rainwater to nourish these 3 ordinary jade stones. Every morning, Yushu would take some time to go to the Kong family shop to copy books for 2 hours. At noon, she would go home to cook. In the afternoon, she would accompany Yu Xiaoxiu to do his homework. He would do his homework, and she would check on his law of calamity. Yu Xiaoxiu did not understand what she was writing, and thought that she was entertaining herself. As for Zhao Hui, whenever she felt unwell, one of the siblings would run to the medical center to invite Dr. He. Their days were tight, but Yu Xiaoxiu felt that it was many times better to have someone to accompany him than to eat for free in the courtyard. At night, she would learn Yi from Qing Zheng. When the moon was high in the sky, she would go home to sleep. After a few days, Yu Xiaoxiu finally couldn't stand it anymore. One night, Yushu used the excuse of buying salt to sneak out to look for Qing Zheng. She was stopped by him. "Sister, there's enough salt in the kitchen until the end of the year. Can you lie to me with another excuse?" Yushu blushed, coughed, and said with a straight face, "I was wrong. I'm out of noodles. I'm going out to buy some." Yu Xiaoxiu said, "There's a lot of noodles too. I checked the kitchen when I was washing the dishes." Yushu said awkwardly, "Then I'll go out for a walk to get some fresh air." Children nowadays were getting harder and harder to coax. "If you want to get some fresh air, you can do it in the courtyard. Why are you going out at night? You're a girl. Don't you know how to be afraid walking on the road at night? The area around Changmenpa Market is chaotic. I heard from Auntie who that this alley was robbed a while ago. The thieves all climbed into the courtyard. If there are thieves, there will be robbers. It's so dark outside. If you meet a bad guy, no one will help you even if you call for help." It was only recently that Yushu discovered that Yu Xiaoxiu was very talkative despite his young age. When he started talking nonsense, it would take a person's life. After enduring for a while, she couldn't bear it anymore. She reached out and placed her hand on his shoulder. She turned around and pushed him toward the corner of the courtyard. "Xiaoxiu, I'll tell you the truth. Haven't you always been curious about how fast I learn?" Yu Xiaoxiu looked up. "Why?" Yushu took a deep breath. She covered her mouth and whispered mysteriously, "You have to keep it a secret. You can't tell a third person." I know a master. He's very good at it. I go out every night to learn from him. I didn't tell you because the master has a strange temper. He doesn't allow me to tell others about him. There were no lanterns in the courtyard. The moon above their heads covered half of the sky. The siblings couldn't see each other's expressions. Chapter 87. In the blink of an eye, it was May. Yushu woke up early in the morning. She washed the rice, put in the pot, and started to decoct the medicine. After half an hour, she poured the medicine into a bowl and brought it into the house. Yu Xiaoxiu was already awake. He was sitting on a wooden bed in the central room, yawning and putting on his clothes. Yushu took a few more glances at him. Seeing that he didn't have any special reaction, she couldn't help but feel puzzled. Today was Yu Xiaoxiu's birthday. A while ago, Zita had specially asked about his and Zhao Hui's horoscope. After paying attention to it, she took note of it and thought that this child would mention it to her. She shook her head and went back to the house to help Zhao Hui drink the medicine. After that, she helped her urinate in the house and took the urinal out to empty it. "Sister, do you want porridge in the morning?" Yu Xiaoxiu came out from the kitchen. Yushu squatted beside the water tank and rinsed her mouth. After spitting out the water, she turned back and said, "That is for Aunt Hui. Let's go out to eat in the morning. Quickly go and comb your hair." "Will Aunt Hu take care of Aunt Hui later?" "Yes, I told her yesterday." After the siblings finished tidying up, Auntie who lived next door, arrived and they went out together. When they reached the door, Yushu first took 2 steps forward, pushed the wooden door across from her, and knocked on the knocker. She waited for a while, but no one answered. Yu Xiaoxiu said, "It has been a month, but Brother Chao still hasn't come back." Yushu looked at the closed door in front of her and felt a little disappointed. Chao Zixin said that he went to visit the grave and hasn't come back yet. As time passed, she became worried. Did something happen to him in his hometown? Every morning, she would go to his house and knock on his door. "Let's go. Brother Chao's shop is still there. He will come back." After exiting the alley, they turned west. After walking for a while, they saw a place selling breakfast. Yushu chose a place that sold sesame paste. The siblings each had a bowl and ate 4 chives, not dumplings. After spending 15 copper coins, he paid the bill. "Sis, I'm leaving." Yu Xiaoxiu tugged at the strap of his bag and turned around. Yushu stopped him. "It's still early. I'll take you there." Yu Xiaoxiu smiled. "All right." The two of them passed through the alley. When they were not far from the Sanju study house, Yushu suddenly put her hand on Yu Xiaoxiu's shoulder and pulled him behind a tree. She asked suspiciously, "Xiaoxiu, today is your birthday, don't you know?" "Yu Xiaoxiu, I know why." Yushu suddenly didn't know what to say. This child really didn't take it seriously. If she hadn't seen Shui Wenji's birthday party, she would have thought that people in ancient times didn't care about such things. "Sis?" Yu Xiaoxiu tugged at Yushu in confusion. He didn't know why Tata suddenly brought up his birthday. In his mind, he had never thought about celebrating his birthday. In the past, Aunt Lu would at most make him a bowl of noodles on this day. Now that his sister was capable, he had been living a good life. He drank soup and ate meat every day. He didn't care if he didn't have a bowl of noodles to eat. Yushu sighed and put her arms around his neck. "Xiaoxiu, do you want to play truant today?" "What?" They were already at the entrance of the private school. Was she asking him to play truant? "Play truant. I'll take you out to play today." Yushu coaxed. Yu Xiaoxiu was indeed moved. He touched his head. Yu Xiaoxiu was indeed moved. He touched his head. "I didn't go for a few days last month. If I play truant again, Master will punish me tomorrow." Yushu had a plan. "You go in first. When Master comes, pretend to have a stomachache and ask for leave to go home. I'll wait for you outside." It was right for children to be obedient, but it was not fun to be too stiff. An 11-year-old boy should be mischievous. Yu Xiaoxiu didn't have any of that. He was bored all day like an old man. This really made Yushu feel relieved and sad at the same time. "What? Hurry up and go in. Make it look real." Yushu pushed Yu Xiaoxiu out and watched him follow the children into the study room. Then she turned around and leaned against the tree, shaking her toes and waiting for him. About the time it took to eat a meal, Yushu saw Yu Xiaoxiu come out from inside. However, there was someone beside him who was holding him. Yushu took a closer look. Hey, isn't that Miss Shui in a pink dress? As soon as Yu Xiaoxiu went out, he pushed Shui Wenjia's hand away. His face was still red from lying. It's okay. I'll go back by myself. You go to class. Shui Wenjia held him again. No, Master said to send you back. Yu Xiaoxiu didn't like him very much. Just now, he pretended to have a stomachache, and Master wanted him to go home. But this person insisted on seeing him off. Seeing Yushu walking towards him from the other side of the road, Yu Xiaoxiu was even more impatient to deal with him. He shook off his hand and said with a fierce face, I said it's okay. You're so annoying. Who wants you to send me back? Don't flatter yourself. Shui Wenjia didn't have time to get angry when he heard this because he also saw Yushu, who was dressed like a boy, walking towards him. Before he could smile, he quickly stopped and greeted Yushu. Maosu, you came at the right time. Your brother is not feeling well. I was going to send him back. Shui Wenjia held him again. No, Master said to send you back. Yu Xiaoxiu didn't like him very much. Just now, he pretended to have a stomachache, and Master wanted him to go home. But this person insisted on seeing him off. Seeing Yushu walking towards him from the other side of the road, Yu Xiaoxiu was even more impatient to deal with him. He shook off his hand and said with a fierce face, I said it's okay. You're so annoying. But I want you to send me back. Don't flatter yourself. When Shui Wenjia heard this, he didn't have time to turn hostile because he also saw Yushu, who was dressed like a boy, walking over. The corners of his mouth curled up, but before he could smile, he quickly retracted it. He pretended to not care and greeted Yushu. Maosu, you came at the right time. Your younger brother isn't feeling well, so I was just about to send him back. Yushu saw Yu Xiaoxiu's black face. She faked a smile at Shui Wenjia and reached out to ask Yu Xiaoxiu to come over. No need. I'm here. Xiaoxiu, let's go. Yushu pulled Yu Xiaoxiu and turned to leave. After a few steps, she found that Shui Wenjia was following them. She stopped and turned her head to ask, What's the matter? Shui Wenjia looked to the side and said, Well, my grandfather sent me a horse from the capital city. Tomorrow afternoon, they will go to my uncle's house to play. Since you have nothing to do all day, why don't you come with us? I don't have time, Yushu said and left with Yu Xiaoxiu, who was rolling his eyes. Shui Wenjia was left on the side of the road. When the two of them disappeared, he realized that his invitation was rejected. He was so angry that his face turned green. Do you think I want to invite you? You ungrateful mouse. Yushu said that she was going to take Yu Xiaoxiu out to play, but in fact, she was taking him around the market of Changmenpu. First, they went to a ready-made clothing store. Yushu stood in front of the counter and picked out clothes. Yu Xiaoxiu followed her cautiously. He originally thought that she wanted to buy clothes herself, but when he saw that she chatted with the shopkeeper and pulled him out to compare, he knew what she was up to. While the shopkeeper was rummaging in the shelves, he pulled Yushu's sleeve and whispered, Sister, I don't want to buy clothes. I have clothes. Yushu touched the soft material on the counter and said, All of your clothes are torn and patched. She had 2 sets of clothes to support herself. Yu Xiaoxiu's 2 or 3 sets of clothes were like a study companion when he went to the Sanju study room. Just now at the gate of the private school, he stood with Shui Wenjia. Those who didn't know would think that they were the young master and the servant. Yu Xiaoxiu looked good. If he dressed well, he wouldn't be worse than those luxurious things. He was not the young master of the Ji family, but the only child of the Yu family. I can still wear them. Yu Xiaoxiu reached out to cover the 2 newly sewn holes on the hem of the clothes. He looked up at the colorful and beautiful materials on the shelf, lowered his head awkwardly, and protested in a low voice, Don't spend money recklessly. Aunt Huai needs to take medicine when she is sick. He was such a good child. Yushu patted his shoulder and said in a low voice, Stand up straight. You're a man, so don't lower your head no matter where you go. We don't owe anyone anything. Older sister has enough money to use, so I won't spend too much. It's more than enough to buy a few things for you. Yu Xiaoxiu straightened his back and saw Yushu take out a money pouch from her sleeve. She opened it and dug in with 2 fingers. She shook out a banknote and placed it in front of him. When he saw the number on it, Yu Xiaoxiu was immediately dumbfounded. He swallowed hard and trembled as he said, older sister, where did you get the money from? The number on the banknote was written in black and white with a red stamp. It was 50 taels. How much paper, lamp oil, and steam buns could one buy with 50 taels? Was it enough to fill a whole room? Yu Xiaoxiu's mind was dizzy as he calculated. He heard Yu Shu snort lightly and move closer to his ear and proudly said, I didn't steal it or rob it. I earned it fair and square. Now you can rest assured. Today is your birthday, so if you want anything, just tell older sister. Thanks to Pei Jing, she was able to buy the medicine that was 20% more expensive on the market at a 20% lower price. She saved 50 to 60 taels of silver and left 80 taels of silver for Zhao Hui's recuperation and meals. She had hoped to start a business with this sum of money. However, she was so busy all day long that she couldn't spare any time. Besides, money couldn't lay eggs if it was just left there, so she might as well squander it with her men. Zhao Hui's condition improved, which made Yu Shu's tense mood relax for a month. However, the pressure was still there. It was a good time to spend money to relieve the pressure. After all, it was her own younger brother. No matter how much she spent, she wouldn't feel bad. In the following period of time, because Yu Xiaoxiu was shocked by the 50 taels of silver, Yu Shu ordered him to go to the back of the shop to change into a few sets of clothes. The shopkeeper was very kind and didn't pick on customers. When he saw that the two brothers weren't dressed well, but their clothes were clean, and that the older brother was very generous with his words, he treated them well. In any case, there weren't any customers in the morning, so he treated them well. Yu Xiaoxiu went in to change again. When he came out, Yu Shu was chatting with the innkeeper. When she saw him, her eyes lit up. She grinned and nodded. Good. You look good this way. Yu Xiaoxiu's face was a little red. He stood awkwardly in front of the bronze mirror. When he saw Yu Shu looking at him, he straightened his back. His hair was tightly tied up by the tailor and neatly tied with a few circles of silk ribbons. He was wearing a round-neck silk robe that fit his slim waist and covered his knees. The lower half of his snow-white lantern pants was exposed, and the other end was tightly tucked into the black boots that he had temporarily changed into. He looked very spirited. During this period of time, when Yu Xiaoxiu was recuperating with Zhao Hui, Yu Shu fed him a lot of oil. His face was rounder and his skin whiter. His eyes were big, and his facial features were delicate. He was gentle and quiet, so people always thought he was easy to bully. Clothes make the man, and horses make the saddle make the man. With this set of clothes, anyone would think he was a young master from a scholarly family. Young master is born handsome, so you should dress like this. Seeing this, the shopkeeper changed his words. After asking the tailor if the length was suitable, he said to Yu Shu, Young master, what do you think? I'll take this outfit. I'll also take a good belt and those boots. Yu Shu said straightforwardly. Just now, she had chatted with the shopkeeper. This set of clothes cost about 2 taels of silver, which wasn't too expensive. Yu Xiaoxiu's eyes widened. What? You don't like this set of clothes? Do you like the other set? Yu Shu turned her head to the shopkeeper and said, Then give me the other 2 sets as well. I'll pay for them together with this set of clothes. Okay, the shopkeeper replied with a smile. That's a total of 3 taels. Yu Xiaoxiu was dumbfounded. Seeing Yu Shu's playful eyes, he hurriedly said, Just this set of clothes is fine. Just this set of clothes. I like it very much. Yu Shu chuckled. She took out a heavy silver ingot from her bosom and put on the counter. She said to the shopkeeper, Then I'll take this set of clothes. Also, according to the tailor's figure, make me 2 sets of inner clothes. I'll come back in a few days to collect them. The shopkeeper looked at the silver ingot in his hand and said with a smile, Young master, are you not going to see if there is anything that suits you? Yu Shu shook her head. Another day. Seeing this, the shopkeeper tactfully stopped promoting and opened the shop early in the morning. This was a good sign. Although Yu Shu only took a set of clothes in the end, the satin of the inner clothes was not cheap. Chapter 88. After shopping for a whole morning, Yu Xiaoxiu barely got used to his new clothes. Yushu bought him a brand new set of writing brushes and inkstones, a looper that could be disassembled, an abacus, and a slingshot. The two of them had lunch at Zuatian restaurant. They picked a table on the first floor and sat down. Yushu called the waiter and ordered the dishes casually. Yu Xiaoxiu carefully put the bags on the table and sat down obediently. His eyes were full of joy, and he looked more childish than usual. The waiter looked at him a few more times and muttered to himself that they were a strong slave, but a weak master. A manservant even climbed over the young master's head. It was the first time for Yu Xiaoxiu to eat in such a place. He was cautious and didn't dare to look around until the waiter served the dishes. He took the opportunity to look around and whispered, "Sister, why is someone looking at us?" Yushu looked at Yu Xiaoxiu, who looked like a young master, and naturally wouldn't tell him the truth. She touched the neckline of her linen robe, picked up a piece of duck leg with chopsticks, and put it in his bowl. She said, "No one is looking at us. Eat quickly. Don't want to go back to the G family to see Aunt Lu later?" As a result, the two of them almost couldn't hold their belts. Yushu called the waiter to pay the bill. She ignored the strange eyes of the next table and pulled Yu Xiaoxiu away. On the way, she bought 2 caddies of streaky pork and sent him to the back door of the G family. She adjusted his belt and said, "Go. Send my regards to Aunt Lu. I'll wait for you here." Yushu was a little scared of the back door of the G family. She was beaten and thrown out that day, so she was very cautious when it came to the G family. She even guarded against the back door and didn't want to sneak in. "I'll be out in a moment." Yu Xiaoxiu was afraid that the meat would dirty his new clothes, so he raised his hands high and went in through the back door. The guard at the door stared at the siblings as they spoke, then turned his head to watch Yu Xiaoxiu go in and walk away. When he turned his head back, the other person was gone. Yushu squatted behind an elm tree on the opposite side of the road, yawned, took out 3 copper coins from her waist, shook them in the palm of her hand, blew on them, and threw them on the ground. Looking at the diagrams, she raised her head and thought about the sentence taught by Qin Zhong. Her eyelids twitched, she picked up the coins, bowed her head and spat. "You're not allowed again. I'm asking about the road to wealth. What kind of bullshit marriage are you showing me?" Times, when Aunt Lu saw the brand new Yu Xiaoxiu, she was naturally very happy. She rubbed her hands and circled around him while clicking her tongue. She reached out to touch the material of his clothes and asked in surprise, "Who bought these clothes for young master?" Yu Xiaoxiu nodded his head and felt embarrassed under her gaze. "Elder sister." Aunt Lu was stunned. "Miss, where did you get the money?" Yu Xiaoxiu was about to speak, but he remembered that Yushu told him not to tell others about her working in the Tai Hung Chamber of Commerce. So he held back and said in Yushu's tone, "Anyway, I didn't steal it." As he said this, he handed a big piece of meat in his hand to Aunt Lu and took out a few pieces of silver from his belt. "This is for you." Elder sister said that it's not convenient for her to come in and see Aunt Lu, so she told you to eat better. Also, take this money and spend it. Hearing this, Aunt Lu's eyes became sour and she choked. It's hard for Miss to still remember this servant, but this servant can't help at all. At that time, I could only watch as she was driven out. Yu Xiaoxiu didn't know how to coax people, so he anxiously watched her wipe her tears. In the end, he still took the meat money. "Little young master, wait a moment. This servant bought 2 pairs of shoe cushions for Miss when I was free. Her toes are soft, so she always rubbed her feet when she wore shoes. Please take them to her." Yu Xiaoxiu also knew that Yushu had this small problem, so he nodded and waited for her to go into the room to get it. When she saw the back of Yu Xiaoxiu, she knew that he was the young master of the family at that time. Her footsteps slowed down, and she respectfully walked over to see which young master it was before greeting him. However, she didn't expect that she would be dazzled when she went around to the side to take a look. Young master you?" Yu Xiaoxiu turned his head and saw that it was Aunt Shui's maidservant, Qiao Sui. He faintly said, and he didn't like her. Previously, when Yushu was driven out of the Ji family, she was the one who tricked him into going to Little West Pavilion to be locked up by his mother. Qiao Sui covered her small mouth and looked up and down at Yu Xiaoxiu. She was surprised for a moment before she remembered what she wanted to do. She reached out to pull his sleeve. "Yin Yang is looking for you. Quickly come with me." Yu Xiaoxiu frowned. Why is she looking for me? He and his mother basically only saw each other once every month on the 15th day of the family banquet. At other times, she rarely thought of him as her son. Xiao Sui shook her head. I don't know. She seems to be in a hurry. Young master, Yin Yang is looking for you. You should go and take a look. Aunt Lu came out of the room with a cloth bag in her hand. Yu Xiaoxiu looked down at the clothes on his body. He was still hesitating when Xiao Sui impatiently pulled him away. Quickly go. Yin Yang is waiting. If we're late, she'll scold this servant again. Don't pull me. I'll walk by myself. Yu Xiaoxiu shook her off and unhappily pulled at his sleeve that was wrinkled. Times, Aunt Shui sat on the couch with her legs bent. She fiddled with her handkerchief as she looked at her son, who seemed to have changed into a different person. She pursed her lips and frowned. Where did you get new clothes? Yu Xiaoxiu looked down at his toes. My older sister bought them for me. Your older sister? Aunt Shui's face was stiff. Where did she get the money to buy clothes for you? Yu Xiaoxiu didn't say anything. He subconsciously didn't want his mother to know that his sister was too troublesome. Anyway, he didn't care about his sister, so there was no point in knowing so much. Why aren't you saying anything? Aunt Shui tugged at her handkerchief. After waiting for a long time for Yu Xiaoxiu to speak, she lost her patience. Forget it. Don't you know where your sister lives now? Go find her now and bring her to me. Yu Xiaoxiu looked up, his eyes a little guarded. Why are you looking for her? Aunt Shui pursed her lips and thought of something. She couldn't hide the joy in her eyes, and her voice rose a few pitches. Anyway, it's a good thing. Go find her and bring her back. Yu Xiaoxiu said, Didn't the Ji family drive her away? If you let her come back and third master finds out. What if I find out? A low laugh came from behind, and Yu Xiaoxiu's hair stood on end. He turned his head and heard Aunt Shui call out, Master, in a sweet voice. His slightly plump stepfather smiled and walked out from the inner room. Third master. Yu Xiaoxiu bowed and moved 2 steps to the wall. He had an instinctive fear of Ji Haotani, and he also disliked him. Ji Haotani looked at Yu Xiaoxiu. Aunt Shui pulled him to sit on the couch and praised. You look like a different person after changing your clothes. It looks good, and you look energetic. Shui Xian, I'll ask someone to send 2 pieces of good cloth to make 2 more clothes for this child. Yes. Aunt Shui served the tea to him and stood beside him. She turned her head and whispered to Yu Xiaoxiu, Hurry up and thank him. Yu Xiaoxiu thanked her reluctantly, but he didn't feel happy at all when he put on the clothes Yu Shu bought for him. It was said in books that those who were unaccountably solicitous were hiding evil intentions. Third Master had always treated him coldly and turned a blind eye to him. Today, he suddenly became friendly to him. It must be something bad. Ji Haotani knew how to read people. As a businessman, he was the best at reading people's expressions. He immediately saw that the child was alienating him. Displeasure flashed in his eyes, but he smiled gently. Is your sister living in someone else's house now? When Yu Xiaoxiu heard him ask about Yu Shu, he didn't want to answer, but his mother kept giving him a fierce look and didn't allow him to be stubborn. Yes, she's living in someone else's house. She's doing well. There's nothing wrong with her body, right? Ji Haotani sighed and said regretfully, That day, Matriarch was angry and hit her too hard. After that, we sent people out to look for her, but they couldn't find her. Yu Xiaoxiu listened to him suspiciously. Why did they send people out to look for his sister? He raised his head to look at Aunt Shui and acutely noticed the uneasiness on her face. He sneered in his heart, knowing that Ji Haotani was bluffing. If they really wanted to look for his sister, why did they need to send people out? They could just ask his mother. Did they think he was a 3-year-old child? My sister is doing well now. There's nothing wrong with her body. That's good. Ji Haotani nodded and took a sip of tea. He told Yu Xiaoxiu, Now that Matriarch's anger has subsided, go find your sister and bring her back. Tell her that the adults don't care about the fish theft. You 2 are my children after all. In the past, I was too busy to discipline you 2 and neglected you 2. I prepared a small courtyard for you 2 in the South Stride courtyard and assigned a few servants. When your sister comes back, you two can move in. Yu Xiaoxiu took a long time to realize what Ji Hyotani was talking about. He stared at him in surprise. Aunt Shui covered her mouth and laughed. She said to Ji Hyotani, "Look at this child, he's so happy that he's silly." Was he silly, or were they silly? Aunt Shui gave Xiao Sui a look. Xiao Sui was rarely quick-witted. She pulled the dazed Yu Xiaoxiu out and closed the door. Lady Shui turned around and used her pinky finger to massage Ji Xiaogu's shoulders. The corners of her mouth curled up, and as she thought about it, she couldn't help but become excited again. She leaned over and asked softly, "Old master, what you told me before was true, right? That Shui family in the capital, is it really willing to let that girl be their young master's concubine?" Ji Hyotani closed his eyes to rest and hid the sarcasm in his eyes. He said leisurely, "It hasn't been decided yet. It's just a suggestion. The Shui family wants to marry my second brother's daughter, Xingxuan. However, Xingxuan's fate is too high. I'm afraid that it will ruin our precious young Master Shui." So, old Master Shui invited the Celestial Commissioner's left judge to calculate with us. They came up with an idea. We'll find a girl with a low fate in our Ji family and send her to Xingxuan as a concubine to suppress Xingxuan's fate. The Shui family agreed and sent us a letter a few days ago, asking us to choose a girl from our family. Didn't I ask you for Yu Shu's horoscope last time to send to my second sister-in-law? My second brother was responsible for this matter. He calculated all the marriageable girls in our family, and she happened to be among them. She was the most suitable one. Old lady summoned us to discuss it. She has a close relationship with our Ji family and can be regarded as half a member of the Ji family. So, she was chosen. After a while, the Shui family will send someone to Yang to see her. Then, we can make a decision. Don't be too happy. Chapter 89. Yu Shu waited at the back door for an hour before she saw Yu Xiaoxiu come out. She put away the copper coins and waited for him to walk over before she went up to greet him. "It took you so long to come out. Did you see Aunt Lu?" Yu Xiaoxiu turned his head to look at the guards who were watching them at the back door. His expression changed slightly. He pulled Yu Shu quickly to the end of the street and handed 2 pairs of insoles to her. "I saw them. Here, Aunt Lu made them and asked me to give them to you." Yu Shu's attention was on the handmade insoles in her hands. She didn't notice Yu Xiaoxiu's strange expression and was dragged away from the Ji residence by him. When the two of them returned home, Annie, who was brewing medicine, Yu Shu handed the big and small bags to Yu Xiaoxiu to put back into the house. She went to the kitchen to thank Annie Hu and got a pastry for her to take home to try. After sending Annie Hu out, they returned to the bedroom. Zhao Hui and He Fangji were praising Yu Xiaoxiu's new clothes. Yu Xiaoxiu stood by the bed in embarrassment and reached out to let Zhao Hui pull his sleeve to look at it. Zhao Hui sat against the headboard. She had been recovering from her illness for a month, and her complexion had improved. Although she still had to rest in bed, it didn't matter if she got up occasionally to sit for a while. Zhao Hui looked up and saw Yu Shu come in. She smiled at her and said, "The clothes fit him well, and the material is good. It's rare to buy clothes for him." Yu Shu walked over to greet He Fangji. "Dr. He, how's my Aunt Hui today?" He Fangji had already taken Zhao Hui's pulse. She packed up the medicine box and said, "I haven't seen her have a headache for the past 3 to 4 days. It looks like she's fine tonight. She should be able to get out of bed tomorrow and go out to the yard to bask in the sun. But not too much, just a cup of tea after a meal." Yu Shu and Zhao Hui were delighted at the same time. Zhao Hui had been lying in bed for a month. For the first half of the month, she ate, drank, and defecated in bed. Later, she could barely get out of bed to relieve herself. Now that He Fangji allowed her to get out of bed and walk, it clearly meant that Zhao Hui's condition was much better. He Fangji saw that Zhao Hui was in high spirits and was very relieved. He Fangji felt very relieved. He Fangji packed her things and warmly said to Zhao Hui, "I'm going back to the clinic. I'll come back tomorrow." "Thank you," Zhao Hui said. "Xiaoxiu, see Mr. He out." He Fangji said, "Let Xiaoyu see me off. I happen to have something to ask of her." Yushu agreed and followed He Fangji out. When they were outside, He Fangji pulled out 2 lists for her to see. Everything's fine for the next 2 days. In the future, you won't need to use such expensive medicine. This is the new prescription, and this is the list of herbs to pick. Take it to the Chamber of Commerce and ask. Yushu listened to He Fangji's last sentence and understood what he meant. The medicinal herbs on the market were 20% more expensive during this season, but the Taiheng Chamber of Commerce could buy cheaper medicinal herbs. He Fangji was afraid that Yushu would be too embarrassed to ask him, so he took the initiative to bring it up. Dr. He, do you have these medicinal herbs in the clinic? We do. However, it wasn't as cheap as getting the medicine directly from the pharmacist. He Fangji had a boss, so he could only give them a fair price at most. That's good. Just get the medicine from the clinic. Just tell me how much money you need. Yushu had her own way of dealing with people. If people respected her, she would respect them tenfold. If people treated her well, she would return the favor. He Fangji had already done his best to help Zhao Hui's condition. Even if she was good at calculating, she wouldn't be stingy with money. He Fangji nodded and looked at the delicate Yushu in front of him. He sighed in his heart. It was a pity that such a sensible, generous, and affectionate child was born to a girl. That night, Zhao Hui slept soundly and didn't have a headache. On the contrary, Yu Xiaoxia was lying on the bed outside, tossing and turning, unable to sleep. Yushu woke up in the middle of the night to drink some water. She went out to tuck Yu Xiaoxia in the blanket. However, in the middle of winter, she vaguely saw his eyes open. She sat down by his bed and lowered her head to whisper, "You woke up from a dream?" Yu Xiaoxia shook his head. He stretched his arm out from under the blanket and grabbed Yushu's hand. He whispered, "Sis." Yushu's heart softened when she heard his voice. "Yes, what's wrong?" "Today, I had a good time today. I bought new clothes and shoes, watched a puppet show, and even went to a big restaurant to eat." He didn't even dare to think about these good things in the past. He could only secretly envy others. He envied those children who had parents who loved them and cared for them. He envied them for wearing good clothes and living in a big house. But now, he wasn't envious anymore. He really felt that his current life was good. He didn't need to live in a big house, and he didn't need to wear good clothes. He only wanted his sister. Yushu thought that he was too excited during the day and couldn't sleep at night. She patted his stomach gently and said, "I know. Hurry up and sleep. Aunt Hui will be able to walk tomorrow. When she recovers, I'll bring you out to play." "Okay." Yushu sat by the bed and patted Yu Xiaoxia's back. She waited for his breathing to stabilize before returning to the house quietly. "Sis, I'm going to the private school. Be careful on the way back. Come back early for dinner." Yushu poked her head out of the kitchen and shouted at Yu Xiaoxia's back view. She put away the dishes and took off her apron. She went to Chao Zixin's house opposite and knocked on the door. When there was no response, she turned around and went back home. Zhao Hui was especially energetic this morning. After the sun rose, Yushu draped a coat over her and helped her to walk around the small courtyard. After walking for a while, even without Yushu's persuasion, Zhao Hui willingly let her help her to lie on the bed. She said to her, "Go out and do your work. I'll lie here by myself. I'll call you if there's anything." "Okay." Yushu took a thick book and a stack of toilet paper from the bedside. She went to the opposite dining table and continued to calculate the part that she didn't finish yesterday. She flipped open the book. Almost every few pages, there would be a piece of paper filled with calculations. There were some sentences that were marked with a charcoal pen. This book was the one that she had her eyes on at the Kong family's barter shop. It was filled with detailed records of the 8-character calamity. That day, when she got the cheap medicinal ingredients from Taiheng Commerce, she steeled her heart and bought this book. Speaking of which, it was depressing. The time of calamity law that she was seeking was much more difficult to deduce than she had imagined. She had been racking her brains for the past few days, and she even had a cheating master like Qing Zheng who would answer every question she asked. Yet, she still couldn't pass the trial smoothly. She was stuck on the most crucial numerical direction, making no progress at all. Comparatively speaking, her horoscope of the horoscope of rain was much more adorable. After all, it was something that she already had in her hands. It brought her a lot of practical convenience. She habitually calculated the weather for the next 5 days in the morning, noon, and evening and wrote it in a booklet. Whenever she thought of it, she would look at it. She wouldn't miss washing clothes on a sunny day or drying a quilt on a rainy day. Just as Yushu was eating, sleeping, and immersing herself in her academic work, a small dark cloud shrouded the sky above the G mansion in the east of the city. As for the reason, it was funny that it was because of his siblings that people turn a blind eye to in the past. A few days ago, Ji Hyotani met Yu Xiaoxiu and asked him to find Yushu. As soon as Yu Xiaoxiu left, he simply ran away. He didn't return home and didn't even go to the private school. It wasn't surprising that Yu Xiaoxiu ran away, but once he left, no one in the Ji family knew where Yushu was now. In the main courtyard, old lady Ji sat on a wooden armchair with a long face. Her hands were folded on top of her walking stick. Her eldest and second sons were sitting by her side, and only her third son was standing alone. The door to the living room was half closed, and there were 2 quiet maidservants standing guard outside. Did you grow up backwards? The older you get, the more incompetent you are. Previously, when you brought Xing Xuan to that foul gambling den, your second brother and second sister-in-law couldn't say anything about it, so I turn a blind eye. Now that I'm asking you to find someone, you can't even handle it properly. What else can you do? Old lady Ji's walking stick knocked on the ground. Ji Xiaochun and Ji Xiaohan looked at each other and comforted, "Mother, please calm down. Don't be angry and harm your health. Third brother, all of you shut up. Let him speak for himself." Old lady Ji glared at them and turned to Ji Hyotani. "We can't find that wicked girl. This is a private matter, and we can't put up a notice to look for her. Now, how do you expect me to deal with the Xue family? They will come from the capital in a few days. Do you want me to send your daughter to jump into the fire pit? Speak." "Mother, please calm down." Ji Hyotani bowed down. "It's my fault. I didn't expect that I raised a pair of ungrateful wolves. They just beat them up and they ran away. Mother, please don't be impatient. I have sent a large number of people to investigate. Our family's master has calculated that they are still in the east of the city. They can't go anywhere. I promise you that I will find them in 3 days. If I can't find them, I will personally explain to the Xue family." "Explain?" Old lady Ji sneered. "What do you need to explain? Who do you think the Xue family is? This is not the branch of the Liu family's daughter married, but the main family. That Minister Xue is a veteran of 3 dynasties. Imperial concubine Xue is favored. It is said that even the prime minister has to respect him. Any housekeeper in his house, your brother-in-law, a dignified county magistrate, has to be polite to him. Why would he listen to an explanation from a businessman like you? If they find out that we are delaying and offending the Xue family, can a businessman like you bear the responsibility?" Ji Hyotani clenched his fists tightly in his sleeves. He knew that because he couldn't inherit his father's business and he didn't have any outstanding children, his mother had always disliked him. It wasn't the first time she used his identity as a businessman to ridicule him. However, half of the daily expenses of the Ji family depended on his third branch. He was angry in his heart. He couldn't disrespect his mother, so he was even more angry at the 2 children who caused trouble for her. "Mother, why don't we ask Taoist Master Qingzheng for help and give us a direction? With that Taoist master's abilities, it shouldn't be difficult for him to find someone in the east of the city," Ji Xiaochun said. Old lady Ji looked at him and thought for a moment. She sighed and said, "This is the only way. Later, you and I will go to Jingshanhtang together. If we really can't find that thief girl, we will have to replace her. Second brother, who else in the family has the worst fate?" Ji Xiaochun looked at Ji Hyotani and said softly, "It's Ji Rome." Ji Xiaochun's back stiffened. That was his eldest daughter. Although she was born by a concubine, she was still his eldest daughter. Old lady Ji frowned and looked at Ji Hyotani's expression. She softened her tone and said sincerely, "Third brother, you have to understand that this is all for the sake of our Ji family. Xingxuan's marriage has the appearance of purple gold. If she can marry a prince, of course, it will be the best. If not, she won't miss the opportunity of Xue family." Chapter 90. Now that Zhao Hui can get out of bed, Yushu is not so nervous. She keeps thinking about the job at the Tai Hung Chamber of Commerce, so she discussed with Zhao Hui and got her permission to invite Annie, who next door, to accompany Zhao Hui when she goes out. At noon, Auntie Hu cooks a meal for Yu Xiaoxiu and gives her 2 strings of copper coins. Auntie Hu is idle at home, so she doesn't want Yushu's money. It's not until Zhao Hui says that she is sorry that she accepts it. This morning, Yushu and Yu Xiaoxiu go out together and separate at the street of Changmenpu. One goes north and the other goes west. As soon as Yushu enters the main hall, she sees Pei Jing coming out with 2 people. When he sees her, he stops and says in surprise, "Why are you here today?" "My aunt's illness is not serious. I asked someone to take care of her, and then I come here to work." "Mr. Pei, are you going out?" "That's good. I'm going to the south of the city. Let's go. It's good for you to come with me." Pei Jing beckons to her and points to the carriage parked at the door. He gets on first, and the 2 people behind him follow. Yushu puts the umbrella under her armpit and gets on the carriage last. Pei Jing sits in the innermost seat. When he sees her holding an umbrella, he teases, "The weather is so good today. Why do you bring an umbrella? Are you going to shade yourself from the sun? Are you afraid of getting tanned?" The 2 people in the carriage laugh, and Yushu embarrassedly says, "It's better to be safe than sorry." Pei Jing asks her a few more words and then goes to talk to the other 2 people. Yushu quietly listens to them and doesn't interrupt. Because she has been in the Chamber of Commerce for a while, she is not confused by their jargon. It turned out that the prices of Chinese medicinal herbs in the city had been high recently and the demand for them had not met. The Taihang Chamber of Commerce had found a way to purchase a batch of medicinal herbs that were in short supply from other provinces. As soon as they arrived, Pei Jing brought the 2 of them to inspect the goods. Yushu was the first to jump off the carriage. She heard a noise and saw 7 or 8 wagons parked on the opposite side of the road. The front of the wagon was pulled by a horse, and the boards of the wagons were covered with tarpaulin. Some of the tarpaulins were uncovered, revealing large wooden boxes with yellow strips. Presumably, the boxes were filled with medicinal herbs. There were more than a dozen people standing beside the wagons. 3 of them were obviously in charge, and they were looking in their direction. Among them, there was a fat man wearing a yellow shirt, which made her take a few more glances. Yushu looks left and right. She only knows that this is the south of the city, but she doesn't know where exactly it is. While she was observing, Pei Jing had already led his men to talk to the man. Yushu also followed them. After listening to their conversation, she realized that the middle-aged fatty was one of them. Pei Jing pointed to a row of wagons and gestured for them to open the boxes. The boxes were opened, and the medicinal herbs inside were divided into packets. Yushu saw the 2 people brought by Pei Jing. One of them went forward to check the herbs, and when he came back, he said to Pei Jing, "Chief Pei, 80% of the herbs inside need to be dried again, and the quality is average." The foreign businessman who brought the goods was listening on the side. Without waiting for Pei Jing to speak, he interrupted, "You are the one who asked for it in such a hurry. Can you wait if it is really dried and sent here?" This time, the responsibility was pushed to others. Yushu was still thinking about how Pei Jing would bargain with them, but she heard him say, "7th line, give them the bill." "Okay." The fat man, 7th line, walked forward with an abacus, approached an accountant, calculated the bill, and took out a stack of banknotes to count. Yushu stretched her neck and saw that the first note in the stack was printed with 100. This stack should be worth over 1,000 taels of silver. She was secretly shocked. Only now did she realize that this was a big transaction. In the end, Pei Jing asked them to unload the goods by the roadside and sent one of his subordinates to lead the group of foreigners to their accommodation. When the foreigners had all left, he looked at the accountant named 7th and smiled. Yushu did not know what they were so happy about. She looked a little confused. When Pei Jing saw this, he asked, "Do you know why I didn't take the opportunity to lower the price just now?" Yushu thought about it and chose the safest one. "I see that you are familiar with them, so you should have been in contact with them before. This is not a one-off deal. They came all the way here. If you blackmail them, it will damage your reputation, and it will be difficult to do business in the future." After listening to Yushu's opinion, Pei Jing laughed, pointed at her, and said to the surprised seventh line, "What do you think? This child is good, isn't she?" Seventh line nodded and said to Yushu, "You are right about one thing." Yushu was curious. "What else?" Pei Jing patted her on the shoulder, took out a handful of herbs from the box at the back, and spread them out. "They're unorthodox people, and the things they pick are good, but they don't know how to dry the herbs. If they really dry the herbs, I won't accept it even if the price is reduced by 20%. It turned out that he thought that their processing skills were not good and damaged the herbs. Xiaoyu, remember, doing business is the same as being a person. It is obviously the same thing, but the way you do it is different. Indeed, Yushu nodded modestly. I understand. At this time, Pei Jing introduced to the two of them, seventh line, "This child is the one I told you about previously. She is good at learning, and her temper is also to my liking. Xiaoyu, this is Fatty Xing, nicknamed seventh line. He is the head shopkeeper of the 13 shops under me. You guys meet him." Yushu then bowed to seventh line. "Shopkeeper Xing, I am Yushu. Please take care of me in the future." Seventh line was not interested in her, so he just smiled and did not fight with her. Yushu thought that he was in charge of 13 shops under him, and it was natural for him to put on airs. Not everyone was like Pei Jing, who took care of her because he appreciated her quickness. Pei Jing turned to the people around him and ordered, "While it is still early, you guys send these goods to the medicine field now. Pick a few more medicinal workers to spread them out and dry them together. It will not rain these 2 days, so don't be afraid. Deal with this batch of herbs as soon as possible so that we can sell them." "Yes, Chief Pei." Yushu was taken aback when he heard Pei Qian's words. He saw a few horse carriages coming from the south, and someone was busy loading the goods onto the carriages. Yushu hurriedly said, "Mr. Pei, why did you ask someone to dry the medicine? What if it rains? There were so many herbs out to dry, no matter if it was in the shade or the heat. If it suddenly rained, wouldn't they be unable to harvest them in time?" Pei Jing explained unhurriedly, "That won't happen. Yesterday, I specially asked the Kong family's barter shop to calculate that it won't rain for the next 3 days. Otherwise, how would I dare to let them take out all the herbs to dry? This batch of herbs is very precious. If it rains, even a little bit of it would be enough to choke." Yushu furrowed her brows. "What do you mean it won't rain? There will be a rain this afternoon, and it will be a torrential downpour that will last until night." Looking at Pei Jing's carefree expression, Yushu started to worry. How should she explain to Pei Jing so that he would believe her? He had calculated it at the Dai trading house. Would he listen to a child like her? But if she did not say anything, would she just watch as the medicinal herbs that were worth so much money go down the drain? Seeing that the carts were loaded and about to be taken away, she could not care less and hurriedly shouted, "Don't go." The carriages stopped, and everyone turned to look at her. Pei Jing asked, "What's wrong?" "Mr. Pei, I think it will rain today. Do you think we should wait until tomorrow to dry the medicine?" Yushu advised. Pei Jing had treated her well. Not long ago, Zhao Hui could not afford the medicine because of his help. Now that he was going to lose money, she could not just stand by and watch. Pei Jing glanced at Xing Qi, and Xing Qi frowned at Yushu. "Don't worry. We have looked for the Kong family's Dai trading house to calculate. How could? There are times when the calculations are wrong." "What if they are wrong?" Yushu interrupted him and raised the umbrella in her hand. She braced herself and said to Pei Jing, "I'm not speaking carelessly. Sir, you know that I know a little about and I occasionally ponder over it. If there's anything that I'm good at, it would be Qing Yu's prediction. I pushed a few rounds last night, and it was raining today. That's why I brought an umbrella and wore a pair of old shoes when I went out to see the weather." Pei Jing and Xing Qi looked at the umbrella in her hand and the shoes on her feet. The former hesitated, while the latter smiled and patted Yushu's shoulder. "Young man, you are quite cautious. You know that you know how to calculate, and you have ambition. Not bad, not bad. But we can't wait any longer for this batch of medicine. Other chambers of commerce are also looking for the goods. If we wait for another half a day, it will be a loss." Yushu's face darkened. She looked at Xing Qi waving his hand, to let the carriages leave. She was about to be thick-skinned again when she heard Pei Jing shout, "Wait!" The carriage stopped again after 2 steps. It turned to listen to Pei Jing's order: send the goods to the medicine field and carry them into the warehouse. Don't touch them today. Yes, Chief. Hearing this, Yushu was happy. Xing Qi hurriedly said, "Second brother?" Pei Jing shook his head and said, "Listen to me." He had been doing business for many years, and he could be better than many people not only because of his shrewdness and brain, but also because of his sensitivity. He was not sure whether Yushu was accurate, but he had a feeling that this child was not talking nonsense. Pei Jing's words made Xing Qi shut up. He turned his head and glared at Yushu gloomily. Yushu stuck out her tongue at him. Anyway, the medicine was saved. When it rained in the afternoon, they would thank her. Yushu's guess was not wrong. After sending the batch of medicine, she followed Pei Jing and Xing Qi back to the headquarters. At noon, she ate fried food with the 2 managers. After lunch, Pei Jing and Xing Qi left the headquarters. In the afternoon, when she was looking at the account book in the accounting room alone, she heard a thunder outside. Then, a gust of wind rolled in from the window, and she heard raindrops falling on the windowsill. Yushu put down her pen and got up to close the window. Looking at the sky outside, she didn't feel like she had won the lottery. If she made a mistake one day, she would be surprised. Not long after she sat down, the door was pushed open from the outside. Xing Fatso stepped in. His hair and shoulders were wet, and he smiled too brightly. When he glanced at the place where Yushu was sitting, he strode over. "Boy, you did a great job today. You helped me a lot." Yushu stood up and said to him, "Manager Fatso, sit down. I'll leave after a few words with you." Unlike the coldness he showed to Yushu in the morning, Xing Qi looked friendly, but he was still afraid in his heart. If it wasn't for this child's suggestion, they would have spread all the medicine out to dry. After such a heavy rain, they would lose half of their capital, not to mention making a profit. Old Pei is in the west of the city. He can't come back in the afternoon. Otherwise, he would take you to a restaurant for a meal. But it's okay. When he comes tomorrow, he will definitely thank you again. Haha, Old Pei is the most loyal person. This time, he will give you a big red packet. Yushu said shyly, "Manager Fatso, don't laugh at me. This matter is Mr. Pei's own idea." She was not being modest. Last time, Pei Jing helped her buy cheap medicine and save her a lot of money. She didn't have time to prepare a gift to thank him. This time, it was to return the favor. Chapter 91. The rain didn't stop until it was dark. After dinner, Yu Xiaoxiu squatted in the yard to wash the dishes. Yu Shu washed her hair, tied her hair behind her ear, and left the house with it draped over her shoulders. Facing the alley, Qing Zheng was lying leisurely on a rattan chair. His 2 calves were crossed over the edge of the chair, revealing the clean soles of his shoes. He heard the sound of the door being pushed open, but his eyes were still on the sky. He just raised his hand and waved. "Disciple, come here." "Master." Yushu closed the door, walked to his side, squatted down, and looked up at the sky. The clean night sky was black and shiny, and the star atlas was unfolded. Such a night was the most suitable for stargazing. "Did you see anything?" After a while, Qing Zheng asked. "Well, there's a closed star in the East Kong mansion. There may be a noble in the royal family who is sick. There's a star in the West Shin mansion that is too bright, which corresponds to the northwest. In summer, there is a drought in the northwest this year. There is a star in the South Ghost mansion. There is a big star in the Bright mansion." The mother and child star in the sky flashed, and a woman nearby was about to give birth. Yushu listed out everything she could understand. After listening, Qing Zheng stroked his beard with satisfaction and said, "Not bad. Master taught me well." Yushu took the opportunity to flatter him. Although her stingy master had a bad temper, his teaching ability was first class. Because he never talked nonsense when he taught, she was not a person who liked to be distracted, so she remembered all the useful things. "Have you memorized the Luyao formula I taught you?" "I have memorized it. Do you want me to recite it for you?" This was what Qing Zheng had been checking most frequently in recent days. Yushu could do it as soon as she opened her mouth. No need. Qing Zheng waved his left hand and rubbed the tip of his beard with his right hand. How many books have you memorized about the things you ask me every day? 4 books. I am writing the 5th one. Speaking of this, Yushu was proud. In order to memorize more things during the day, she would ask Qing Zheng for a bunch of miscellaneous things every night before she left. She would go back and sort them out before reading them. She had already used hemp paper to make 5 books. Don't just write it down on paper. You have to remember it in your head. You can only look at the things on paper, but you can't use them. Only the things in your head are alive. I understand. Yushu stood up and patted her butt. Master, please sit down. I'll go grab the chess pieces. You don't have to catch them today, said Qing Zheng. You don't have to catch them in the future. When Yushu heard this, she turned her head and looked suspiciously at the old man on the rattan chair. She said, Master, do you mean that I have mastered the 6 lines? So fast. She had prepared for the 6 lines breaking technique for 2 months, but she had only learned it for 5 or 6 days. What? Do you think it'll take you 8 to 10 years to master it? Once you've passed the threshold and memorized the formula, all you're left with is the maturity. You should practice more in the future when you have nothing better to do. Qing Zheng turned around and looked directly at his disciple. And that handwriting of yours, it's really ugly. You need to practice more, or else you won't be able to help others with their divination in the future. And that temper of yours, don't always do whatever you want. You'll only learn when you're at a disadvantage. And your dressing, don't always dress like a brat. You're obviously a pretty little girl. If you have money, buy more jewelry and clothes. Don't spend it all on food. Qing Zheng was long-winded, saying, and one after another. The more Yushu listened, the more she felt that something was wrong. She couldn't help but interrupt him. Master, are you sick? Why does it sound like you are making arrangements for your death? Qing Zheng's face darkened. He straightened his back and stretched out his hand to point at her nose. He scolded, In your mouth. Don't try to anger me to death. As soon as you open your mouth, I can still live for another 80 years. If he lived for another 80 years, he would become a tortoise. Yushu didn't say this out loud. She moved her feet to the side and avoided the hand that was pointing at her nose. She smiled and said, Master, don't be angry. I was wrong. Can't you live to 100 years old? Yes, I don't want to play chess today. What should I do now? Do I look at the stars or do the divination first? Qing Zheng lay back down angrily. There's no need for that. There is wine in the room. Go in and get it. Yushu entered the room and lit the lamp. Sure enough, she saw a jar of wine and 2 empty bowls on the table. She took the wine jar and a bowl. She went to the stone table in the yard and poured half a bowl for Qing Zheng. She handed it to Qing Zheng. Master, there is another bowl. Go and get it. You drink with me. I also want a drink. Yushu twisted her fingers and said embarrassedly, It's not good for a girl to drink. I'm still young. Seeing that Qing Zheng was about to explode, Yushu quickly turned around and ran into the room. She took out the bowl that was left behind and poured half a bowl for herself. She didn't know how strong the ancient wine was. She wasn't afraid of getting drunk, but she was afraid that if she drank too much, she would smell like alcohol, and it would be hard to explain when she returned. However, Qing Zheng wasn't satisfied with the small sip she poured, so he grabbed the jar and filled it for her. Master, Qing Zheng held the bowl and didn't drink. He stared at Yushu and said, Do you remember when I accepted you as my disciple that day? I asked you to help me find something? Yushu's heart skipped a beat. She thought that the key point had finally come. She said seriously, I remember that you said you wanted me to help you find something, but you didn't say what it was. Qing Zheng's eyes suddenly became sharp. He didn't have his usual laziness. Jingdu, Celestial Commissioner, Book of Mystery Fairy Lu Ren. Yushu's eyebrows twitched. She whispered, Book of Mystery Fairy Lu Ren? What is that? Qing Zheng said, The Yishui has been passed down to this day and formed many schools. The first 3 are Qimen Duanjia, Tai Divine Number, and the long-lost Lu Ren Divine Lesson. Among these three styles, the Luren is the leader. The first two styles have appeared in the world, and there are a lot of miscellaneous knowledge. As for the Luren technique, it was collected by an imperial family 100 years ago because it revealed too much of the mysteries of the heavens. This book of Mystery Fairy 6 Wrens is the only scroll that recorded the true teachings of the Luren technique. It is now in the Imperial Astronomer's office, and it has always been held by every Grand Teacher. The thing you want is in the hands of the Celestial Commissioner's big guide. Yushu couldn't help but stutter. She secretly cursed. The big guide of the Celestial Commissioner was known as the leader of all trades in the world. She was the boss of the Celestial Commissioner. The book of Mystery Fairy Ren sounded like a treasure that was not shown to outsiders. How could she get it? Did she have to find the big guide and ask if he was willing to lend it to her for a few days? She would probably be stripped naked and hung at the city gate. Yes, Qingzheng closed his eyes. Many years ago, I swore that I would never step into the capital in my life. Since you are my disciple, you should go on my behalf. She couldn't break the promise that she made when she was apprenticed to her master. During this time, she did learn a lot from Qingzheng. Thinking of the relationship between master and disciple, she calmed down and put aside the distracting thoughts. She seriously considered the feasibility of this matter. It was not that there was no way at all. I am going to the capital, Yushu said, but it seems that it will take a lot of time to find this book. Master, you're not in a hurry, are you? Qingzheng's eyes were bright. You just need to find it in your lifetime and then destroy it. Want to destroy it? Yushu was stunned. It was so difficult to get the treasure in his hands, and he wanted her to destroy it after she found it. Yes, and you have to swear to me that you will not learn the things in it. Qingzheng's voice became cold. He stared at Yushu as if he would eat her if she didn't swear. Yushu took a deep breath and swore gloomily. Fine, I swear to the three clear grandmasters that if I can find the book of Mystery Maiden 6 Wrens in my lifetime, I will never learn the skills written on it. If I go against my words, then let me, Qingzheng coldly interrupted her words. I will let you be a mangy dog in your next life. You will wander the streets. You will not eat enough, and you'll be looked down upon. Yushu rolled her eyes at him. Although she didn't say that the old man cursed her with a mangy dog, she obediently said, if I go against this, let me be a mangy dog in my next life. I will wander the streets. You will not eat enough, and you will be looked down upon. Okay. Qingzheng nodded with satisfaction. His gloomy face finally showed a smile. He picked up the bowl of wine and said to her, come, drink this bowl of wine with me. After that, he took the initiative to touch her with the bowl. Yushu hurriedly lowered her body, but some wine still spilled out. Disciple, I wish you good luck. I wish Master happiness as vast as the East Sea. Both Master and disciple didn't say anything pretentious. After 2 words of blessing, Qingzheng raised his head and drank it. Yushu lowered her head and tasted it. She felt it was not spicy. She licked her lips disappointingly, then raised her head and drank it down. Ha, good wine. Qingzheng drank it happily. Yushu curled her lips. What's so good about it? It doesn't taste good at all. Qingzheng took out a cushion from under his body and threw it to his feet. Sit down. Today is a happy day. I want to talk to you. Yushu took the opportunity to sit on the ground next to the rattan chair. She rested her arm on the edge of the chair and rested her chin on one hand, ready to listen to Qingzheng talk. So far, I have only accepted 2 disciples. The last one was 30 years ago. Well, in terms of seniority, you should call him senior brother. But in terms of aptitude, you are not even a hair on his head. Your senior brother is also filial. After getting married and having children, he still listens to me. Her ears were filled with senior brother this and senior brother that. As Yushu listened, her head became a little dizzy. Her stomach began to heat up. Her eyelids gradually became heavy, and she couldn't help but droop. Qingzheng suddenly stopped talking. He lowered his head and looked at the little disciple lying on his knees. His eyes softened. Finally, he sighed softly and said in a low voice, Disciple, go to the Kong family's barter shop on behalf of me tomorrow. Buy 2 red ropes. Oh, Yushu answered vaguely. She didn't know if she would still remember this sentence when she woke up tomorrow. Qing Zheng raised his hand and hesitantly placed it on top of her head. He placed it on her soft hair and gently rubbed it. He raised his head and looked at the stars in the sky that flickered. His eyes that had experienced the vicissitudes of life were filled with open-mindedness. Chapter 92. When the sky was about to brighten, Yushu was woken up by the crowing of the rooster. She yawned and opened her eyes. She immediately realized that something was wrong. She sat up from the bed and took a look. She was lying on the bamboo bed that Qing Zheng usually slept on. Oh no, I got drunk last night and didn't go back home. Yushu wiped her face and hurriedly picked up her shoes to get off the bed. She made a mess of her blanket and walked out of the room to take a look. Qing Zheng had already left, and there was only an empty wine jar on the stone table in the courtyard. I didn't expect this wine to have such a strong after effect, even though it doesn't taste that good. Yushu picked up the cushion on the floor and threw it on the wrought tan chair. She tied up her hair as she walked out of the room. It was still early, and the alley was empty. She ran all the way home and pushed the door open. It must have been left open by Yu Xiaoxiu last night. The courtyard was quiet, and the hens and chicks in the chicken coop had not woken up yet. Yushu gently pushed open the door to the central room. When she saw the bulging figure on the bed, leaning against the wall, she secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, she didn't return home last night. Zhao Hui and Yu Xiaoxiu did not realize it. Otherwise, how could Xiaoxiu sleep so peacefully on the bed? He would have long been looking for her on the streets. Big sister? Although the sound of Yushu opening the door was soft, it still woke Yu Xiaoxiu up. He turned around and poked his head out from under the blanket. He rubbed his eyes and asked, "What time is it?" "It's still early. Sleep a little longer. I'll wake you up later." Yushu had a hangover all night. Fortunately, she didn't have a headache or hoarse throat. She opened the bedroom door and looked at Zhao Hui. Then she went out to the kitchen to make breakfast. While adding firewood, she recalled what Qing Zheng said to her yesterday. She had previously guessed that the item that Taoist Qing Zheng wanted her to find would not be easy to obtain. She did not expect that Qing Zheng would actually ask her to snatch something from the hands of the imperial astronomer. Wasn't this like plucking the hair from the tiger's mouth? The Book of Mystic Maiden of the Six Wrens was a one-of-a-kind item in the world. It was difficult to obtain it. She had to first have a thorough plan. To find the Book of Mystic Fairy, she had to go to the capital. Zhao Hui had not recovered yet, so she could not leave just like that. And there was also Yu Xiaoxiu. She was worried about leaving him alone in the Ji family, but she was afraid that she would not be able to take care of him if she went to the capital with him. I know nothing about the capital now. I'll go back and discuss with my master at night. He hasn't told me what the book looks like. Yushu said a few words to herself. She stirred the porridge in the pot and pressed the bridge of her nose. She felt that she had forgotten what Qing Zheng had told her last night. Yushu stayed in Tihan for the whole morning. When it was almost lunchtime, she saw Pei Jing and Xing Qi. She was looking at the account book in the accounting room in the backyard. A servant came to call her and said that Steward Pei and the shopkeeper were waiting for her outside. Yushu packed her things and went to the front yard. As soon as she passed through the hall, she heard Xing Qi's loud voice. "Xiao Yu, you must be hungry. Let's go. I'll take you to eat something good." Pei Jing and Xing Qi were sitting on the tiger chair at the door. The former smiled at her, while the latter waved at her. Yushu walked over and bowed. "Mr. Pei, Manager Xing, let's go. There's a restaurant on Vientiane Street that makes delicious Shandong cuisine. I'll take you to try it." Pei Jing did not mention the rain yesterday and led the way to the carriage. It was the same carriage that Yushu sat in with Pei Jing last time. However, the furnishings inside were changed. The mahogany tea table was replaced by a four-legged yellow pear wood table. The tea set was also replaced by a set of delicate blue and white flowers. "What did you do this morning?" Pei Jing asked. "I checked a few accounts and looked at the timber business in Huaidong last year," Yushu said. Pei Jing nodded his head. Suddenly, he changed the topic and asked, "Little Yu, how many years have you been learning E?" Yushu already knew that he would ask this question today, so she answered calmly, I learned it at the same time as arithmetic. Of course, Pei Jing could tell that she was playing dumb with him, but he was not unhappy. Instead, he smiled and said, Yesterday you said that you were best at predicting Qingyu's future, right? Yushu touched her neck embarrassedly. I'm good at it. What's the farthest you can calculate? Yushu thought for a moment. 3 days. She did not know how many days Mr. Riddle could calculate, but it was probably no more than 5 days. The most she could accurately calculate was within 5 days. It would seem like she was bragging if she said it, so it was better to compromise. Pei Jing nodded and did not ask her anything else. He turned to talk with Xing-Chi about the business deal they discussed yesterday afternoon. Along the way, he did not mention that Yushu said it rained yesterday, as if he had forgotten about it. Xing-Chi glanced at Yushu from time to time. Seeing that she looked normal, he nodded to himself. As they talked, the carriage arrived outside a restaurant. The three of them got off the carriage. The waiter recognized them and respectfully invited them to a private room on the second floor. In ancient times, there was no menu in restaurants. The cashier hung a list of dishes. Usually, after the customer sat down, the waiter would introduce the signature dishes, or some regular customers would order their own dishes. Pei Jing belonged to the latter group. He named 7 or 8 dishes in one go, and finally, Xing-Chi ordered a pot of wine. The ancient said that one should not talk while eating and not talk while sleeping. Most of them were scholars. Merchants often sat at the wine table, so it was impossible for them to keep to this rule. Xing-Chi was a talkative person, and Pei Jing was eloquent with his words. Yushu sat there, quietly eating her food and not drinking a drop of wine. She listened to them talk, and when Xing-Chi asked questions, she would occasionally express 1 or 2 opinions. When the last soup was served, Pei Jing said to Yushu, Xiaoyu, how about I ask you to do one more thing? Yushu thought for a while and guessed what Pei Jing might want her to do. Sure enough, after she nodded, she heard Pei Jing say, doing business has a lot to do with the weather. I often ask people to do divination in the trading house. The Kong family's trading house charges me 20 taels of silver every month. Yesterday, they almost ruined me. Now I will give you the money, and you will predict the weather for me every month. How about it? As soon as these words came out, Yushu and Xing-Chi were both stunned. Xing-Chi looked at Pei Jing with doubt and disapproval in his eyes. Pei Jing seemed to not see his expression and waited for Yushu's reaction. 20 taels of silver is not a small sum. The Great Exchange Hall is really a place to blacken people. Yushu sighed with emotion. She did not immediately agree to his request. Instead, she bluntly said, Mister, are you entrusting this matter to me just because I said that it rained yesterday? What if I was lucky and guessed correctly yesterday? Your 20 taels of silver would be wasted on the wrong place. Pei Jing saw that she was thinking for him at this time. He couldn't help but laugh. So you were lucky yesterday? Yushu shook her head. Of course not. She spent a lot of effort to calculate it, so there was nothing to be modest about. Pei Jing smiled. Then do you want these 20 taels? This time, Yushu didn't hesitate, yes. Why not? She could guarantee that her calculations were more accurate than those in the trading house. Pei Jing gave her the money, so it was definitely worth it. Haha, this kid is not polite. Xing-Chi pointed at Yushu with a glass of wine. Although he didn't know why Pei Jing suddenly made this decision, he didn't ask in front of Yushu. After eating and drinking to their heart's content, Pei Jing paid the bill and the 3 people walked to the roadside. When Yushu got on the car, she stumbled and held the door to steady herself. She glanced at the red thread tied to the wheel and suddenly remembered what she forgot in the morning. She said to Pei Jing and Xing-Chi, I plan to buy something in Dong Street. Mr. Pei and the shopkeeper can go first. Pei Jing said, Send you off? No, it's just a few steps away. Yushu took 2 steps back and watched the carriage turn and leave. Then she walked towards the direction of the Kong family's trading house. She patted her head and muttered, Hiss, should I buy 1 or 2? In the carriage, Xing-Chi looked at Pei Jing, who was calmly drinking herbal tea, and said with a bitter smile, Second brother, even if you want to give him a red packet, you don't have to flatter him like this. 20 taels a month, it's fine to give it to the trading house, but to give it to this kid. Do you know where I went after lunch yesterday before it rained? Pei Jing interrupted Xing Qi's grumbling. I went to the Kong family shop and asked them about Qingyu that day. Guess what they told me? What did they say? Pei Jing smiled. They must have said that they didn't make a mistake and that there wouldn't be rain. But it rained only an hour later. Xing Qi hesitated. It's hard to say for sure about the weather. Even if it's the Kong family's trading house, it's normal for them to make a mistake once in a while. Pei Jing shook his head thoughtfully. Didn't you notice that Xiaoyu brought an umbrella yesterday? The weather was so good this morning, but he still brought an umbrella when he went out. This means that he was quite sure that it would rain that day. He even changed his shoes. If it were you, would you deliberately change your shoes when you go out if you were not sure that it would rain? Xing Qi shook his head with a strange expression. That's it. The first time I saw him, he was gambling in a gambling house. Later, when I followed him, he actually went to the library of the Dai trading house to copy books. A book plate costs 10 taels of silver. Look at his clothes. Does he look like someone who would waste money like that? You saw it when we were eating just now. I offered him 20 taels, but he didn't even try to be polite. Do you think he doesn't know what's good for him? He just thinks he's qualified to take that money. In other words, he's really capable. Hey, is he that good? Xing Qi stared. Pei Jing touched the teacup and said, This child, little Yu, has some background. I sent someone to investigate and found out that his sick relative isn't from his family. He only moved to his current place 2 months ago. He's a married woman who sells snacks at a stall and has a nephew who's smart and knows how to make money. Haha, do you believe me? Xing Qi was shocked and hurriedly said, Then will there be trouble if we keep him? Second brother, you're still helping him. I think we should find a chance to send him away. Chapter 93. Yushu walks to the entrance of the Kong family's e-shop. She still doesn't remember whether Qing Zheng asked her to buy 1 or 2 red ropes last night. Forget it, I'll buy 2. As usual, Yushu was jealous of the big tripod at the entrance. She walked into the store, looked around, and went to the counter selling feng shui ornaments. There were many people in the store every day. She finally found an empty spot and asked for 2 red ropes. She put her left hand into her bosom. Just as she took out the money, a hand reached over her shoulder and snatched the money bag away. Looking at her empty hand, Yushu's face darkens. She doesn't even have the time to curse. She turns her head and yells. After yelling, she chases after the person. Robber! The people in the e-shop all turn their heads and see a young man in a gray robe yelling and chasing a tall and thin man. Yushu shouts several times along the way. Seeing that the passers-by not far in front of her not only don't stop her, but also take the initiative to give way to the robber, she is speechless. She doesn't try to ask for help again. She really wondered if she had the face of a mugger. She could forget about the last time she was robbed in the alley. At that time, she was the only one in the alley who could rob, but this time there were so many people standing in the shop. Why was she the one who won the prize? Running to the corner of the street ahead, Yushu saw that the man had entered a small alley. She gritted her teeth and chased after him, turning left and right, leaving the main street. There were no passers-by, so the target was even clearer. However, she couldn't catch up with him because of the distance, and the man still had the time to turn his head to look at her. Yushu saved a breath of strength and was about to speed up when she suddenly stopped at a corner. Her heels paused, and she suspiciously looked at the empty alley in front of her. Her expression suddenly changed. She took 2 steps back, turned around, and ran back. Damn it! Someone is deliberately luring her. Stop! Stop! A low shout came from behind, mixed with a series of heavy footsteps, which confirmed Yushu's guess. They came with bad intentions. How could she stop? Panting, she searched for the way to the street, but she didn't see that among the people chasing behind her, one of them leaped forward and reached out to grab her collar. Where do you think you're going? Yushu felt a strong tug, and a few strands of her hair were pulled. She fell backward and grabbed the wall with her left hand. Her nails scratched the wall painfully. She was annoyed and gave the man a backhand slap. While the man was dodging, she lowered her head and turned around. She did not care that her collar was still in the man's hand. She grabbed the man's collar and lifted her leg to kick him. Ouch! A blood-curdling scream rang out in the alley. The pursuers behind them stopped in their tracks at the same time. Their faces turned green as they looked at their companions in front of them, who were bending forward while covering their legs. Self-defense was indeed the most practical martial art in the world. Yushu's attack was successful. She grinned hideously and ran 2 steps backward. She turned around and was about to run away. However, after 3 steps, she stopped and frowned at the man who walked out of the alley. "Why is it him?" Ji-Hyo-Tani's gaze went past Yushu and looked at the capable guard who was rolling on the ground. His face darkened. His gaze returned to Yushu's face. Seeing her dressed like a boy, he frowned. "Where have you been these days? Why are you dressed like this?" Yushu was confused by Ji Xiaogu's sudden appearance. When she heard his words, she was about to lie, but then she remembered that she had been chased out of the Ji family. She no longer needed to eat their leftovers, so there was no need for her to bow down to him. She pointed at the person behind her and said bluntly, "Third Master, what do you mean by this? You had someone rob me of my money and coax me to this deserted place. Are you planning to bully a child like me?" Ji-Hyo-Tani was stunned. He didn't expect that Yushu would dare to speak to him in such a tone. He looked at her carefully and saw that there was no panic on her face. There was only ridicule on her face. She didn't seem to be afraid of him at all. This made Ji-Hyo-Tani, who wanted to scare her with a cold face, hesitate. The next moment, his face changed. He looked at her gently and smiled bitterly. "Child, do you know how many days my family has been looking for you? If it wasn't for me being a guest at the Kong family's trading house, I wouldn't have been able to meet you. There are many people in the trading house. I sent someone to lure you away. I didn't expect that these incompetent servants would use this method to scare you. I will punish them when I get back." If Yushu was really a 14 or 15-year-old child, she might believe his nonsense. However, she was a good liar. How could she not see that Ji-Hyo-Tani was trying to fool her? Her eyes flashed, and she had doubts in her heart. However, she didn't say anything and only put on a defensive expression. She had a plan in her heart. If the Ji family wanted to find her, Yu Xiaoxiu was in the Sanju study room. He could just pass a message. However, Ji-Hyo-Tani claimed that the Ji family had been looking for her for several days. She didn't hear anything from Yu Xiaoxiu. There must be something wrong. She wanted to hear what else Ji-Hyo-Tani had to say. Ji-Hyo-Tani looked at her expression and sighed. "The last time she hit you and chased you out, it was old matriarch's anger. Now that her anger has subsided, she pitied you and ordered me to find you. A few days ago, I saw Xiaoxiu and asked him to pass a message to you. That child is probably still angry about the beating you received that day. He actually ran away without a word." Yushu now understood. In order to not let the Ji family find her, Yu Xiaoxiu didn't go to school these few days. To think that he woke up early every day and pretended to go to class. This brat. It's all good now. Since you found them, why don't you and little Xiu come home and stay with us? I've allocated a small courtyard for you. From now on, I'll make sure to treat you like proper young ladies. You won't be bullied anymore," Ji Xiaogu coaxed. Listening to Ji-Hyo-Tani's nonsense, Yushu couldn't tell what kind of rat poison he was selling. However, she was sure that she couldn't run now. She was blocked in front and behind her. If she really dared to run, Ji-Hyo-Tani would dare to fall out with her. If she didn't escape and got caught, he might not have this kind of expression on his face anymore. Yushu pretended to hesitate for a while and said tentatively, "Then I'll go back in 2 days. I'm working for someone outside. I should at least inform them." Ji-Hyo-Tani said, "Where is it? I'll send someone over. You don't need to go. I see that you've suffered a lot outside. Hurry and go home. Your mother misses you." Yushu secretly rolled her eyes. Aunt Chui would miss her. The sun really rose from the west. "All right, I'll go back with you now." Yushu thought that no matter what, she should cooperate with them. It's better than being taken away by them. In short, if they want to beat her up like last time, there's no way. Ji-Hyo-Tani let out a sigh of relief. His face revealed a happy expression. "Xiaoxiu is with you, right? Where is he? I'll send someone to pick him up." How could Yushu tell him where Zhao Hui lived? She shook her head and pretended to be mute. Jihai Otani asked a few more questions. Seeing that she didn't speak, he guessed what she was thinking. He didn't expose her. Then let's go. Wait a moment. Yushu turned around and took a step forward. She saw the men who had been chasing her not long ago retreat defensively. It was obvious that they were afraid of her groin kick just now. Give me back the money bag. Jihai Otani found the person and was in a good mood. He didn't care that Yushu injured one of his guards. He waved his hand and ordered, "Give it back to her." Yushu caught the money bag. She weighed it in her hand and put it back in her bosom. Let's go. As soon as they left the alley, someone followed behind Yushu. The unlucky guard who was kicked by Yushu was supported by a companion. He stared at the back of Yushu's head with a purple face. Jihai Otani walked in front and one behind, to prevent her from running away. When they reached the street, they saw a horse carriage. Jihai Otani let her get in first and then followed. The horse carriage drove to the Ji family. The journey was silent. In the horse carriage, Jihai Otani drank tea while Yushu played with her fingers. When Yushu returned to the Ji family, she was led to a small courtyard by Jihai Otani before she even saw the courtyard. There were 3 rooms in a row, and there was a small study in the east corner. It was bigger than Xiao Zixin's courtyard, but it was far from unique and beautiful. However, the weeds on the wall revealed a sense of coldness. Xiao, come out. As soon as the old maid who led Yushu here called out, a short maidservant came out of the study and trotted over. This is Miss Yu, who you will serve in the future. Be careful and don't let the master be left alone. Yes, Miss Yu. I will go back and report to Third Master. You can stay here with peace of mind. When Third Master reports to Madam, he may let you see Inyan. Well, go ahead. As soon as the old maid left, Yushu turned her head and looked at the little winter melon in front of her who was half a head shorter than her. Your name is Xiao? The little winter melon looked up and showed a sparrow face. She said timidly, Yes. Yushu patted her on the shoulder. Good name. Thank you, miss, for your praise. Xiao stuttered. Yushu turned her feet, pushed open the room in the middle, and went in to find a bed. She kicked off her shoes and lay on it. She pillowed the back of her head and said to Xiao, who followed her in, Go and get me some water. Yes. The surroundings finally quieted down. Yushu stared at the bed curtain and pondered. At this moment, there was only one question lingering in her mind. Why did the Ji family spend so much effort to find her? Not to mention that old lady Ji took pity on her. She was lonely and pitiful. She bet that the old lady still hated her for catching their precious fish. Jihai Otani obviously didn't like her. However, when they were in the carriage, she saw that he was relaxed. It seemed that he was really happy to find her and didn't seem to be pretending. He drove her out and hated her, but he still tried to find her because he was happy to find her. Then there was only one possibility. The Ji family needed her for something. Although this guess was a little ridiculous, the probability was quite high. What could it be? Is it from Master? Chapter 94. As soon as Jihai Otani returned home, he went to the courtyard. Old Lady Ji had heard from a servant who came to report that Yushu had been found. When she saw her third son, she didn't look as serious as usual, but she still didn't smile. Mother, have you found her? Yes. Keep an eye on her. Don't let her run away. Send someone to teach her etiquette so that she won't embarrass the Ji family in front of the Shui family. I know. Jihai Otani said goodbye and went back to his courtyard. He went to the small west pavilion to find Aunt Shui. Humph! Yushu was sitting cross-legged on the bed and throwing copper coins. Hearing a cold snort, she turned her head and saw a beautiful woman standing at the door. She was wearing a pomegranate skirt, a cherry bikini, and a silver pearl flower on her temples. She was staring at her. The number of times Yushu had seen Concubine Shui was less than 5 fingers. Her biggest impression of Concubine Shui was that Concubine Shui was too self-righteous and treated her biological daughter like a stepmother. It was incredible. If it weren't for Aunt Lu's testimony, Yushu really doubted that she was her biological daughter. Stepping out of the bed, Yushu couldn't pretend to be kind, so she said angrily, "Mother." Aunt Shui walked into the room, glanced at the empty furnishings in the room, snorted again, stepped forward, reached out to poke Yushu's head, and screamed, "You damn child! Where have you been? It's so hard to find you. You're so troublesome. Look at you now." Yushu was poked by her unguarded, and the feeling of fingernails on her forehead was not good. Seeing her poke again, she hurriedly turned her head to avoid it. "Mother, the G family drove me out. Why did they ask me to come back?" Yushu couldn't figure it out, so she simply asked Aunt Shui, hoping to get some information from her. Aunt Shui said grumpily, "It was old lady who asked. It was you who did bad things. Otherwise, how could you be beaten and driven out?" Yushu sat back on the bed. At that time, I didn't know that fish was so precious. A fish was worth a human life. Now I know I was wrong. Concubine Shui did not understand the meaning behind her words. She was still blaming Yushu for not being sensible. She had been ignored by Ji Xiaogu for a long time because of the trouble she had caused last time. Looking closely at her daughter, she only felt that apart from her well-behaved appearance, there was nothing likable about her. When she thought that the Shui family might not like her and that she had lost a chance to climb the ladder of riches, she was filled with anger. "Listen to me, I don't care how you misbehaved in the past, but from now on, you'd better behave yourself and don't talk nonsense. If you dare to run away from this marriage, I'll teach you a lesson." Hearing this, Yushu raised her head and said vigilantly, "Marriage? What marriage?" Speaking of this, Aunt Shui was a little proud. She raised her chin and said, "You are lucky. Minister Shui's family in the capital wants to connect with our Ji family by marriage. He likes the fourth daughter of second master's family. However, the fourth daughter's fate is too good, and the Shui family is afraid that the opposite will not be good. So, before the fourth daughter gets married, they want to choose a poor girl from the family to replace the fourth daughter's fate and become the concubine of the Shui family. This will temporarily suppress the fourth daughter's fate, so they choose you." "What?" Yushu suddenly stood up from the bed, and her eyes widened. Aunt Shui was so shocked that she took 2 steps back before she could stand firm. Yushu now understood why Ji Hyotani coaxed her back on the street. She felt annoyed and ridiculous. The Ji family actually wanted her to be a scapegoat for their precious fourth daughter. Concubine? They actually had the nerve to send her, a stepdaughter who was kicked out of the family, to be a concubine. Moreover, she was sent to the Shui family to be a concubine. The Ji family was a group of shameless people. What else could they not do? "What are you shouting for?" Aunt Shui covered her chest. Looking at Yushu's fiery face, she remembered the worries that Ji Hyotani had told her in the room before. Her face changed, and she asked suspiciously, You don't want to?" When Ji Hyotani mentioned it to her, she thought that he was worried for nothing. She knew her daughter well. She was a lazy and vain girl. If she could be a concubine of such a family, as long as she worked hard and won the Shui family's favor, she would have no worries about food and clothing in the future. How could she not want to be a concubine of such a family? How could she be unwilling? Yushu took a deep breath. Looking at Aunt Shui's expression, she didn't want to lose her temper with the birth mother of this body. She could only say patiently, "Mother, think about it. Will good things really happen to me? Not to mention what kind of family the Shui family is and whether the Shui family's master is missing an arm or a leg. I'm a helpless girl. If I become a concubine of their family and temporarily replace the fourth daughter's position, how many people will look down on me? Will my life be easy? In the future, when the fourth daughter marries, how will I live? Mother, do you think this is a blessing? It is clearly a fire pit that no one wants to jump into. That's why the Ji family pushed me out." Mistress Chui was stunned by her daughter's words. Seeing that her daughter was reasoning with her and even blaming herself, she couldn't help but say angrily, "Do you think others want to pick you? If it weren't for the fact that you're the only one in the family, such a good thing wouldn't have happened to you." Good things? Yushu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She couldn't reason with her mother, who had long hair and short knowledge. She narrowed her eyes and said in a low voice, The marriage between the Shui family and the Ji family has nothing to do with me. Their surname is Ji, and my surname is Yu. If they want to send someone as a concubine, why don't they send their own daughter? Whoever wants to be a feng shui ornament can do it. Mother, you'd better tell Third Master now, so that they don't have to worry about it. In order to plan to go to the capital city to find the Book of Fantasy Fairy 6 Wrens, she still had a lot of things to prepare. How could she have the time to pretend to be polite to the Ji family? She might not even be an ant in the eyes of the big Yishui family, but if they really treated her as a fish on the chopping block, it would depend on whether they could swallow a hard bone like her. Aunt Shui was so angry at her words that her face was almost crooked. You don't know how to appreciate favors. Yes, I don't know how to appreciate favors. Yushu bent down to pick up her shoes and put them on. She stood up and straightened her clothes. She glanced at Aunt Shui and walked out. When she walked out of the room, Aunt Shui hurriedly chased after her. You wicked girl, where are you going? Yushu said without looking back. The Ji family drove me out a long time ago. I'm not a member of this family. Why should I stay here? I'm going back. Why aren't you a member of this family? Behind her, Aunt Shui was furious. When Yushu walked to the door of the courtyard, she was stopped by Ji Hyotani, who was entering the courtyard. He asked with a cold face. Yushu looked at her nominal stepfather and coldly said, Third Master, have you forgotten? 3 months ago, I stole old matriarch's 8 treasures fragrant carp and was whipped 30 times. Old matriarch personally ordered me to be thrown out. I'm a girl, injured, wandering the streets. If not for a kind person taking me in, I would have died long ago. Let me ask you, what relationship do I have with your Ji family? Hearing her resentment, Ji Hyotani's face turns cold. He glances at Aunt Shui, who is trembling behind her, and says sarcastically, When your mother begged me to bring you and your brother into the Ji family, I pitied you and your brother, so I brought you back, provided you with food and lodging, and sent you to school. But you didn't care about all these good things. Just because you did something wrong, I beat you up and drove you away for a few days. Now you don't care about my kindness and still say that you are not a member of the Ji family. Did the Ji family raise you for nothing? Third Master, do you want to settle accounts with me? Yushu nodded. All right, I'll calculate it with you. My brother and I ate and lived together in the Ji family. We ate thin soup pancakes, salted vegetables, and beans. That's 20 copper coins a day and 600 copper coins a month. We moved to the Ji family for half a year, so that's a year. That's 7,200 copper coins, or 7 taels and 20 cents, right? As Yushu calculates, she fishes out the purse that was robbed before. She fishes out a bank note from a pile of copper coins and silver jiao. She shakes it open and hands it to Ji Hyotani, who looks gloomy and says sternly, Take it. Here are 10 taels. You can keep the extra as interest. But remember this time, I have nothing to do with the Ji family. I will take care of my brother. From now on, he will live with me. The Ji family doesn't need to worry about him. Then she turns to Aunt Shui, who is in a panic, and says, Mother, if you don't like living here in the future and the Ji family can't tolerate you, you can come to me. You are my biological mother. You gave birth to me and raised me. This can't be changed. I will serve you until you grow old. Hearing this and looking at Ji Hyotani's gloomy face, Aunt Shui doesn't dare to promise her. When she is about to scold her, she hears a tearing sound. Ji Hyotani tears the banknote in his hand, and his eyes show a chilling sharpness. I will pretend that I didn't hear what you said just now. The names of you and your brother are still in my household register. Your marriage is naturally decided by me. You can be disobedient and go against my will, but the consequence will definitely not be as light as 30 lashes. After saying this, he throws the torn bank note in his hand to Yushu's face. He points at her and says to Aunt Shui, Take her to the yard to have a look. Xiaoxiu is disobedient and has been running around for a few days. Today someone found him on the street and sent him back just now. I whipped him according to the family rules. This child can't stand it and fainted when he saw blood. It's the fault of the mother for not teaching the child well. If they make any mistakes in the future, I will hold you responsible. Hearing this, Aunt Shui and Yushu's faces change at the same time. One is scared, and the other is angry. Master, Aunt Shui still wants to say something to Ji Hyotani, but Yushu has already run out with a livid face. The guard at the gate of the yard doesn't need Ji Hyotani's order and follows her. Ji Hyotani looks at Aunt Shui, who is still standing stupidly in the distance. He sighs softly, and his face softens. He goes forward to hold her slightly trembling shoulders, lowers his head, and coaxes, "Did I scare you? Don't be afraid. Children need to be taught a lesson to be sensible. Don't worry. As long as your daughter is obedient and doesn't make trouble for me, how can I bear to punish you?" Aunt Shui shivers. She leans against Ji Hyotani's chest and nods obediently. Tears are swirling in her eyes, but she doesn't dare to fall down. Chapter 95. Yushu runs back to the yard with sweat all over her head. Before she enters the door, she hears Aunt Lu crying. Two female servants of the same yard are standing at the door, whispering to each other. No one dares to enter. Yushu pushes them aside and enters the room. At a glance, she sees Aunt Lu bending over to apply medicine for the drowsy Yu Xiaoxiao. She's crying while applying medicine. She shouts, young master," but there is no response. She walked forward and saw that Yu Xiaoxiao's thin and weak back had been beaten until his flesh was lacerated. There were deep cuts and shallow cuts, crisscrossing with sticky blood. She was so angry that her eyes turned red. She clenched her fists and gritted her teeth. She has been beaten, so she knows clearly how painful it is when the whip falls on her body. She is an adult and begs for mercy. How can a child like Xiaoxiao bear such a cruel beating? Ji family. Yushu grits her teeth and says in her heart. Her red eyes are full of cruelty. Alas, she can bear being beaten and humiliated. But they shouldn't hurt her brother. They shouldn't beat Yu Xiaoxiao. Ji family wants to threaten her like this. She will definitely make them regret it. Yu Xiaoxiao, who is in a coma, seems to have a nightmare. He frowns and sweats fall from his forehead to his eyelids. He grabs the pillow with one hand and murmurs in pain, Sister, Yushu has a terrible headache. She sits sideways on the edge of the bed. She touches his hot forehead with one hand and holds his clenched fist with the other. She lowers her eyes and coaxes him gently. Xiaoxiao, I am here. Don't be afraid. I am here. At dusk, Ji family suddenly receives the news that scholars from the capital have arrived in Yang City. They're staying in a guest house in the east of the city. Shui family just sends the news to the concierge of Ji family and then leaves. They don't even tell them who they are. Shui family arrives one day earlier than expected. Ji family is in a hurry. They gather together to discuss how to greet them first. Mother, we should all go there. We don't know who will come from Shui family. We don't want to be neglected. Ji Xiaohan, the eldest, suggests. Old Lady Ji looks at her sons and thinks, send someone to the government office to invite your brother-in-law. Second brother and third brother will go there. Eldest brother will stay at home. Old Lady Ji has her own considerations. After all, they're a prestigious family in Yang City. If all three of her sons go there, they will look like dwarfs. If the eldest son stays at home and the county magistrate's son-in-law goes, they will feel the same, but they won't feel useless. You too, don't talk too much with your brother-in-law here. Don't let him notice anything. Also, if the Shui family asks about Xingxuan, don't say anything. I will send someone to send Xingxuan back to the capital in 2 days. Ji Hyotani says, Mother, don't worry. Second brother, and I will be careful. It's getting dark. Go early. I will wait for your news at home. Ji Xiaochun, Ji Xiaogu, and County Magistrate Ma hurry to the guest house of Shui family in Yang City. It's still dark when they arrive. On the top of the door hung a round lantern of the 5 blessings. The large black door was tightly shut. The servant went up and knocked on the door. The 3 people who could shake the ground with a stamp of their feet in Yang City were now standing outside the door, somewhat nervously waiting for any sign of activity inside. After a while, someone comes to answer the door. After hearing the identity of the three of them, he doesn't let them in immediately. Instead, he goes in to make a report before letting them in. This guest house is only the size of a courtyard in the G Mansion, but it is lit with lanterns everywhere. The road is bright, and under the eaves and under the trees, it seems that candles are free. The road is quiet, and there is no sound of people. Ji Hyotani is the first to have an idea. He politely asks the servant who leads the way, "Little brother, may I ask who is the Lord?" The Ji family has done their homework before. Through the letters sent by Old Master Ji, they have a certain understanding of the personnel in Shangshu Shue's mansion. The chief stewards working in the Shue family all have official positions. That's why Ji Hyotani asks this question. The servant indifferently answers, "It's the second chief steward." The second chief steward, the two brothers of the Ji family, secretly groaned. This second chief steward of the Shue family was originally a subordinate of Shangshu Shue when he was leading the army. His surname is Su Li, and he is 46 years old. It is said that he is a strict person and is unmoved by force or persuasion. We've arrived. The second chief steward is waiting for the three of you inside. This little one will take his leave. The servant leads them to the door of a room and leaves with lanterns. The three of them tidies up their clothes. Hearing a sound from inside, they walk in one after the other. The room is bright, and there are silver lanterns on both sides. Wearing a cylindrical yellow gauze robe, there's a middle-aged man sitting in the middle of the hall. He has a straight nose and a square mouth. He looks like the kind of person who is not easy to talk to. Greetings to Governor Su. Ji Xiaochun is the first to step forward and greet. This one is Ji Xiaochun, the second son of the Ji family. This is my younger brother, Xiao Gu, and this is my younger sister's son-in-law, who is also the county magistrate of this city, Ma Tingxian. Ji Hyotani and County Magistrate Ma come forward and greet Governor Su. Su Li waited for them to finish greeting before he stood up and nodded. His gaze swept across the three of them and fell on Ji Xiaochun. "You are the father of the fourth daughter of the Ji family." Ji Xiaochun hurriedly answers, "Yes, it is this one." Su Li asks, "I heard that the fourth daughter of the Ji family returned to her hometown a month ago to visit her sick. Is she still at the residence?" Ji Xiaochun follows the script he has prepared in advance and answers, "She is still at home, but her mother's health has recovered. She will be sent back to the capital in a few days." Miss Ji is very filial. Our Laoi loves filial people the most. Su Li praises her with a hidden meaning, then turns to face Ji Hyotani. The letter says that a young lady from the Ji family will be sent to our young master as a concubine to pave the way for the fourth daughter of the Ji family to marry. "Is this your daughter?" Ji Hyotani lowers his head and says, "It is my daughter." Su Li's eyes flash with ridicule. He says, "Your Ji family is very harmonious. There is no intrigue between the brothers like there is in the capital." The two brothers understand the meaning behind his words and can only smile. Su Li suddenly asks, "How old is your daughter this year?" "Past 15. Ji Hyotani is referring to Yu Shu's age. "She is 4 years younger than our eldest young master." Su Li says, "What is her name?" Ji Hyotani turns his head to look at Ji Xiaochun and hesitantly answers, "Her name is Yu Shu." "Yu Shu? Ji Yu Shu?" The two brothers of the Ji family look at each other. The third brother bitterly smiles. "I will not hide it from Governor Su. My daughter was adopted. Because of her mother's insistence, I did not change her surname. Instead, I followed her birth father's surname, Yu." After saying that, the three of them held their breath and waited for Su Li to make things difficult for them. Unexpectedly, Su Li just frowned and said, "Oh." It was as if it didn't matter whether she was his biological daughter or not. "Old Su, who is it?" A man's voice comes from outside. Ji Hyotani and the other two brothers see Su Li, who was not smiling at them just a moment ago, turn his head and change his expression. He slightly lowers his forehead and quickly walks past them. "Eldest young master, it is the people of the Ji family." Ji family's second master, third master, and county magistrate Ma. "Eldest young master?" "The eldest young master of the Shue family." Ji Xiaogu and Ji Xiaochun were startled. They quickly turned their heads and saw Su Li bowing at the door, talking to someone outside. Due to the bright light in the room, the lanterns outside could only illuminate a blurry silhouette. Dressed in a moon-white muslin robe, the silhouette stood at the bottom of the stairs with her hands clasped behind her back, looking into the room. That unseen gaze fell on them, causing the three men, whose ages added up to 100 years old, to feel inexplicably nervous, especially when they heard a faint snort. "Humph, eldest young master, I am tired after a few days of traveling. If there is nothing else, send them off. If there is something else, ask them to come back during the day." Yes. After saying this, the figure at the bottom of the stairs turns around and leaves, not even saying goodbye to the people in the room. It is difficult for Ji Xiaochun and Ji Hyotani, who are used to being flattered by people around them, to be humiliated twice in the time it takes to drink a cup of tea. However, because of the identity of the person, they do not dare to be angry or say anything. Su Li sent the person off and turns back to the room. He says to the three brothers, "It is getting late. Please go back first." Ji Xiaochun asks, "Is that the person just now the eldest young master of your family?" Su Li nods and becomes serious again. He says, "The eldest young master has a bad temper. He did not have a good rest these days. Please forgive him." Su Li says these polite words, but his face is not polite at all. Ji Hyotani and the other two brothers will not take it seriously, so they take the opportunity to get out of this embarrassing situation. Ji Xiaochun wants to ask why the eldest young master of the Shui family is here, but Ji Hyotani secretly pulls his back. Seeing Su Li raises his hand to send them off, Ji Xiaochun swallows his words and says goodbye. Su Li sends them to the gate of the courtyard and asks a servant to lead the way. He goes back alone. The three of them sat in the carriage and left the guest house. Only then did they reveal a look of dissatisfaction. Phew, the Shui family is really imposing. The rumors outside are not false at all. A mere housekeeper in front of brother-in-law, yet he still puts on airs. Hearing Ji Xiaochun's words, County Magistrate Ma smiles and does not say anything. As an official, he knows more about human relations. Therefore, he does not think that the Shui family is too much. On the contrary, he thinks that it is normal. It will be strange if the Shui family is really amiable. Ji Hyotani thinks about another thing. He looks strange and still a little surprised. Why does the eldest young master of the Shui family come with us? This time, the Shui family comes to discuss the marriage. It is said that they also bring a physiognomist and a fortune teller. It is reasonable for a chief steward to come, but it is strange that Master Shui comes in person. Does he come to see Xing Xuan on purpose? Ji Hyotani says suspiciously, "Just now, Governor Su also asked if Xing Xuan is at home." Xing Xuan said that she has not seen the eldest young master of the Shui family. Since she has not seen him in the capital, why does he come here to see him? Ji Xiaochun shakes his head and says worriedly, "I think that Master Shui seems to be dissatisfied with this marriage. Could it be that they have seen?" Ahem, Ji Hyotani coughs and interrupts his second brother's words. He glances at County Magistrate Ma and says with a bitter smile, "The Shui family wants to marry Xing Xuan. We forced a woman to be his concubine. Moreover, she's a lowly woman. No one will be happy if it is her." Chapter 96. After Yu Xiaoxiu was beaten, he became feverish. The Ji family didn't even find a doctor for him. Yushu was watched by Ji Hyotani and couldn't leave, so she told Aunt Lu to avoid people and go to Changminpu Street to invite Hifangji. In the evening, Dr. He followed Aunt Lu to the Ji family's courtyard. Because he had previously treated Yushu when she was heavily injured and then visited to treat Zhao Hui, he had some understanding of Yushu and her brother's condition. Now that he saw Yu Xiaoxiu beaten up like this, although he had questions in his mind, he first checked on Yu Xiaoxiu's injuries. He opened his medicine box to change the external ointment and gave him a prescription for internal use. Yushu didn't explain much about Yu Xiaoxiu being beaten. She had Aunt Lu guard the door and bowed to He Fangji. Doctor He, Xiao and I can't leave the Ji family right now, but my Aunt Huai is still sick and can only rely on a neighbor to take care of her. I really can't feel at ease. Please come and help me tell Aunt Huai that I'm safe and sound and take care of her for the time being. Yushu will be extremely grateful and will definitely repay your kindness in the future. Yifangji had heard about Yushu and knew that she wasn't related to Zhao Hui, but she didn't abandon her in times of danger. Yifangji admired this child's loyalty and righteousness, so he hesitated for a moment before reaching out to help her up. Get up, I promise you. Yushu didn't let Yifangji tell Zhao Hui that Yu Xiaoxiu had been beaten. She only asked him to find an excuse to comfort Zhao Hui and give her what little money he had left. Yifangji refused to accept it, so in the end, Yushu could only give him the consultation fee and medical fees. Dr. He, please help me send a message to the head of the Tai Hung Chamber of Commerce. Tell him that I have something to do and can't go for a few days. Also give this to Head Pei. Yushu took out the weather record booklet in her arms and tore the 2 pages that recorded the weather for the past 5 days. She folded them and handed them to Yifangji. Yifangji didn't look at what it was and accepted it. Aunt Lu walked him out the back door and went to the clinic to get medicine. Yushu wiped the sweat on Yu Xiaoxiu's neck with a handkerchief and took the basin out to change the water. When she saw Qiu Xiang standing in the yard in a daze, she paused and handed the basin to her. Go get a basin of water. Oh. Yushu went back into the house and sat by the bed to look at the back of Yu Xiaoxiu's head. She placed the back of her hand on his burning face. Yu Xiaoxiu's head moved slightly closer to her hand. He had a nightmare the entire afternoon, talking and moaning in pain. Now, he finally fell asleep peacefully. Yushu looked at the black ring on her finger and thought about Daoist Qingzheng. Her emotions were very complicated. It had happened so suddenly that she hadn't reacted at the time. Now that she thought about it, did Qingzheng not predict her current situation? He probably knew what was going on and even added fuel to the fire, using the excuse of buying a red string to send her back to the Ji family. Otherwise, why would Ji Xiaogu be waiting for her in the Kong family's house, despite the vastness of a Yang city? Yushu didn't believe that Qingzheng deliberately sent her to the tiger's mouth, but he did it. What was the reason? Yushu didn't have the mood to think about it for the time being, but she knew that it was impossible to rely on Qingzheng to get out of trouble now. With Zhao Hui's life in danger, she was very sure that Qingzheng wouldn't show up again before this matter ended. Then she had to find another way to get rid of the Ji family. Before Aunt Lu came back with the medicine, Ji Hiotani sent someone to the courtyard to find Yushu. Yushu left Xiaoxiang to take care of Yu Xiaoxiu and followed the person. Just a moment ago, it was a shack with mud walls with dim lights and cold walls. After passing through a few walls, they arrived at a place with vermilion eaves and glazed tiles with bright and clean windows. Ji Xiaogu met Yushu in a corridor of the West Stride Courtyard's dining hall. When she arrived, he was having his dinner. His fingers held a pair of red bamboo chopsticks, and he picked up some food and put it into his mouth. The table was filled with dishes of red and green, and the celadon with lotus edges. Just one look at it would make one's appetite rise, but when Yushu saw it, she felt nauseous. She knew that Ji Hiotani didn't think it was a big deal. In his eyes, there were probably 2 dogs raised by the Ji family. Because he gave them a few meals, he raised them for a while. He could beat them to vent his anger or give them as gifts. Ji Xiaogu picked up the white handkerchief beside him and wiped the oil off his mouth. He then took a sip of tea to rinse his mouth and spat it into the spittoon at his feet. Only when his mouth felt refreshed did he raise his head to look at Yushu. He first scrutinized her face and was very satisfied to see a tame expression that had not been present during the day. Have you thought it through? Yes, I have. Good. Ji Hiotani smiled. His eyebrows were long and curved, and when he smiled, he gave people a false impression of kindness. I know you must hate me in your heart, but it doesn't matter. I won't lower myself to the level of a child like you. I can see that you are somewhat smart. If you think about it carefully, I know that the Xue family is one of the top families in the capital. If you can really marry into such a family, it may not be a bad thing for you. It's late tonight. Go back and have a good sleep. The Schweff family has already arrived. Tomorrow, I will send someone to teach you the rules and etiquette. You should learn it well. Maybe the day after tomorrow, I will take you to be seen by others. If there are no mistakes, this marriage is set. But if you play tricks and embarrass the G family and ruin this marriage, I think you should know what will happen. Yushu looked up at Ji Hyotani, and with a straight face, she said in a muffled voice, I will learn the rules well. I will also listen to your words. I will not run around. Can you not let people watch me and allow me to go out? Yushu's reaction was within Ji Hyotani's expectations. As a successful businessman, he liked the feeling of controlling people's emotions. No, before this marriage is set, you should stay in the house obediently. Yushu frowned. Everyone could see that she was dissatisfied now. Ji Hyotani thought that she would lose her temper, but she endured it. She lowered her head and said, Can you let Xiaoxiu live with me? He is seriously injured. I am worried about him. Without him in front of me, there is also Aunt Lu. She has always been taking care of us. Yes. This time, Ji Hyotani nodded generously. He needed Yushu to be obedient and not make trouble for him. If he pushed her too hard, she would do something desperate. Thank you, third master. Yushu secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Her request to go out was just a pretense. What she really wanted was for Ji Hyotani to agree to let them live together instead of being separated. She had not yet planned how to get out of trouble, but one of the prerequisites to leave the Ji family was that Yu Xiaoxiu was with her. Without Yu Xiaoxiu, she couldn't go anywhere. Come, send Miss back. Yushu was let out and walked down the stairs. After taking a few steps, she turned her head back to look at Ji Xiaogu, who was drinking with his head tilted back. A cold smile appeared in her eyes. Before getting out of trouble, she would teach the Ji family an unforgettable lesson. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. The next morning, the Ji family brought gifts to visit the guest house. It was Suli who met them, but the eldest young master of the Schweff family didn't show up last night. When Ji Xiaochun asked, Suli only said that the eldest young master was still resting and refused to say anything else. Then he changed the topic to the concubine who replaced Miss Ji. He asked them to bring Yushu here tomorrow and let the Schweff family have a look at her. Both of them were born with the lowest fate. The Bitcha life girl and the widow life girl were similar but different. The former only had a cheap life, while the latter had to deal with others. It was understandable that the Schweff family would be so cautious. Before leaving, Suli asked the servants to bring 2 gift boxes and gave them to Ji Xiaochun. He said that one was for Old Lady Ji and the other was for Miss Ji. Ji Xiaochun accepted it and went to the carriage. He opened the box curiously and gasped. The gift from the Schweff family to Old Lady Ji was a purple Ganoderma. Its skin was dark purple and shiny. Such a purple Ganoderma was beyond the scope of herbs and could be called a treasure. The gift for Ji Xingxuan was a painting. Ji Xiaochun pulled the scroll and let Ji Hyotani open it. It was a picture of a spring orchid. Ji Hyotani, who had seen many treasures, couldn't help but tremble when he saw the name and seal on it. County Magistrate Ma saw that the 2 brothers were shocked. He leaned over and saw the signature. He shouted in surprise, It's Mr. Jingmin's painting. What the Schweff family sent must be authentic. Ma Tingxian stroked the painting in fascination and said enviously, Only a family like the Schweff family would be willing to spend so much money. The 2 brothers of the Ji family looked at each other. The joy of receiving the gift was not as good as the fear in their hearts. 2 gifts like this was the real momentum of a rich and powerful family. People couldn't even lift their heads. Ji Xiaogu looked at the 2 gifts laid out in front of him and suddenly began to question his father's decision. In order to wait for the 7th prince's response, he had delayed the Schweff family like this. In the future, even if they managed to gain the emperor's favor, if the Schweff family were to be enraged, even with the 7th prince standing between them, would they be able to withstand it? Last night, Yu Xiaoxiu was carried to the small courtyard where Yushu lived. Aunt Lu came with them. The next morning, the old maid sent by Ji Hyotani to teach Yushu manners arrived before Yu Xiaoxiu's fever went down. A tailor came with her. When Yushu was feeding medicine to Yu Xiaoxiu, she was dragged out and measured her figure. As soon as the tailor left, the old woman surnamed Huang grabbed Yushu's arm, frowned, and looked at her from head to toe. As she picked out her faults, she untied Yushu's hair, pinched her waist, and finally held up her fingers to check the length of her nails, as if she was choosing pork for vegetables. Yushu didn't understand. So she didn't know that this kind of old woman was specially trained to train the concubines of the rich families. When concubine Chui married into the Ji family, she was taught a lesson for a month. Only after she became a decent woman was she allowed to serve Ji Xiaogu. Why is your hair so short? Your mouth is dry. Don't cross your legs when you stand. Keep your legs together. Keep them together. The yellow-haired woman kicked Yushu's feet a few times with her shoes, forcing her to correct her shoulder-length steps into an inner eight. Yushu saw that the woman was old and didn't say anything mean to her. She silently said, "Respect the old and love the young," and closed her eyes to let the old maid do whatever she wanted. Chapter 97. When it was almost lunchtime, Yu Xiaoxiu woke up. He was in a daze and didn't know what was going on, but his fever had subsided. Yushu quickly asked Aunt Lu to go to the kitchen to find some light food. She sat by the bed and talked to Yu Xiaoxiu. "Sister, where is this?" "It's the Ji family." Yushu stroked his hair and let him lie on the pillow. She roughly told him how Ji Hyotani caught her on the street, but she didn't mention that the Ji family wanted to give her to someone as a concubine. She didn't hide it on purpose, but she saw that he wasn't in a good mood, so she planned to tell him in a few days. Yu Xiaoxiu reacted half a beat late. He nervously grabbed Yushu's hand and asked hoarsely, You weren't beaten, were you?" "Silly, I'm fine." Yushu was now happy. She didn't mention that Yu Xiaoxiu didn't go to school for the past few days. It wasn't that she forgot, but she planned to settle the score with him after autumn. "Okay." Yu Xiaoxiu agreed obediently. The whip wound on his back hurt so much that he couldn't even breathe. It hurt so much that he wanted to cry. When he thought about how his sister had suffered the same pain a few months ago, she was kicked out of the house alone and almost died on the side of the road. Now that she was caught again, his heart couldn't be more depressed. He hated the Ji family to the core, but he also felt afraid. "What's wrong? Does the wound hurt?" When Yushu saw him crying, she wanted to take a shoe to the Ji family and beat them up. "Doctor, he came to see you yesterday. Eat something later, and I'll change your dressing. The wound will heal in a few days, and it won't hurt anymore." "Sister, I don't want to stay in the Ji family." Yu Xiaoxiu cried softly. Isn't it good to live with Aunt Huai? I found a job running errands in a bookstore. The shopkeeper said that he would give me 300 copper coins a month. "Sister, I don't want to go to private school anymore. I don't want to learn I want to leave. I don't want to stay in their family." Yushu's heart ached when she saw his crying face. She rubbed his head and coaxed. Okay. We won't live in the Ji family. You should recuperate first. When you recover, I'll take you away. Okay?" "Yes." Yu Xiaoxiu cried for a while and then fell asleep. Yushu covered him with his socks and got up to pour a cup of herbal tea to quench the anger in her stomach. She calmed down and thought about the current situation. She had a rough plan. Yu Xiaoxiu's injury hadn't healed yet. Her movements were restricted, so she couldn't escape even if she wanted to. Yesterday, Ji Hyotani made it very clear that the Ji family attached great importance to the marriage with the Xue family. If this matter was ruined by her, according to the Ji family's vengeful character, she would definitely suffer the consequences. On the other hand, as long as she obediently dealt with the Xue family, she and Xiaoxiu would be safe. She asked Aunt Lu yesterday. Even if she took a concubine, the Xue family couldn't just take her away. There must be a procedure in the process. During this period, she was left with time to prepare for her escape. Money, travel expenses, helpers, and timing. After arranging all these, when the new marriage between the Xue family and the Ji family was settled, she would leave with Yu Xiaoxiu. She would change her surname somewhere else and leave the mess to the Ji family to clean up and let them fight each other. At present, she could only pretend to be polite to the G family so that they wouldn't suspect her, and it would be convenient for her to act in the future. In the afternoon, Ji Hyotani called Yushu to him and informed her that he would take her to the Shui family's guest house tomorrow to be a fortune teller. He warned her again and again about the importance of this matter. Yushu promised that she wouldn't play tricks before asking someone to send her back. After measuring her figure in the morning, someone sent her clothes in the evening. When Yushu was amazed at the tailor's speed, the yellow-haired woman told her sarcastically that the clothes were directly modified from ready-made clothes. In other words, she picked up other people's clothes to wear. In this regard, Yushu did not show that she minded. She just thought of the green dress that Zhao Hui had asked someone to make for her, and then looked at the material in her hand, which was more like her silk and satin. There was not the slightest feeling of eagerness when she wore the dress. Instead, it was very boring. After measuring the size of the clothes, the yellow-haired woman does extra practice at night. She corrects her salute posture and the tone of her voice. Finally, she boils a large bucket of water and lets Yushu take a bath. This is the first time that Yushu has taken a full bath in several months. She's impressed by the quality of the products. Without the supervision of the yellow-haired woman, she soaks in 2 buckets of water and comes out with a heavy head and feet. Because these things are carried out in the next room, and Yushu whispers to Aunt Lu and Xiao Xiang, Yu Xiao, who can't move on the bed, doesn't know that his sister is going to check the good for them tomorrow. The night passes. Before dawn, Yushu is shaken awake. The yellow-haired woman stands at the head of her bed like a ghost and pulls her up with a maid she has never seen before. After changing clothes and washing up, she is pushed to sit in front of the mirror to comb her hair. It is the maid who does it. In a few seconds, she picks up Yushu's waist-long hair and divides it into 2 halves. Half of it is tied up with a ring and fixed, and the other half is divided into several strands and tied with small knots one by one. When combing her hair, the yellow-haired woman doesn't waste time and begins to put on makeup for her. She brings a set of tools and opens a box with drawers. Powder, eyebrow strips, rouge, and perfume are all available. Yushu is very sensitive to the smell of powder. She pours her head on her face, inhales it through her nose, and sneezes loudly. She blows away the half box of powder in the yellow-haired woman's hand and makes white foam all over her clothes and table. This almost makes the old woman fall out with her, but after that, she has been treating her coldly. Close your eyes, look up, open your mouth, don't frown. After struggling with her head and face, Yushu rubs her nose and looks at the bronze mirror. She sees a pink face and a pair of red faces. Fortunately, there is no pair of red faces. Otherwise, she must wonder where the yellow-haired woman used to do makeup for people. The next step is to put on clothes. Before putting on a skirt, the yellow-haired woman takes a belt as wide as a palm and wraps it around her waist. After wrapping it around her waist twice, Yushu is unwilling. She wants to strangle her to death. Unfortunately, her protest is ineffective. Yushu's waist of 1 foot and 8 inches is still forcibly reduced by size. As a result, her originally underdeveloped chest becomes straighter and bigger. In the end, the yellow-haired woman adds jewelry to her body. After hanging one piece, she tells her, "Don't lose these things. If you come back missing one, you have to pay for it with your own money." Yushu secretly rolls her eyes. It turns out that this outfit is temporarily provided. She has to return it later. She doesn't know which sponsor is so stingy. After tidying up, the yellow-haired woman turns her around twice. She feels that she has left something behind. The maid beside her reminds her of the fan. She pats her forehead and hurriedly goes to the cabinet in the room to rummage. She really finds a yarn-dough fan, pats the dust, and gives it to Yushu. Take it well. Cover your eyes and head. Don't let others see it easily. Before dawn, Yushu packs up her luggage. Yu Xiaoxiu is still sleeping. Ji Hyotani sends someone to call her. She tells Aunt Lu a few words and follows to the west courtyard. Third master. When Yushu sees him, she first salutes according to what the yellow-haired woman taught her yesterday before entering. She has always been good at acting. Ji Hyotani is eating breakfast. When he sees Yushu, He puts down the spoon and looks at her carefully. He doesn't say anything, but Yushu can see that his eyes are satisfied. Have you had breakfast? Let's get hungry first to avoid embarrassing ourselves. Well, in order not to let her find the toilet at the last minute, they don't even have breakfast. It's still Ji Xiaochun and Ji Hyotani. Today, they don't go out by carriage. Instead, they carry 3 sedan chairs. They go out from the east gate and go to the Shui family's guest house. Yushu sits in the sedan chair. She is hungry and shakes her waist. When they arrive, the sedan chair suddenly stops. She almost vomits last night's dinner. She is strong, so she adjusts after taking a few deep breaths. When the curtain of a sedan chair is lifted, she puts her hand on Qiu Xiang outside and bends down to get off the sedan chair. She doesn't forget to cover her mouth with the curtain. There is a house on the side of the road. The black wooden door is closed tightly. There is only one gilded word Shui on the plaque above the door. There are 2 big lanterns hanging on the door, red gauze clothes and yellow cattail tassels. Ji Xiaochun asks the servant to knock on the door. After a while, Yushu sees the door is open from the inside with a squeak. A servant wearing a headscarf stands at the threshold and says to them, "It's the 2 masters of the Ji family. Our Governor Su is waiting inside. You can come in." Yushu follows Ji Xiaochun and Ji Hyotani into the Shui family's guest house. Under the cover of the house, she looks at the scenery of the garden on the road. Because of the jet lag, she thinks about the sesame paste and chives sold at the entrance of the alley. The servant leads them to the door of a living room. Yushu sees 3 people sitting in the room. When they see Ji Xiaochun and Ji Hyotani, they just stand up from their seats and don't come forward to welcome them. Obviously, they aren't enthusiastic. On the contrary, Ji Xiaochun and Ji Hyotani walk in with smiles on their faces. Yushu hears Ji Xiaochun call the middle-aged man with a stern face Housekeeper Su. Then they introduce each other. Premier Zhou, Yuming's 3rd-year Dian physiognomy, is the top 10. This is He Yisher. Yuming's 6th-year Dian physiognomy is the top 102 subjects. Fengdu is working for a Shui family. This time, great-grandfather ordered me to specially bring them here. Mentioning the Dian physiognomy in front of the children of the Yishui family is clearly a show of strength to them. If they passed the Dian physiognomy, the 2 brothers wouldn't have gone into business and stayed in the manor. They would have gone to the capital with old Master Ji. The 2 brothers of the Ji family maintain a smile on their faces, but they're probably cursing in their hearts. Yushu knows that this is a delicate situation. She uses a fan to cover the smile on her face and watches with relish as Ji Hyotani pretends to be a grandson. Her throat isn't dry, her waist doesn't hurt anymore, and even her stomach isn't hungry anymore. But soon, she can't take pleasure in others' misfortune, because they turn their faces and change the topic to her and Ji Yunshu. "Is this your daughter?" Suli looks at the door and sees a young lady in an apricot yellow shirt and a willow skirt standing gracefully. Half of her face is covered by a red fan. Her forehead is honey white, revealing only a pair of willow eyebrows and a pair of almond-shaped eyes. She looks very obedient. Suli is a little surprised. He didn't think that the young lady of the Ji family is a pretty girl. "That's my daughter." Ji Hyotani beckons Yushu to come over. "Yushu, come and meet Governor Su." Yushu obediently walks forward. When she lowers her head, she puts down the fan. After turning sideways to bow, she raises her head again to cover her face with the fan, just barely revealing her face. Her movements are so smooth that the 2nd son of the Ji family, who knows what's going on, is shocked. It's impossible to tell that this is the thief girl who was kicked out of the house for stealing fish. You're tuning into the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.